Good morning, wherever you are. Let me greet you with the news with brilliant sunshine here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles are locked in battle with the Jamaica Scorpions. This is day number 2 in CWI Professional Cricket League 4-day tournament. As you can see, the umpires, the players are out in the middle, and so too are the overnight batsmen. Jermaine Blackwood on 110, sparkling 100 yesterday, and Aldane Thomas on 35, and attacking innings overnight, 282 for the loss of 6, the Jamaica Scorpions. So Kimo Paul, he's going to pick the bowling up this morning from the northern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Aldane Thomas. So there are 2 slips, a gully, square cover, there's extra cover, we're having a mid-off, a mid-on, and also a fielder way out on the fine leg boundary and a backward square as well. Still very good conditions for cricket here, just a few dark clouds hanging above, no immediate threat of rain, and the conditions continue to be good for cricket here at Diego Martin. Yesterday was an absorbing day of cricket, punctuated by the brilliance of Jermaine Blackwood. First delivery right on target, and Thomas coming forward, he's defending back on the onside of the pitch. There is no run. As I say, good morning to Sean Divas. Sean, absorbing day yesterday, and we're looking forward for another fine day of cricket.
Yes, so give the Jamaica Scorpions the edge yesterday. Good morning to all viewers and listeners, wherever you are. Yeah, so good morning to you wherever you are. I would say that yesterday belonged slightly to the Jamaica Scorpions.
The second ball on day number 2 outside the line of the off stump, and a dive put in here by Kevin Sinclair in the gully region. Certainly saved some runs there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And yesterday, you're right about that, Sean. Enthralling day of cricket. At one stage, they were 69 for the loss of 3 and 99 for 4, but recovered brilliantly to end the day on 282 for the loss of 6. What do you think the strategy might be here today between Blackwood and Aldane Thomas?
Well, they get settled in and then take it from there. The quicker they score, not being irresponsible, the better for them in terms of winning this match against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, with the very good overnight position and 282 for the loss of 6, they will love to get past that 350. Certainly, that's going to be the first target on their mind. I have a feeling, Sean, that Blackwood might very well play the first, second, third over, cautiously get back into his rhythm, and we might see him playing more attacking shots here today.
Yes, certainly. That would be the primary plan.
So Paul is right on target in his first over on day number 2. Yesterday we saw the wickets of Leroy Lugg going down for 5. John Campbell, 37, had a start and did not go on. Orrin Williams, he didn't score. Paul Palmer made 18. Alwyn Williams, 51, and Dorval Green, 13. Those were the wickets that fell yesterday.
We saw most of the Jamaican batsmen looking to be aggressive.
Paul, once again, this is short and cut and beats a diving Moti down at point, and that's going to speed away into the boundary for 4. Good looking cut shot. Moti might have very well dived over that one, so good start here by Aldane Thomas. He now moves to 39.
Yes, too short and a little too wide from Kimo Paul, and I don't think that was the best effort Moti could have made, but it's a boundary, the first boundary of the day, and it takes the score now to 286 and increases the partnership. And with the bonus batting points up to 110 overs, it's the onus on the Jamaicans now to try and get as much batting points in that time.
Yes, we are already 90.5 overs old, and Kimo Paul with the final delivery on day Number 2, the first over coming up. That's a quick delivery. Goes by into the gloves of Tevin Imlach. 286 for the loss of 6. Blackwood is kept on 110. Thomas has 39. Paul in his 15th over, none for 43.
Yes, a beautiful day again, the second day, a lovely Thursday morning here in Diego Martin, the tongue of Diego Martin, and lovely sunshine, nice contrast, the sun and the clouds on the mountains there, and lovely greenery again. So Akshaya Prasad, he's got a soft tissue injury, and the physio, Annalisa Holder, says he should bat. There's no fracture, no broken bones, so he should come out and bat.
Yes, and he had 2 nasty blows fielding in the forward short leg region yesterday, and both times he hit in that direction. I understand that he went, had a scan, no fracture, no broken bones whatsoever, so that's good news indeed. And from all indication, he's definitely going to bat when that time comes. And it's a good thing for him too, because he bats in the middle order.
Yes, and as relation to Anthony Bramble, he's had a swelling of his hands, hit on the wrist, and he's got to take 5 times treatment each day. And he's still got the bandage on it, but the swelling is going down quickly. So in the next game, he's likely to play.
Good news. So Virasamy Pimal, he is going to start. Pimal always work away for the Guyana team. This is nicely turned down towards short backward square. Moti comes in, sends the return in, and there is no run. Pimal 1 for 46 so far from his 27 overs. He's in his 28. Does not have a bag of wickets in this match, but very, very economical.
Yes, he's already got a 5-wicket haul in the tournament, and he's got 14 wickets. Prior to this round, he was the second leading wicket taker with 13. Only Jeremiah Louis from the Leewards had 14, but he's now gone on to 14 wickets, the most by Guyana.
Blackwood punching this one off the back foot down to Kimo Paul at short extra cover. Cannot get past the Guyanese. And once again, the ball is coming off sweetly off the bat of Jermaine Blackwood. What a splendid 100 yesterday. It's a big sweep shot, and that's going to go away for 4. Badly lying down the leg side, and Blackwood is not going to miss out on that one. He moves to 114, 290 for 6.
And Jermaine Blackwood is a very good driver and a good sweeper also. He loves the sweep. And you don't see many West Indian batsmen these days playing the sweep shot.
Yes, and it's good to see that Blackwood has played that, and that's the reason why at this stage of West Indies cricket, they were forced in their camp to ensure that their players play the sweep shot, and they were taught along those lines as well. This is tossed up on a nice drive down towards mid-on. Cameron is in the way.
Yes, well, that's a very productive shot, especially if you're not picking which way the ball is turning. You always come up with a sweep, and that's the safest shot if you don't read the way the ball is turning.
That's a delivery. Pulls back the line, the length a little, and Blackwood once again looks very comfortable. Pramal 1 for 50 from 28. Blackwood is on 14. He has faced 257 balls so far. Thomas on 39, 290 for 6.
And of course, there are different sweep shots. You really sweep on line, not length. But so you can sweep from outside the off stump to outside the leg stump. There's a fine sweep, there's a slug sweep, there's a conventional sweep, and of course there's a reverse sweep. But not many batsmen in 4-day cricket play the reverse sweep.
And Sean, when you sweep on length, well, what's the advantage?
You have to extend your hand to sweep the ball. So if you bowl fuller, you negate the sweep shot. That's why you sweep on line.
That's right. So you sweep on line. That is exactly what the coaches are going to tell you to do. You sweep on length, you very stand a chance of top edging as well, yes, and missing
or
too.
Top edging the ball. If it's too full, you miss the ball altogether and get bowled or leg before.
Here is Kimo Paul comes in once again to Thomas. He rocks on the back foot and forces one down towards cover. Moti's in the way, and he gets another run. Aldin Thomas, he has batted splendidly, came in yesterday and played some lovely looking drives and pull shot as well.
Yes, and he counter-attacked the bowlers. When Kimo Paul bowled short, he was willing to hook and use his feet to the spinners, and played a very aggressive, positive innings.
And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, when they were under the Jaguars brand, they just know how to win. They have played some glorious cricket and led by Leon Johnson as well. 5 consecutive championship victories, losing out to Barbados in 2020. And this year they haven't done badly at all. Here is Blackwood looking for the drive, maybe through extra cover, and drags it long down towards Hemraj at mid-on, and there is no run. So it was just short of a length, and there was Blackwood going for the expansive shot and getting the thicker inner portion of the bat.
Yeah, well, Jamaica is the only other team that had 5 consecutive titles. They started in 2008 under Tamar Lambert, and he won the 4, and then Christopher Gale in 2012 was the captain for that winning title.
Good delivery here by Paul, forcing the right-hander Blackwood into the defensive shot.
So Leon Johnson, the Guyana Jaguars captain at that time, he is the most successful captain because he won every match in that 5-year winning streak. Lambert won 4 and Gale won the last one. And since 2012, Jamaica's not won a title.
Yes, so they will feel outdone, powerful cricketing nation Jamaica. And because of what the Guyana Jaguars did then under Leon Johnson, Johnson was honored by the Guyana government, getting a national award.
Yes, certainly well deserved. He's a very good leader. Well, I always say if he could be more consistent at the regional level, score like 3 centuries, especially when there was a double run, he would be the likely West Indies captain at that time.
Yes, and there's some younger players coming through for the Harpy Eagles as well. You look in the bowling department, you have Dimitri Cameron, Akshaya Prasad, a youngster in this team, Kevin Sinclair in this team as well. So they're hoping that the mixture of youth and experience can do the magic. Here is a drive in the air down towards that stage Narayan Chandapal at short extra cover, and Blackwood goes after scoring 114. He hasn't lasted very long on day number 2, but well played Blackwood. This will go down as one of the best centuries in the history of regional cricket. He has gone for 114.
Yeah, certainly a well-played innings. I wouldn't go so far as to say it would be one of the best in the history of regional cricket. There were a lot of powerful...
One of the best, John.
Yes, one of the best. Yes, but he certainly batted well. Played a lot of shots, was aggressive, and he, towards the end of his innings yesterday, was suffering some cramps. And maybe that affected him overnight. So he's been replaced now. A good wicket for Guyana to get. We must look at the Guyana point of view. They got the wicket in the first 10 minutes of the morning session. And so it's 291 now for 7. Blackwood gone for 114 from 261 balls.
Yes, Sean, and that innings, 261 balls, 15 fours, and 1 6 as well. A fine knock has ended, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have gotten the breakthrough that they were looking for. Certainly good start for them this morning, and Paul getting his first wicket, and he continues to work. I thought good bowling spells by him, 1 for 44 so far. He's in his 16th over. So if they're looking to bowl out the Jamaica Scorpions before lunch, the thing they had to do this morning was to pick up an early wicket, and a prize wicket too of Jermaine Blackwood. So they have done that. As the new batsman, that's Merchant. He makes his way out in the middle, Jamie Merchant. And he too fancies himself as a good lower order batsman. He's well built, and he goes into his stance there, Jamie Merchant. Outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. And I've just been told by our scorer, Visham, that he had a half century and a fifer in the last game as well.
Yes, certainly a good all-round performance. There have been a few who did that in regional cricket. One that comes to mind got 100 and a 5-wicket haul against the Windward Islands was Roger Harper, the former Guyana captain. He's one of the captains who won the 12 titles that Guyana won. He won 2 of them, and Clive Lloyd would have won 2 also, and Rohan Kanai actually won the first one in 1973. But Leon Johnson with 5 is the most successful captain, as I said, for Guyana. So we look at Pamal now, this is not no unfamiliar sight for him, being the leading wicket taker in a tournament. This has gone back since the last 5 years. He's ended the tournament. He's actually got the most wickets in a tournament, 69.
Yes, and he has given tremendous service to Guyana cricket. And I think they were absolutely pleased, when he was recalled to the West Indies team, Virasamy Pamal. Thomas is in strike, and he's driving back up the track for Pamal to field. There is no run. And this is what hard work does. It pays off.
And he performed well against Sri Lanka, got a 5-wicket haul on his return.
Exactly, he did. Pamal. And Thomas is getting a good delivery. He's back, a little bit slow off the pitch, and he was very careful as he plays the defensive shot. That's Anthony Adams down at backward point, a solitary slip and a forward short leg. Here's a drive down towards long off. Kevin Sinclair comes off the boundary, and they get another single. So this is intelligent cricket by Thomas. He moves on to 41 from 50 deliveries. It's now 292 for the loss of 7.
Yes, and he's coming down now to have a conversation with Merchant, the bigger of the two, built like a light heavyweight boxer, Merchant, and he's an off spinner.
Yes, I saw him outside there practicing. My first impression when I saw him, I did not know it was Merchant. I thought that's another Jamaican fast bowler. But then when I saw him practice, he was bowling off spinners. So it was like, wow, he can give the ball a ring. He's a big guy and should make use of those muscles. Off the back foot, driving, the edge found, beats the first slip, and it's going to roll into the fine third man boundary for 4 runs. A false shot, nevertheless, he got the edge and he got the boundary. So he opens his account with 4. Yes, big edge just out of the leaping hands of Leon Johnson and down to the boundary.
Yeah, but that would have been a very difficult catch for Leon Johnson to take if he'd come up with that. That was been one of the catches of the century. But showing positive intent, and they looking to score quickly.
So, Pamal tries once again. He knows that he has beaten his man with the previous delivery. Turned around nicely, good deliberate shot. Down towards short, backward square, and they will get the single. So 1 more to the score, and Thomas will move on by 1 on to 41, 297 for the loss of 7, and Sean Jamaica will be badly looking here to get to that 250 before the 110 overs.
Yes, well, certainly that would be a slightly difficult task, but with Merchant looking to be aggressive and Thomas already aggressive, nice shot down the track and hits it over the head of mid-on. So 4 runs added to that brings up the 300.
And that was a good looking shot, a deliberate shot by Thomas. Like you said, came down the track and smashed it nicely over the mid-off fielder and down to the boundary for 4, and the 300 coming up in after 94 overs. The run rate is 3.20. That's a healthy one.
Yes, and it might get up to 4 if Merchant and stays with Thomas, because he's looking aggressive from the first shot he played, and he edged it, but it was a vicious cut. And Merchant continuing for where he left off yesterday.
Yes, he came out
Thomas,
yesterday afternoon, Thomas, and played splendidly, was in no trouble whatsoever back here this morning as well. He's playing his shots and continues to look good, and the Harpy Eagles continue to fight away. And Kimo Paul bowling his heart out from the northern end, 1 for 60. He's about to start his 30th over. Kimo Paul, no, I'm just mixing up his figures with Pamal. His figures will just show up in a moment. That's short, and the tall Merchant just pulling out of the shot and allowing one to go by into the gloves of the keeper. Just maybe string a little down the leg side.
And when you bowl a short ball to a taller batsman, it's more likely you hit him than a shorter batsman who is easily going to duck out of the way.
Yes, so Paul, 16 overs, 79 dot balls, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Cameron, 12 overs, 1 for 77. Primol, 29 overs, 1 for 60. Sinclair, 16 overs, 2 for 74. And Moti, 21 overs, 2 for 39. So those are the bowling figures. That's a good delivery. And there was Marchant just coming forward and dropping the bat at the last moment as the ball scoots off down towards second slip area. Can't get a run, but was another good delivery by Kimo Paul.
Yeah, just back of the length and a little away movement, and bowling to the lower order batsman, he'll always be in trouble, especially if he's just come to the crease.
Yes, so Paul, in the absence of Niall Smith, he's the senior statesman out in the middle as far as fast bowling is concerned, and backed up by Dimitri Cameron. Marchant down the leg side once again. Kimo Paul just straying in line a little. The pace was good, coming off the pitch nicely, nothing wrong with that, but it's just to maintain a consistent line and length.
Well, there's some discussion yesterday whether Beaton could have replaced the injured Niall Smith, but I spoke with the manager, Albert Smith, and he said that only if it's COVID related or a concussion, then there could be a replacement, because they brought 15 to our reserves.
Yes, we did discuss that yesterday, so we have cleared up the air on that one. It's a pity because Beaton did bowl well in the final practice match. I saw him looking good against the American Cricket Society when they toured Guyana. But at the end of the day, you had to name a 13. Yeah. And in the minds of the selectors, that was the best 13 that they have named. I guess sometime down the line, Beaton might very well get his chance. Here's a drive in the air, over extra cover, out towards the boundary, and Tejnarayan Chandapal just giving up the chase there. And another good-looking 4 to Marchant. He moves on to 9, 305. For the loss of 7.
So Marchant has hit 2 boundaries, one a iffy shot, this one in the air but well away from any fieldman, was safely placed, and he continues to bat with positive intent. 45 to Thomas, who is also looking positive. There's a very good likelihood that the 350 can be made by 110 overs.
Yes, so Paul continues from that northern end. Another fine day for cricket here at Diego Martin. And Marchant taps away. Here is a drive by Marchant. Is in the air. The fielder coming around. He's not going to get there. And that ball will go away. That's a maximum. Hit well by the right-handed Marchant, taking the attack to Kimo Paul. And that's gone over long on, just below the white side screen for 6 runs. Good blow.
Well, continuing to be attacking, not only Thomas, but Marchant now playing his role. And Guyana's got to break this partnership very quickly if they don't want to concede, first of all, extra batting points, but most of all, bowl out Jamaica Scorpions for a reasonably total.
Well, at 311, that's a good total so far, and still 3 wickets standing. And I like the approach this morning by the Jamaica Scorpions. They're not going to be bogged down whatsoever. They'll be looking for every scoring opportunities, and these are 2 strong fellas. It's a small ground, and once they connect, it's definitely going to clear the boundary ropes.
And even if it doesn't clear the boundary rope, it's going to get to the boundary very quickly because of the lightning fast outfield.
You're right about that, Sean. Onto the back foot goes Thomas, and he's defending down towards Kimo Paul at extra cover. There is no run.
So ideal batting conditions here, a pitch which is favouring the batsmen, but got something in it for the bowlers also.
Yes, good batting pitch, and once the bowlers try hard, be consistent, they are definitely going to be rewarded. That's the reason why in a good batting track, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have been rewarded with 7 wickets so far.
I want to say good morning to Richard Mohammed. He's the curator here, and he was one of the Terraforma employees that built the practice wicket behind the Providence Stadium and the ground. He spent 2 years in Guyana, And he said he wanted to live in Guyana. He loved Guyana so much. He traveled to Essequibo, but he never went to the Essequibo coast because he was afraid of the speedboats.
Wrapped on the pad, there's a question asked of the umpire. Not out, says the gentleman, and the right-handed merchant. He survives the appeal but was beaten by Virasamy Premal.
And his height saved him, long stretch, and the ball hit him too far out.
So, goes into his stance once again, a slip and a forward short leg down the track, and that's gone. That's a big hit again, over wide long on this time, and that's another maximum by Merchant. So he has made his mind clear. Once he's in the slot, he's going to go for that. Good pick up and deliver. And that ball seemed to be heading down towards the residential area there. Lovely scene here at Diego Martin. We have all enjoyed this beautiful cricket ground. That was a fine shot. Merchant onto 21, 318 for 7.
And big ground or small ground or not, that would have cleared any ground going for 6. That went by the road. It went out of the ground, and that was the same area that the little boys were having a fight yesterday afternoon.
Yes, and there's the North Diego Secondary School in that junction. There is where the fellas came yesterday afternoon. So some help will be given to the fielder, goodly gentleman out there. In fact, yes, picked it up and got it back in play. So that was a huge shot by Merchant. And why not? He's a strong guy, powerfully built, and when he muscles into that one, there might be some wetness on the ball. That's the reason why it's kicked on the grass to ensure that the water being absorbed. So
and he's hitting with the breeze. The breeze is blowing from north to south, looking at the flags. And so he's hitting with the breeze, makes it easier for him to clear that fence.
Yes, and it wasn't sanitized. We thought that would have been the thing to do. So Premal, because somebody else outside of the field held on to the ball and shied it in the middle. I don't know what the regulations are like, but I think to be careful, it should have been sanitized. Off the back foot goes Merchant, and punching this down to Kimo Paul at extra cover.
So Merchant has rushed quickly up to 21 from just 12 balls and playing a good supporting knock.
And he will definitely go after Premal once he's in the slot to Merchant, and this time he's swinging at this one, an appeal for leg before. It is running down towards a fine leg. Let's watch the return. Is going to come in from Leon Johnson. Await the signal from the umpire, so he's going to signal leg buys. So 2 more run to the score, and not making contact this time, but getting 2 via the leg buy. 320 for 7. Thomas 46, Merchant on 21.
And even with the wealth of experience of Premal, one flaw of most of the Guyanese bowler is inconsistent lines. You're bowling one ball on the off stump, very good, and then you're straying onto the leg stump. That last ball was middle and leg stump. That's why he swept.
Yes, so this is one thing that they need to be careful with. On pitches like these, all we are asking for, and all the skipper will be asking for too, is to ensure that they be consistent with their lines and their length. Once you stray on these small grounds, you are going to be hit out of the park or down towards the boundary, and we have seen that very consistently. That's a good delivery by Kimo Paul, and Thomas is getting in behind it and showing Paul the full face of the bat.
And of all the bowlers bowled, maybe with the exception of Premal, Kimo Paul has been the most consistent, hitting good lines and lengths.
Yes, he has done so, Kimo Paul. And you just take a look at Paul's bowling. How many boundaries have struck off Kimo Paul? 8 fours and 1 6.
And he's in his 18th over, and just 54 runs have
Yes.
come from him. He's gotten 1 wicket.
Here is a drive, sweetly timed, down behind the bowler, but cannot score.
Nice
But-
half stop by Kimo. Got
Yes.
his hand hit.
And he came down well because he was going through with the momentum as well and had the presence of mind. He is one of the cricketers who work tremendously hard on his game. He's very fit out in the middle there. Good to see him back on a cricket field.
And back from injury, I was very impressed with his ability to bowl 10 overs on the trot at the Oval.
Paul. Good delivery, and Thomas looks the part here today. He's on 46, eyeing a half century, just off 56 balls so far for his 46, and has looked good. But Kimo Paul has maintained this pressure on him in this over, and that's good to see. There are 2 slips and a gully. Cover now posted out on the boundary. There's also extra cover. A mid-off, halfway to the boundary, there is mid-on. We have a backward square and a long leg. This is worked away into the onside field, and they will get to the single. Hemraj comes away towards his right from mid-on. One more to Thomas. He moves on to 47.
Yes, and just over 13 overs left for them to get 29 runs to get another bonus batting point.
Yes, and that will definitely be on the cards. Technically, Jamaica might not win the championship, but they want to end on a high. A fine victory over Trinidad and Tobago in their last match, who is actually struggling against the Barbados Pride in this round.
Yeah, Kimo looking to do some stretching. Might have got a little problem, a little niggle. Nothing serious. He's coming in again.
Nice rhythmic action by Kimo Paul. That's short and a pull, and he got it low down into the pitch, and it trickles away down towards the keeper. And Kimo Paul continued to pressure his man there. Just see him taking out the helmet. Was he hit on the helmet? We just shall see the replay. And he has pulled the helmet off. Was it some gloves? But he's doing some repair job to the helmet there. The tall merchant. Was a testing delivery by Kimo Paul.
Yes, while we're waiting for that replay, I don't think that it hit his helmet. I think his helmet...
well, we're looking at the replay now, see exactly where it
yes,
hit.
It hit his helmet.
It is the helmet.
Yeah, it hit his helmet.
And that was a nasty one. Thank God for a very strong helmet. Now we see the physio going out, and they certainly will do their test for that concussion.
Yeah, the concussion test, and they most likely will change the helmet also. That's what happens at the higher level.
And it's good to see, Sean, that Merchant is still standing. Thank God for helmet. In the days when there weren't helmet, there weren't too many hits in the head. That was the era in which batsmen, you know, they were absolutely brave. They knew they weren't wearing helmets, so they practiced for that.
Sir Vivian Richards quickly comes to mind.
Well, he wore a natural helmet. Those were brave fellas. Was it Vinud Mankad, the first guy to ever wear a cork?
No, Graham Yallop from England. Yeah, he wore a motorcycle helmet.
Motorcycle helmet to protect the head. Why not?
I think that was in 1976.
That's a delicate part. While your skull is hard, what the skull protects is a jelly-like brain. And you want to save that. You don't want that to be destroyed. So Merchant is standing, the final delivery in Kimo Paul's over, as he turns in the distance and heads towards the right-handed Merchant. Short, and he's hooking at this one. It's going to fall safe and down to the boundary for 4. So he's fighting fire with fire. He gets the boundary, short delivery, and he played it well this time.
Courageous shot. You just got hit on your helmet. Next ball, a bumper, and you go for it again. Good shot, well controlled. 1 bounce for 4.
Yes, so Merchant is on 25. Thomas has 47. Jamaica Scorpions 325 for 7. More from you, Sean. And then it will be the voice of our colleague from Guyana, John Ramsey.
Yeah, so it's 325 for 7. Jamaica in a good position, even though they have lost the early wicket today of Blackwood. He was caught off the bowling of Kimo Paul for 114, 261 balls, 16 fours and a 6. He fell at 291 for 7. Well, since then, these two have joined forces and have really looked to up the tempo in terms of the scoring. As we say, good morning to John Ramsing.
Hello, Sean. Good morning, everyone. And this enthralling battle is still with us. 1 wicket down, and lots of runs already in the first half hour of play.
Pomal is in, bowled in that short, back of a length. Back goes Thomas, plays it into the offside. And Indiges was talking about the soft tissue of your brain and the skull and your helmet protecting you. Here is a ball that's on the line of the off stump, played quietly in front of him by Thomas. Pumal feels again there is no run. Well, I want to say good morning to Dr. Peter Ramcharan at the Sinclair Medical Center. He protected my brain when I had my surgery in the 2nd of October 2012, along with God.
We always say God is good.
Yes, every time. Here is Pumal. Forward short leg and a slip going down, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is forward. And Thomas looks a batsman who is not only a slugger, he's played the balls that need to be defended with defense. And he's attacked the balls that need good shot selection from him. Oh, a loose shot this time. While I was praising him, his shot selection, too close to cut. And a little bit of extra bunks there. Well taken by Imlak.
Well, the new ball is still a relatively new ball. The second new ball, he will get extra bounce.
Pumal, Guyana's leading wicket taker so far with 14 wickets, bowls, and that's the end of the over. The partnership has quickly gone up to 34, more than a run a ball, 31 balls, and the total is 325 for 7. Still a lot of overs to go, 12 overs in fact, before they cut off for the batting points.
Yeah. And 43 runs already added this morning. Just the centurion in the test player, Jeremy Blackwood, dismissed. Kimo Paul attacking. He hit the batter on his head, and then the next ball he was pulled for 4. So while Kimo Paul is attacking, the batsmen as well are prepared to fight back.
Yeah, they're counter-attacking, fighting fire with fire. Marchant, a tall man. And there was a code long ago that fast bowlers don't bump at fellow fast bowlers. That's gone out of the window now.
Most definitely.
But unfortunately for Merchant, he's looked like a fast bowler, but he's an off spinner.
Right, and then the Aldean Thomas at the other end is the wicket keeper.
Yeah, so you have all rights to go full ahead, bowl short at him. Here is Kimo Paul, bowls, and that's pitched up and turned nicely off the pads down to the backward square, the substitute. Adams in the way, and he sends the return, just a single. So Merchant now goes to 26. He gives the strike back to Thomas, who's on 47, 326 for 7.
Kimo striving for extra pace and also looking for the Yorker, and he got it very full. It was a low full toss to Merchant. Merchant is 26 in quick time, so he's prepared to play some shots, and he would not miss out on that juicy full toss on this Thursday morning.
1 for 60s in his 19th over. Kimo Paul bowls, and that's hit in the air over the boundary, and that's gone for 6. Morty was exploring the possibility briefly of taking the catch, but then he realized the ball was way over his head. So both batsmen pulling Paul for 6s. Merchant has gone to 26, and Thomas with that 6 got his 50s, 53.
Yeah, well played. Ball that was very short and hooking from the body, and he got the upper part of the bat, but he made good connection, good power. There's a feeler deep backward square, there's a feeler at square leg back on the boundary for the hook, and that went over Moti's head at deep backward square. Small ground, you will get value for shots.
Well, let's see if the ploy of Paul is to get the batsman to hook. No, this ball is pitched up. Good intelligent bowling, because most batsmen would think if you got 2 men on the deep boundary on the leg side, you will want to bowl consistently short. But Kimo is bowling short with pace, and plus he's bringing the ball up. Good variation, good intelligence.
And good bat as well, because there is Thomas recognizing that the ball was fuller and played defensive, because if he was looking for another short ball, would have been hanging back on his back foot waiting, but there he was getting right in front and defensive as well.
Partnership already 41 as Paul bowls wide of the off stump, and no shot played there by Thomas. So that's the thing with Thomas, he's batting like a batsman. He's leaving alone the balls too wide, and he's exhibiting good shot selection.
Looks the part, and it's a good batting track, featherbed. So far we're seeing, but this morning as we were looking at the pitch, you notice from the northern end some footmarks being created just outside what would be a left-hander's off stump, So that can be some concern a bit later on. This is early days, just this first session on day number 2.
Short ball from Kimo Paul, and that's pulled away. Has the legs to take it to the boundary. The outfield is very fast, so that would aid in the batsman scoring run.
Just hitting it, rolling the wrist over, and got 4 runs. You mentioned about the bowling, well, the batting and bowling bonus points up to 110 overs. Yeah, so there's the Jamaica Scorpions. They recognize that once they can score as many as possible for 110, they'll get some bonus points.
Good single there, just played with nice soft hands, took the pace off the ball and hurried through for the single. So the overs come to an end as Merchant will keep the strike. He is on to 26, 58 to Thomas. It's 337 for 7.
So another partnership developing here for Jamaica Scorpions. 46 already for the 8th wicket. At this point in time, I want to say happy independence to Guyana and everyone associated, whether you're in Guyana or out of Guyana. Happy 56th anniversary, dear land of Guyana.
Yes, congratulations to Guyana as a nation. We've come a long way since May 26, 1966, when we gained the independence and we saw the British flag being lowered and the golden arrowhead being raised. Good for Guyana. Now we're oil rich. That's better for Guyana.
Our human resource, I think, continues to be our richest asset. Lovely people. Anywhere you go in Guyana and you find a Guyanese, the hospitality is second to none.
I think anywhere in the world you go and you find a
world.
Guyanese. Here is Pomal bowled and he's down the track again, playing an aggressive shot. That's between mid-wicket and the long on and down to the boundary for 4. So pugnacious hitting there by both batsmen. Track, he moves to 30 with that boundary. 17 balls. The 5th partnership is come up in just 39 balls. 242 for 7.
The intent is clear by the Jamaica Scorpions, low order batsmen, to score quickly, and they're trying not to allow Pomal to settle, and to some extent Kimo Paul as well, because they know they're the threatening bowlers for the Harp Eagles. So they're just trying to be very aggressive.
And that one was again badly lined outside the line of the leg stump. He swept at it and might not have a bat on it, but he still got runs because it's leg byes. And they come back for 2. Scorer? Yeah, 2. So 2 leg byes, 1 leg bye added to the score. So it's still 343 for 7 with that single. The single also ensures that the batting is rotated. In he comes, bowls, and that's a lovely shot down the track and clipped it square, almost like Vivian Richards style. But there's protection on the backward square boundary and limits the scoring to 1. But good use of the feet by both batsmen. Merchant is on 30, Thomas is on 60, 344 for 7.
Yeah, they're not trying to allow Veerasammy Pomal to settle at all. Just trying to maneuver him in bowling some different line and lengths, just trying to shake him up.
Yes, he needs to bowl more on middle and off stump, maybe outside off stump. He's got the sweep on the boundary, he's got a short cover, he's got a slip, he's got a backward point, and he's got a protection on the long off boundary. And this is a better delivery and played into the offside out towards point, and there is no run. The big Merchant is kept on 30, Thomas is kept on 60, and Jamaica, the partnership already 53 from 43 balls, 344 for 7, 100 overs bowled.
Yes, and it means now that they have a bonus point for getting to 200, 250, 300, and the 4th bonus point is looming, because once they get to 350 they'll be able to get that additional bonus point for batting. And like the Guyana Harp Eagles, they have 7 wickets already, so it means they have 2 bowling bonus points So Kimo Paul getting the early breakthrough this morning, has a pace bowling bonus point as well. So lots of points on offer. And we see now bowling change from the northern end with Dimitri Cameron coming in, replacing Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul before this, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 71 runs, and he's picked up 1 wicket, the wicket this morning of Blackwood. And now we see Cameron coming into the attack. Cameron, 12 overs, none for 77. Very expensive.
Yeah, 1 for 77. He
One
got
for 77.
1 wicket.
Yes, he got the early wicket yesterday.
Yeah. And he's got 2 first-class wickets. This is just his second game. Looked very nervous in the first game, where he misfielded quite a lot. Ball went right through his legs. And this game, he's looked a little better, but he's bowled with a lack of control. He's bowled all over the place. Wayward bowling from the 25-year-old who started at Rose Hall Tongue, then went to Portmorant, and is now bowling for Albion in Berbice at club level. This is a short ball, and cut away out towards the deep square cover, and he will get a single. And Merchant Thomas will go to 61, brings Merchant back into strike, who's on 30, 345 for 7.
And this partnership, 54 in quick time, just 44 deliveries, and now with Kimo out of the attack. I mean, he could not bowl all morning. Now the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen will be looking to cash in again on Cameron, who's not having the best of days. But that was when he was bowling from the southern end. Maybe you have a change of fortunes, bowling from the northern end with a little wind
and he
behind
comes,
his back.
bowls, that's outside the line of the off stump. No shot played, taken there by the keeper as Merchant doesn't play. So Thomas and Merchant, as you said, the partnership 54, and the encouraging aspect of that is that it's over 100 strike rate, the partnership. So Cameron with the white side screen behind his back and a huge vegetation, lots of trees behind his back. He's bowling with the wind, and he's coming in bowls that's short and looking to cut and slices it out towards the vacant third man position. So 4 more runs to the total, 4 more runs to Merchant. He's gone to 34. It's 349 now for 7, and for sure the 350 would come up before the 110 overs.
Yeah, a bit wide again from Cameron, not with any venom at all. So it was easy for the batsman to just rock back on the back foot and open the face of the bat and run it down to third man, where there's no fielder there to save some runs. There's no defensive fielder there, just 2 slips catching. So Leon Johnson's attacking here, but Cameron don't have the pace necessarily to bring those slips in play just yet.
1 for 82. This is his 13th over. We'll try to get from our score official how many boundaries has been struck off Cameron. Here he is, on his way. Slimly built, long sleeves, button down to his wrist, bowls to... yes, that's a good delivery there. Merchant coming forward and had to stretch for it and played it quietly into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, this ball was angled back into the right-hander, and no room outside the off stump at all. So much better delivery. And you asked the number of boundaries struck off of Cameron. 15 fours so far.
15 fours in his 13th over. And maybe only Sinclair has had more boundaries scored off him.
Sinclair has 14.
Oh, here is Cameron on his way. That's down the leg side. Loud appeal. Might have clipped the pad or the hip, but certainly no bat or glove. As well taken though down the leg side by the keeper Imlach. Let's see the replay. What did it hit?
From my vantage point, looking at it, when Cameron sent that one down, was down the leg side. And
the replay now? Yes, it hit the thigh pad. So again, the wayward line, erratic lines and lengths by Cameron, bowled a good ball outside the off stump and then straight down the leg side, the next delivery. Here is a ball that's again back of a length. That's a good delivery also. Had the batsman playing awkwardly in the end as the over comes to an end. So Merchant survives. He's on 34, and with him is Thomas on 61. The partnership 58 from 49 balls. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss and batting their 349 now for 7.
Yes, the score is now 349 to 7. 349 to 7.
And sometimes you don't give the umpires enough credit. That was a good decision once again from umpire Carl Tuckett, and perhaps his signal is working very well. Because look at those antennas on that hill there, Sean. And I'd like to call that signal hill because it's very high and it's smart to put the towers where it's the highest point.
Yeah,
You
they're
don't have to go very
antenna
high.
for the radio stations close by. And of course, it looks a lot darker on TV than it really is. Most of those white kind of clouds you're seeing are actually Sahara dust. So Pomal bowling from the road end where those maxis and cars are passing. Here he is on his way and swept away. Bad line again, outside the line of the off stump, well, down the leg side, maybe on middle and leg stump, and swept away out towards the backward square position. Good work there by Cameron, and limits the scoring to 2. So the 305th coming up in 102nd over.
Yes, another landmark. Well played, Jamaica Scorpions.
Another bonus point for batting. This is in to the offside. It's played back punch, this time by Thomas. And so good rotation in the strike, good batting. The runs keep flowing with singles and boundaries. So it's a good period despite the loss of Blackwood for the Jamaica Scorpions.
At the start of the tournament, the Jamaica Scorpions lost their opening 2 matches to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and to Barbados Pride. And after that 3 months break, coming back into the second part of the tournament, Captain John Campbell did say it seems as if they're starting a brand new tournament, and it seems as if they have brand new energy. They won their last game convincingly, and now here they are in total control of this game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Pomal passes the umpire, Butner bowls, and down the track he comes. And clubbers it away. Didn't time it as well as he would liked. And in the end, it trickled down to the man at long on, and he gets a single. So he's on to 35 now, and the total going up to 353.
Well, Pomal saw him coming and pushed it wide, and that's why he offered the bat, but did not get the connection he was looking for.
Nice delivery there from Pomal. So in addition to all of that, you were saying, Jamaica is, with the absence of their 2 West Indies players who have been recently picked for the Netherlands and Pakistan, King and Bonner. So the batting has been weakened, and they're still getting maybe 400 total.
So
the
King had in the last round had 100, so yes, definitely weakened, but not showing any signs of weakness.
Yes, and of course they've still got the other Centurion, the captain, John Campbell. So a lot of centuries have been scored in this tournament. I think when Blackwood scored his century, it was the 11th by 10 batsmen. And I was asking Inderjeet what he thought was the reason for the improvement in the scores, especially in the Trinidad zone of this tournament. And he said improvement in the batting. Maybe improvement in the batting, yes, but also better pitches.
The temperament of the batsmen as well, if you look at the determination to score big, and if you look at the way the points table is structured as well, how it's set up, batsmen realizing the need to bat their teams to good positions, like Jermaine Blackwood did this morning, well yesterday into today. So because of all factors taken into consideration, the batsmen are putting a higher premium on their wickets.
Cameron is in, bowls a ball that's struck on the pad, and we're side on, but the camera is straight on, so we'll see if that ball.
You already seen 2 stumps, and there it was, perhaps sliding.
Yeah.
Marginally, good shout, but umpire Tuckett as well in the perfect position, sliding down the leg side.
And maybe Cameron got that ball to move in towards the batsman too much.
Yeah.
He would have liked that if he'd pitched it a little wider of the off stump. But sometimes if you spin the ball too much, if you get too much inward movement from by a fast bowler, that's work That's worked not in your favor, in the batsman's favor. That's a lovely shot. Back and he goes, slaps it away, out over the backward point boundary. 4 more runs. So excellent shot there from the little Thomas. He's gone now to 69 from 77 balls. Merchant is on 30. Partnership already 6-7, and Jamaica 358 for 7.
I think they're getting that extra batting bonus point. They want to get to 400 before 110 overs. And at this rate, they're well on course. Good save shot. Ball was outside the off stump. And once again, there's no field at third man to save the boundary. And in the end, they got 4 runs.
So they've got technically 7 overs and 4 balls, barring wides and no balls, to get how many runs they need to get? 42 runs. So it's going to be like a one-day situation. But in the one-day game, you could block up the gaps. You could get called for bowling wides. Here is a ball that's back and across. Nicely played there by Thomas. And he's not like he's looking exclusively to score very quickly. He's playing each ball on its merit.
That's good batsmanship. He's gotten to his half century already. He's now on to 69. So you've seen it. He has seen it all. So he knows when to attack, when to defend. And this is a very smart innings from him. Started since yesterday with Jeremy Blackwood. Continues today.
Good morning to you in Jamaica, wherever you are in Guyana, listening and watching. Wherever you are across the world, I understand this streaming is being taken in India also. Yes, says John, with a nod of his head. So we've been looked at and listened to all over the world. Once you've got internet and any device, electronic device like a TV, a laptop, camera, a phone, here is back and across goes Thomas as Cameron pitches just back of a length and played solidly into the offside. His bat beginning to look as broad as the side screen behind him.
Like I said, this is good batting. Some good deliveries served up now from Cameron. And there he is, not trying to score, but just trying to defend and to survive. Playing his ball on its merit. Maybe an understatement. He's looking really good now. Aldane Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Here is Cameron in bright sunshine. Bowls to Thomas. Thomas is hitting that just out of the reach of the man at the backward square position. And Niall Smith, who's on the field, the ball. So Thomas now with that boundary goes to 73, and it's 262 for the loss of 7 wickets. 103 overs gone. So 7 overs left to get 38.
Yeah, so another short ball, and this time he rocked back on the back foot and pulled just backward of square. And the substitute field, Niall Smith, who's not playing because of that niggle he has, could not pull off the diving save. I think he got his right hand to it, but it went through after he hit the ground. So good effort, but 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs again to the Scorpions.
Pamal bowls, and that's swatted away. And not a man moved. The long off and the long on, and maybe Kevin Sinclair didn't even pick the ball up as it rushed into the boundary for 4.
Well, that's what he's gesticulating to his teammates, that he did not see it. It was hit so powerful, and by the time he realized that the chain link fence behind him was right, very straight, back over the bowler's head, and he at long off had no chance.
Merchant defends, the ball hits the outer half of the bat, a little bit torn there for Pamal down towards the backward point, and there's no run. So Merchant now is on 39 from 29 balls. This has been a really wonderful, aggressive innings, full of positive intent. He settles, green Jamaica helmet on his head, and gets a wide ball. Not wide enough to be called a wide, but wide enough not to test his ability to cut and he left it alone, taken by Imlach. So Thomas at the non-strikers end, he's on 73. Merchant in strike, he's on 39. Again, he leaves the ball alone. And the run rate, going closer now to 4 per over, 3.53. And they Pomal, 1 for 82. This is his 34th over. He comes in and he bowls, and that's played nicely off the back foot. Good stop there from Adams, who scoots across. So there are lots of fielders, emergency fielders on the field. Well, Hemraj is back, so Smith has gone off. And there's still Adams for Passad, who, according to the physio, will bat. This is a ball that's on the line of the off stump, played into the offside, picked up by Paul at cover, and there's no run. So the over comes to an end at the end of it, 366 for the loss of 7. Thomas is on 73, Merchant is on 39, and this is where we have more thoughts from you, John Ramsing, and then it's going to be the voice of Inderjeet Passad.
Yeah, nice healthy current run rate by the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings still. Do remember this is day number 2, and just about 1 hour's play into the second day. First session about to conclude. Jamaica Scorpions looking really good. Remember overnight 282 for 6 with Blackwood on 110 and Thomas on 35. They have since lost Jermaine Blackwood for 114, just 4 added to his overnight score. But they did not lose runs, did not lose momentum, and we did not lose any of the excitement because Thomas and Merchant, they're in a very good partnership for the 8th wicket and certainly looking to pile on the pressure and to drive home the advantage that they have. 366 for 7 and 6 overs to go before that 110 overs expiration where they can score batting bonus points, and I think they're on course for that additional bonus points. As we say good morning once again to Inderjeet.
Hello to you, John. Hello to listeners once again. And Cameron, that's a good delivery. Better line this time with the stumps. And so far, John, 75 runs for the 8th wicket. This is absolutely what Jamaica was looking for.
It's a numbers game, and they started this morning looking for quick runs. They lost 1 wicket, but not the scoring rate, and they managed to pick up lots of boundaries. So they're up with the rate, and they're up with that scoring plan that they have in just the first hour, 75 runs. That can tell the story.
Yes, and like we've been saying all along, too many boundary deliveries. Good-looking shot this time by the right-handed Thomas, and he is very, very confident. Runs are flowing from his bat as well. I cannot recall at any time in his innings, he's on 73 of 83 balls, that he was actually troubled by the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling lineup. And this will tell you the kind of form that he is in, has looked the part, is making use of a pitch that is presenting excellent opportunity for scoring runs, and the ground as well. This time he has him on the back foot and plays well all along the ground, down towards stage 9. Chandapal at extra cover, and they will take the single. So 1 more to the score. Thomas moves on to 74, and he is in sight of 100 here. And why not? To my mind, it's there for the taking for him.
Likewise, Merchant in 39, eye and a half century. Runs on offer here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So why not? Cash in.
Yes, certainly. You're not going to have this kind of pitch every time that you come to bat. Make use of it. That's short, and just looking for the pull shot there, and the ball balloons into the gloves of Imlach, and there is no run. Just testing his man. And on this type of track, if you bowl short, you do not bowl it in the right areas, you're going to go for runs. We've seen some cracking pull shots and hook shot by both Thomas and Merchant.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive, playing the short ball very well. And this pitch giving you good bounce, nice steady bounce. So they can trust the bounce and play their shots and get value.
And he's looking for the pull shot once again, this time not making contact. half-hearted appeal going up by the keeper and the slip, and the umpire will have none of that. So he's signaling there's already one above the shoulder there. So Cameron has to be, and it all calls for patience. You have to be very patient as a bowler on this type of pitch, in which you allow the batsman to make the mistakes. You want to bowl line and length. You do not want to give any width so far, and almost every bad delivery that was sent down by the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers, they were put away down towards the boundary. So just control, that's the key word. That's short again, a diving effort by Imlach. The appeal goes up and he's been given the marching orders there. Merchant gone for 39. A short ball, couldn't resist the hook shot and taken behind. That's a brilliant catch by Tevin Imlach. 367 now for the loss of 8.
Catches win matches, and that one can really from Tevin Imlach, and you needed something spectacular to break the partnership. I was about to ask where you think the next wicket will come from, and Tevin Imlach and Cameron answered that question very early. So partnership broken, and at the end of that 8-wicket partnership, Jamaica Scorpions 367 for 8. Jamie Merchant caught at the wicket spectacularly off the bowling of Cameron for 39.
Well, it had to take something very special. John? Well, after the little water break, the Scorpions have sent out into the middle Marquino Mindley, and he has joined Thomas, who is on 74, 367 for the loss of 8. The first hour this morning produced 85 runs and 2 wickets fell. So the runs have been scored and scored very, very quickly as well. So Scorpions will feel that they have done well in this session. Despite losing the 2 wickets, they have scored 85 runs in just 60 minutes of batting, and that is exactly what they were looking for, getting very fast runs. So it's going to be Virasamy Premal, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Thomas. 74, 367 for the loss of 8. Still good conditions prevail here at Diego Martin. And Premal so far 1 for 82. He's going to start his 35th over. Adams, what is it? Having a little discussion there with Smith on the boundary ropes. And now we have the two batters. They too are going to have a little discussion. We'll never know what's happening from here on. The umpire is asking Leon Johnson, tell me something, what's going on? And Leon Johnson just pointed, and some pad he's asking for. And he's frustrated because somebody's not understanding his signal. As I say hello once again to John Ramsing.
Hi, good morning again, Inderjeet. And happy independence to you, my brother, my fellow Guyanese. Yeah, so Leon Johnson called very early for the extra pad for a fielder to go in close, and that's usually they use the wicket-keeping pads these days for the close-in fielder, and the substitute fielder in Niall Smith not quite understanding what the signal was, and was asking all sorts of questions. The umpire realizing that time is going because you just had a drinks break where you could have done all of this, and he's asking why you wait until that to happen. Why you wait until we're ready to resume, then to realize you won the pads. So the umpires were urging Leon Johnson to get on with things, and there he was taking out that baby frustration on the emergency fielder. And the emergency fielder took out the pads and realized he had to go for the helmet. He had to go back and duplicate that run, then collected the helmet. It's all happening here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Yes, John.
Yes, with the amount of blows that have been sharing in this match so far by the Jamaica Scorpions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles players tend to lose their concentration. You know, they get a whole lot of lashes. So
well, they will need to recuperate and recuperate very quickly. And Smith is still out there having a discussion with Hemraj. Now he's going to make his way. Is he going to go off the field? Yes, it looks as though he's going to go off the field. And that's Vishal Singh going under that green helmet and getting the pads as well. It could have been done and spoken about during the little water break. That was not done, and just holding up play a little. And Leon Johnson looked very frustrated, so he's going to take up his position down at forward short leg. Normally that position was occupied by Akshaya Prasad, but he's injured. Tejnarain Chandapal normally takes it there as well. Here is a drive, peeling off maybe the outer part of the bat, goes down towards fine leg, and they will get the single. So one more to Thomas, and with that single, in fact two, they have ran two, so good running between the wickets so far.
And the reason Vishal Singh is under the bat is because Tejnarain Chandapal, who was doing it after Akshay Prasad was hit and went off, Tejnarain is also off the field, and Niall Smith is on the field at the cover boundary.
Yes, and he too is suffering some niggling injury. He will not like to aggravate that. Tossed up, and here is a sweep shot, but there is protection down on the deep backward square leg boundary. Dimitri Cameron is in the way, sending the return to Tevin Imlak. So just to recap what transpired this morning, overnight, Blackwood on 110, and with him was Thomas on 35. Today, Blackwood was the first to go. He was caught by Tejnarain Chandapal for 114, 261 balls, 291 for 7, 15 fours and 4 sixes. A fine knock as we watch Premal. And that's a good delivery, well bowled by the right-handed by Premal, and Mindley having no problem playing defensively. Marchant was caught at the wicket of Cameron for 39. Was a good little knock, 3 6 7 for the loss of 8. Coming forward, has the catch been taken at forward short leg? There's an appeal, and yes, Mindley is going to walk away. He didn't trouble the scorers, and Vishal Singh diving away. He's a little man, and the ball, and he took a good catch as it was going away from him. So Johnson called correctly, wanted that forward short leg. It's now 370 for the loss of 9.
When Cameron got the last wicket in the last over, it was a stupendous catch from Tevin Imlak. I said catches win matches, and there we see again Vishal Singh just placed under the bat at forward short leg, had to stay down because Mindley stretched forward, got the inside edge, and then he held his nerve Vishal Singh kept his eyes on the ball and then got his left hand in the perfect position to come up with that catch to see Marquino mainly back in the pavilion. So with the fall of Merchant's wicket, I was about to make the point that they may not get the 300 runs that they were looking for, maybe the extra bonus point to go to 400 runs because they've lost a wicket. And now with the last pair at the crease with Dickelson, Gordon, the right-handed batsman, now making his way into the middle, they'll just have to see how long they can prolong their innings and how many more runs they can score, but not try to be too over-ambitious to go for quick runs and lose a wicket, but just try to really bat long and get as many as you can. But good position for the Harp Eagles to come back as well, because that wicket just before the drinks break and now one after the drinks break is looking much better for them in the field.
Yes, so Gordon is the new batter out in the middle, and he's playing well, coming long forward onto the front foot, strokes it away down towards extra cover. The over has ended. A successful one for Virasamy Pramal. Thomas is on 77. Gordon is yet to score. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss yesterday and batting first. They're 370 for the loss of 9. Pramal 2 for 85 so far from 35 overs. And at this stage of the game, Leon Johnson will be looking to wrap up the Jamaica Scorpion innings. But we have seen far too often, sometimes the last pair at the wicket give the bowlers a lot of trouble, as we seen yesterday with the match between the Leewards and the Windwards.
Yes, with the number 10, I think it is, getting 100. Yes, these things can happen. And remember in the first round, Windwards against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval, the last pair getting a record partnership, but eventually they lost that game because the last pair as well wanted for the Guyana Harp Eagles. So the lower order batsmen can make their mark, and they're all in the batting lineup with a chance. And here is the number 10 and 11 again with a chance.
Yes, so Cameron, he's going to be much more happy picking up a wicket in his last over. And a little bit of success can give you that impetus to go on. Johnson ensuring that the third man comes around more towards its left, and a finer third man too. He's marshalling his forces from the first slip position that he has owned for many, many years now. And now the two batters, they're having a little glove touch, and they're passing on some message to each other as they await Leon Johnson to ensure that the field is placed and the umpire will call play. So we watch Cameron from the northern end of the ground, and he's bowling to Thomas, who's on 77. That's a short delivery outside the line of the off stump, not forcing the right-hander to play any shot. And he might be saying to Gordon, I'm 77. I just want 23 more to get to this 100. If he gets there, it's going to be a classy little knock from Thomas.
Yeah, we saw just in the last round, Gurukesh Moti coming in low down in the order and getting 100 as well. So it's not out of the reach of Thomas at all, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Cameron, he has other ideas, of course. And this has worked nicely down through backward square. And Kevin Sinclair comes away from the boundary. He sends the return in. So he gets another run. He will now move on to 78. It's 371 now for the loss of 9. And this has exposed Gordon in strike. That's Nicholson Gordon. Let's see what he has to offer.
When Thomas was on strike, there's a field at third man. And there's a field at deep backward square. So that deep backward square is going to go to a very short mid wicket. And then third man is going to come up towards a cover point, maybe backward of point. And now 2 slips on the gully being employed. Guyana Harp Eagles looking for this final wicket, and they want to get it very quickly.
Yes, they want to ensure that they wrap this up. And Gordon gets a good delivery. That was well bowled by Cameron, striving for the Yorker. And there was Gordon just not stretching out to the delivery, dropping the bat on it and ensure it got onto bat before the pads. And he stands there. Good delivery by Cameron.
Oh, lovely delivery. And you'd want to say that's a perfect delivery to be bowling to number 11. And he got it right up there. But there's Gordon, equal to the task, and dug it out. So the battle continues really. I like this contest, it's really heating up. Bat was never really, never really dominated Bat.
Yes, and this one is a short delivery outside the line of the off stump, beating the flashing blade of Gordon's bat and going through to the keeper.
Yeah, just was Kevin Sinclair who picked up 2 and 2, and now we saw 2 wickets as well going down in quick succession in a lower order. But it has been Bat who has been dominant throughout this entire innings. Jamaica Scorpions, remember they won the toss and opted to bat. They did the right thing looking back now, 371 for 9, 106 overs. And I'm really enjoying the contest because while Bat has been winning, the Guyana Harp Eagles have been really trying their level best on a flat track to get wickets.
Yes, and that's a testing delivery, short lifting delivery, and Gordon just pulling the head out of harm's way as it went by into the keeper. Nothing wrong with this delivery from Cameron. It was a good short lifting delivery, testing the batsman and just reminding him, I'm a medium fast bowler and I can also bowl bumpers as well. That was a good delivery. Let's see what's the next one is going to be. Will he be striving for the Yorker now? Are we going to see a well-pitched up one, or is he going to go short? We have 2 slips, a backward point, and a short extra cover. And that's another short delivery. And it came off the bat of the batsman, but all along the ground as it goes to Kemo Paul. So Cameron, 2 for 92 from 16 overs. Thomas, 78. Gordon, yet to score. It's 371 for 9.
So Kemo Paul, 1 wicket. Dimitri Cameron, 2 wickets. So 3 wickets to the Guyana Seamers. It means that they have 0.6 fast bowling points. And the spinners, Pramal, 2 wickets. Moti and Sinclair, 2 wickets apiece as well. So 6 and 3, 9 wickets to the last pair at the crease now. Thomas well set on 78, the wicketkeeper batsman, Aldane Thomas. With him is number 11, Nicholson Gordon. There's just 3 overs to go before that 110 mark comes up. The Guyana Harp Eagles, they need this extra wicket to get that extra bowling point, whereas Jamaica Scorpions will have to get a 400 to get another batting bonus point. I guess a wicket is a little bit more realistic at this stage.
So Thomas on 78 gets a good delivery by Pramal, the left arm orthodox, and allows it to go by outside the line of the off stump. Let's see what's going to be his approach with the last spear. Down the track, and that's a shot that's gone in the air, and Moti realized that he's not going to get it. Bang, it goes on the chain link fence, and ricochets back in. That's a good blow, and he moves on to 84, 377 for 9.
Yeah, that's another good shot. He got good connection, got right to the pitch of the ball, taking a few steps down the track and hitting high and hard.
Back he goes, and he crashes this one out through the covers and away to the boundary for 4. A short delivery, gave himself some room and spanked it through the offside field. He gets a boundary. He now moves on to 88. 81 for the loss of 9.
10 runs in 2 balls, and suddenly he's just 2 hits away from 3 figures. 88 now, and 381 on the board.
And this time stepping onto the back foot. The intention was there, but the ball wasn't there, and he just regrouped and plays it down towards backward point. Hemraj feels there is no run. Will he dance down to Pramal again? Will Pramal outfox him? But he's looking to score and score quickly. Down the track he comes and works it into the onside field, and he will get a single. So he ensures that the delivery before the last, he takes the strike at the other end. All Gordon needs now is to ensure he blocks and blocks well. He moves on to 89.
So just 1 delivery to survive for Nicholson Gordon in the 108th over. So Pramal working away, now 36th over for him. This is his 36th. That's 2 for 96. But difficult conditions for bowling.
Pramod bowls outside the line of the off stump. A quicker delivery. 2 for 96 from his 36 overs. Pramod. Thomas is kept on 89. He has the strike. Gordon yet to score. Scorpions 382 for 9.
Yeah, like I said, difficult track for the spinners. I want to correct that because they're not getting any turn at all. And it's a very small ground. So the room for error, the margin for error is there. And once you just short or wide, you can be punished. And the batsmen, they're prepared to play the big shots because they realize the boundaries are not that far. And once they can get good connection, they will punish these spinners. And you can see Sinclair, 16 overs, 2 for 74. Moti, 21 overs, 2 for 39. A little bit economical. And Pramod, 36 overs, 96 runs conceded. So lots of runs from the spinners as well.
Yes, so let's see. Thomas is in strike, and we're watching Cameron bowling to the right-hander. And he's hitting this one in the air. It's going to fall safe and come down towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's a brave shot and nicely played. Of course, he will be seeing them as a football. He has been there for some time. He's on 93, looking to pitch the delivery up and picked on the half volley and smacked over mid-wicket. Moving on to 93. This is the best I've seen Aldane Thomas. I'm just wondering to know, is this going to be his first century at the regional level?
Yeah. Good ball, better bat, well pitched up. And there we see Thomas gets it under it and hitting into mid-wicket. But Kimo Paul has now been placed at mid-wicket.
Thomas gets a short ball and he's pulling this one around. That's a great shot, bisecting the long leg and the where he gets another boundary. That's a bad delivery and stood up to be trashed, and that is exactly what Thomas did to it. He now rockets to 97, 390 for 9.
Yeah, short ball, and that ball just got up about waist high, and it's very easy track for the seamers. And there is Thomas on the back foot just waiting on it and pulled it in the gap, and that's 97, one hit away from a maiden century at the first class level.
So he's 97. Cameron bowls to Thomas and he's defending. Plays down towards mid-on. They've taken 1. They're going to go back and complete 2. That's a bad tangle between Kimo Paul and Cameron. A stiff throw, a clean pick up on a stiff throw. Might have had his man there, but they get 2 and he now moves from 97 to 99. Kimo Paul is down, but he's going to get up. He's going to beat the count.
So Cameron was trying to floor the batter, but eventually, when feeling the ball, he floored his teammate, Kimo Paul. Yeah, just a little bit of tangle. They're both attacking the ball. Kimo running in from the boundary, and Cameron running back from his bowling follow through. And they got there at the same time, but as he was preparing to throw, Kimo ran into that hand. But no damage done, and here he is again, Cameron to Thomas.
Yes, and he gets his 100. He's playing on the front foot, down towards extra cover. Congratulations to Aldane Thomas, his first class 100. And the Jamaican is standing tall as the Northern Mountains look up to him there. Lovely looking innings from him. He looks the part. He will remember this for a long time, and he will be hoping that this is not going to be his last. 100 of 98 deliveries. Well played.
16 fours and 2 sixes. Extremely good knock, a commanding knock from the right-handed batsman. He came out yesterday and looked the part with Jermaine Blackwood, and he was scoring very quickly. He went to bed last night with, I'm sure, a half century at least on his mind, because he went to bed at 35 and 40 deliveries with 8 fours. Came back this morning, got the half century, and now doubled that. So well played, Aldane Thomas. This is your first. I hope it's not the first. I hope it's the first of many.
So short outside the line of the off stump, goes away into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. This has been a high class performance by Aldane Thomas. Got a pitch that is very, very good for batting, and he has made full use of it so far with his 100. And look at it, just off 98 deliveries. That's why on day number 2, just before lunch, The score is 393 for the loss of 9. The scoring rate is 3.61. Good in any longer format of the game. Now he rocks on the back foot as he defends a straight ball down into the offside field. Thomas is high on 100. Gordon yet to score. It's 393 for the loss of 9, the Scorpions.
The very expensive over coming to an end, and now it's set up nicely in this 110th over, because Jamaica Scorpions on the verge of another batting bonus point, but they have the last pair at the crease. So if they can get 7 more runs, they get that extra point. Likewise, the Guyana Harp Eagles can also pick up the 10th wicket to get another bowling bonus point. So it's all
both
set up
ways.
nicely.
Exactly.
Who wants it more?
Yeah, do you think the Jamaicans should be going for that 400?
Yeah, well, things are set up nicely for them. Thomas is on strike, and Pamal is going to continue. And we saw him using his feet to Pamal early in his innings. So I'm not sure if he is aware that 7 more needed for that extra batting bonus point, which can be very crucial. So if he's aware of that, he will go for it, and they will get it, because he's well set on 100.
Yes, certainly. Let's see if he's going to dance down the track to Premal once again. 100, he did that in Premal's previous over. The man from reggae country. No problem with dancing as Premal bowls to Thomas, and he's driving. There's an appeal for a stumping, and the umpire was in a very good position, umpire Carl Tuckett, and not on whatsoever. Imlak, he looks surprised. The batsmen, they're going to have a mid-pitch conference there. Surely you're going to have a look at the replay. What was that? Look at the feet, the foot of the batsman. Did he got back in time? That's very, very hard. Touch and go. And I think he might very well did not get back in time there. That is what we are seeing on our monitor. Premal comes in, back he goes, opens the face, gets it out towards point. There is no run.
I think he was on the line there in the Jeet. I think he's lucky to be there. And we just had one replay to confirm that, but I still think that he was just on the line, and the line belongs to the umpire.
Yes, certainly it does. Down the track, and he's gone this time, a stump. So Thomas goes stumped by Imlak for 100. Scorpion innings has come to an end. They're 393 all out, and Premal picking up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 96. One suspect he's going to come down the track, outfoxed by the left arm orthodox. But a fine knock of 100 of 101 balls has come to an end, and the Scorpion innings has closed on 393 here, half an hour before the lunch session. So they're going to have a little 10-minute break or so, and then they're going to be back out in the middle. Alden Thomas is getting a round of applause from his teammates. Well played. So the Jamaican innings has closed on 393. John, they didn't get that 400.
No, not at all, but it was on the cards for them, but just the Guyana Harp Eagles in the last over of that 110 part, just picking up the final wicket. But well played, 2 Centurions in this batting lineup, as you can see on your monitor. May I say John Campbell, who was well set on 37, missed out. Log 5, Blackwood 114, Williams no score, Paul Palmer 18. That's Orion Williams no score, Paul Palmer 18. Alwyn Williams 51, a good half century to him as well. Darvel Green 13, and then we see that magnificent 100 from 101 deliveries from Aldine Thomas. Jamie Merchant 39 this morning, and Markina Minley no score. Nicholas Gordon not out on 0 as well, and that's there were 16 extras in the innings, and 393 for all 10 wickets. There we see the bowlers. Kimo Paul 19 overs, 1 for 77. Dimitri Cameron 17 overs, 2 for 103. Pramal 36.3 overs, 3 for 96. Kevin Sinclair 16 overs, 2 for 74. Gurakesh Moti 21 overs, 2 for 39. All the bowlers getting in the wickets column, but Cameron very expensive as economy rate over 6, and Sinclair as well just under 5. So 393 all out. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss yesterday and batting. We'll take a break. We'll be back when the Guyana Harpy Eagles begin their reply to a wonderful first innings total from Jamaica Scorpions, setting up this round 4 match nicely. In about 10 minutes or so, do join us then.
Well, welcome once again to Diego Martin, the Jamaica Scorpions. They're already out in the middle, and they're followed by the Guyana Harpy Eagles opening batters, Tejnarine Chandrapal and Chandrapal Hemraj, making their way out in the middle after the Jamaica Scorpions innings ended on 393 all out of 109.3 overs, half an hour before lunch on day number 2. So these two will be looking to ensure that they give the Eagles a solid start where they can really go after this 393 made by the Scorpions. Was a good performance by the Jamaica Scorpions, and that innings punctuated by 2 brilliant 100. First, it was Blackwood, 114, and then Aldane Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman, 100. His 114 fours and 2 sixes, just off 101 balls. And when the innings needed a push, they found the wicketkeeper batsman coming good here today. With me in the commentary box is Sean Divas, and we surely shall be taking you through commentaries right on to lunch. Hello to you, Sean. Good morning once again. The openers are out in the middle. The Harpy Eagles will be looking for a solid start. Scorpions for early wickets.
Yes, good morning to you again, Inderjeet. Good morning to you wherever you are. Whatever you're doing in Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad, wherever you are in the world. Yes, Guyana will be looking to get as much runs as possible. I don't think there'll be enough runs to make or time to maybe bowl Jamaica out twice, but they have to get a solid start. Face the new ball. Well, Tejnarine Chandrapal has had tremendous temperament. Hemraj has got to learn that this is not a 2020 game. This is not a one-day game.
The first ball, Dorval Green, short, lifting outside the line of the off stump and cut away by Tejnarine Chandrapal down towards backward point.
Yes, Chandrapal Hemraj has got to bat long, get big scores. So as the other middle order batsman. In the 490, for 7 declared, there were 2 centuries, one from Chandrapal, Tejnarine, and one from the lower order batsman Moti. That's not good enough.
So Green comes in, bowls to Tejnarine Chandrapal, and he's getting in behind of it and playing a solid defensive shot back up the track, and once again there is no run. So Green operating from the southern end of the ground. He is the senior Jamaican fast bowler in this lineup, and normally he bowls a nagging line and length just outside the line of the off stump, and he's been supported by his skipper with 3 slips and a gully. This is nicely worked away, and this is going to come close towards the boundary, but the long leg comes around, sends the return in, and they will go back and complete 2. Nice run by Nicholas Gordon from long leg down towards backward square. He's off the mark, Tejnarine.
Good positive running by Chandrapal, and Chandrapal Hemraj put pressure on the fielder. Good start by Guyana, but as I said, the top order needs to get big scores. They can get starts and don't go on.
Well, they have a pitch that has presented not too many bother whatsoever. Solid defensive shot, and that's a drive back up the pitch, and the bowler knocks it down. But it was a good shot, came off the bat sweetly. If he had picked the gap between mid-off and the bowler, I would have gone away for 4.
Well, early stages yet. He's now getting accustomed, acclimatized to the pitch, the bounce and the pace. But this is ideal batting conditions. You can't expect to get any better than this. Small ground, fast outfield, good pitch.
Yes, so here is Dorval Green. That's short and punched off the back foot through the covers. They will get 1 and certainly come back and complete 2. Not a powerful shot, but had enough on it. Look for timing, got it, placed it well. He has gone on to 4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 4 without loss.
What I saw in the last practice match in Guyana when he got 163 is the improvement of piercing the gaps, finding the gaps, and rotating the strike. He did that beautifully. He batted slowly in the first innings of the match against Barbados, but then he came out and he batted well in the 2020 scenario.
And that's a good delivery, short, lifting outside the line of the off stump. Green completes the first over, 4 without loss. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul is on 4. Hemraj yet to face a ball.
Yes, Green in that over got the ball to leave the left-hander and bowled a fairly tight over, apart from the 2 shots which got doubles.
Yes, and getting back to that 140 that Tej Narayan scored against Barbados Pride, in the circumstances, the Harpy Eagles, they will be forever grateful for that knock, because that was the knock that they built their innings around and caused them to put serious pressure on the Barbados Pride.
Yes, in the first day, but on the second day, when he came back, he should have accelerated the score a little bit more to reach the 500 mark. Moti did all of the scoring, or most of the scoring, but it's a team effort.
Yes, certainly it is a team effort. So it's going to be just making out who will pick the bowling up from the northern end of the ground.
Maybe Gordon.
Yes, Nicholas Gordon. To Hemraj, that's a short delivery, had some pace on it, and Hemraj judged it well, allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. So Tej is in very, very good form. He will want to ensure he takes that momentum here. Already looks very positive. One nicely flicked through backward square, brought him a double, and then one punched through extra cover. He got another double with that. As Gordon comes in once again to Hemraj, and down the leg side, he was looking to turn it, but far too wide, didn't make any contact.
This is an ideal combination. Shiv, the solid, sedate batsman, batter, and Hemraj, the aggressor. But he's got to, don't be reckless. He's got to mix caution with aggression.
Yes, I heard you said Shiv. I know you like Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul, but this is young Shiv.
Yeah, Shiv's son.
That's right. So Gordon tries once again, and that's a short lifting delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, and Hemraj, always an attacking batsman, very aggressive, is showing good composure here, allowing the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run.
Yes, overcast conditions, the sun has left us, so ideal conditions for the batters and the bowlers.
Yes, it's very, very hot here in Trinidad and Tobago. We're enjoying the comfort of AC, not the guys out in the middle. And this is a drive down towards extra cover. The return comes in from that's Blackwood and went into his arm. He's an excellent fielder. In fact, it's Marquino Mindley, and he picked it up nicely, but it came off the bat sweetly as well.
Yes, always looking very compact and solid whenever he plays, whenever he bats Chanderpaul Hemraj.
Yes, and I think his mindset here should be to score heavily. Nice small ground, and he's a stroke maker. And he's getting onto the front foot, defending nicely down towards mid-on this time. And there was Gordon just looking up to the heavens. Was a good delivery, well played.
Yes, the one on the offside, one on the onside, 2 good solid shots.
Yes, so just go through the field for you. We're having 3 slips, a gully, and a backward point. There's also an extra cover. We have a mid-on and a short forward square. Short, lifting again, way outside the line of the off stump. Gordon ends his force over. It's a maiden. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul is in 4. Chandrapal Hemraj is yet to score. Harpy Eagles replying to 393 made by the Scorpions. They're 4 without loss.
And a responsible shot there. A no shot is just as good as a backward defense hitting the middle of the bat. So that's a good start from Hemraj in terms of his temperament. And of course, Tej Narayan Chandrapal. We all know Tej Narayan Chandrapal. Carbon copy, mostly, of his father.
Yes, and he has looked the part so far, but it's early days yet. And the Harpy Eagles, they will not want to go to lunch losing a wicket. Their job is to ensure that they stay there. As Dorval Green bowls to Chanderpaul, and he's getting onto the front foot, carefully plays it down towards extra cover and cannot score. Jamie Merchant, a big man, he's there. He's a tall boy, powerfully built, and he collects nicely. So Sunshine still out in the middle. Lovely view. Nice wind blowing from the north coming through. The flag just shaking a little bit in the distance. Good delivery again, right on target. This is good consistency by Dorval Green as Chanderpaul plays once again down to Jamie Morchan at mid-on.
And we've seen the recent fashion, maybe, of the fast bowlers bowling with their sleeves buttoned down. Usually, back in the days, the fast bowlers used to wear short sleeve shirts.
Well, now they're sporting long sleeves and very comfortable, folding it up. He gathers momentum now, Dorval Green. And another solid defensive shot right on target. This is good bowling and extremely good batting as well.
Yeah, consistency is the key, and the first 3 balls, we saw that.
Yes, right on target. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul had to play at all 3 delivery and will be very mindful of the one that is pitched just outside the line of the off stump, moving away a little from the left-hander. He would have faced Dorval Green on numerous occasions. This is on driven. That's a glorious on drive. Through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary for 4. All timing and great placement. He goes to 8. The score now moves on to 8 without loss.
Excellent shot. Picked the gap between the mid-wicket and the mid-on precisely and found the boundary. Fast outfield helped him.
Yes, and had no worries of wondering whether the ball is going to kick at him, because this pitch has been a true one. The bounce has been true. So Green tries once again. And outside the line of the off stump, and he just pulled the bat inside the line, and there is no run. So it's good. It's a variety we're seeing from Green. 4 deliveries right on the stumps, and this one just outside the line of the off stump.
Well, I'm more impressed with the confidence shown by Tejnarayan Chanderpaul after being the hero. 23 runs from 10 balls in that 2020 situation, and Guyana had to get 68 from 13 overs. He's looking more positive now, positive mind frame.
Outside the line of the off stump, he's not going to be trouble. None for 8 from 2 for Dorval Green. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul is on 8. Hemraj yet to score. Harp Eagles are 8 without loss.
And 393 is a big score. Guyana has to bat out up till lunch without losing a wicket, take the shine off the new ball, and continue to build partnerships. This first wicket partnership is very important for Guyana.
Certainly very important. And Sean, I would like to join with you and John Ramsing in wishing all our Guyanese brothers and sisters a happy 56th independence. Do enjoy yourselves. I know there is rainy conditions in Guyana, but that's a celebration that worth remembering and celebrating as well.
And I think last night or early this morning on Mount Roraima, the GDF, the Ghana Defense Force soldiers would have hosted the Golden Arrowhead on that mountain too. That's the highest mountain in Guyana.
Yes, Nicholson Gordon bowls to Hemraj. He jumped inside his crease and plays down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run.
And of course, the flag raising was held in Anna Regina by the Damon statue just opposite the Town Hall in Essequibo.
Yes, Damon, one of our national monuments there. And there were also celebration and flag raising ceremony across the 10 administrative regions of Guyana. They had their own thing, but the big celebration was in region number 2. Here's a drive from Hemraj down towards extra cover. The first time the Golden Arrowhead was ever lifted in Guyana was on that Independence Day. It was lifted on Mount Iron, Ghana, where our soldiers tracked up that mountain to ensure the Golden Arrowhead fluttered nicely.
Yes, and that was a lovely sight to see, even though I wasn't born. I was born in 1970 when we got independence, when we got Republican status, in fact.
Outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the gloves of the keeper. I was born 2 months in the same year, 1966. In July, we got our independence in May.
Well, you would not have seen it either.
Not at all.
But I heard that when the Golden Arrowhead was lifted and the Union Jack of the British flag was lowered, that was a celebration in itself. It made Guyanans feel proud. You're an independent nation.
Yes, a lot of people got goosebumps there. as Gordon bowls to Hemraj, and he's driving outside the line of the off stump. It took a tick on the edge, and it has gone towards leg gully, and he was undone there. He's lucky to survive, Hemraj. It's 9 without loss.
Yeah, looking for expansive drive and getting on the edge, as you said. He's got to be careful. He's got to have good shot selection. Play each ball in its merit. He's usually attacking. No one wants him to be defensive, but he's got to mix caution with aggression.
Yes, that wasn't a half volley. That ball was well pitched up. I think he miscalculated the length of the delivery. He got the single, so he's off the marker. And Tej Narayan Chandrapal allows the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper.
Well, if you'd seen Shiv Narayan Chandrapal, but that's what he does all the time. I remember in a CCC game, the Barbadian players who were playing for CCC against Chandrapal, I think it was, I can't remember, maybe Reefer in the early days. He bowled consistently outside the line of the off stump to get Chandrapal, the senior Chandrapal, to play, and he bowled 5 overs, and Chandrapal didn't play at any ball.
That was a special man, Shiv Narayan Chandrapal. And here is Tej, his son, driving away down towards extra cover. There is no run, so they might very well have another over before the lunch session. Harp Eagles, they are 9 without loss, with Tej Narayan Chandrapal on 8, Hemraj is on 1.
Well, good morning, because it's
yes, you're correct this
in
time,
the morning.
Sean.
Good morning to listeners wherever you are. In Jamaica, it's just about heading up to 11 o'clock, so it's earlier in the morning there. So this is a good start from Guyana. They have to bat out till lunch and then start over.
Yes, 4 overs have been sent down thus far, and with the exception of that drive by Hemraj, generally it has been sound, solid batting so far. And it's good to see both of them, Chandrapal and Hemraj, having a discussion in the middle, knowing fully they have to preserve their wicket before lunch.
Well, they're going to be given another option. Spin is going to come into the attack. Merchant.
Yes, Jamie Merchant. And he'll be bowling to Hemraj with no man on the boundary, giving him the opportunity to go over the top. Sometimes your eyes can lit up when you see this field. Just a slip. There's backward point, extra cover. There is cover. We're having mid-off, mid-on, mid-short, mid-wicket, and a short backward square as well. Not a bad ploy at all by the Jamaican skipper, as Merchant prepares to have his force bowl in this innings. Right arm off spinner. Hemraj is coming forward, driving down towards mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, good shot there from Hemraj. Again, full face of the bat. Once again, happy Independence Day to you. Wherever you're looking at this broadcast, if you're a Guyanese, happy Independence Day.
So, John Campbell attacking the Guyanese left-hander. Merchant bowls to Hemraj. He goes on the back foot, got it in the meat of the bat, and looks very solid. He walks away, touches the gloves, a little bit fidgety here, knowing fully well that he has done well so far with the first 2 deliveries that he has faced. And this is given generous flight, good bowling, and Hemraj is equal to it, stretching forward and defending.
Yes, well, that's the difference with Merchant bowling with the new ball and Kevin Sinclair bowls too many fast balls consistently.
Merchant comes in once again. This time he pulls back the length a little. So today, Blackwood started on 110, Thomas on 35. Blackwood was the first to go, caught by Chandrapal for 114. Merchant, he was the next to go, caught at the wicket of Cameron for 39. As we watch, Merchant comes in, bowls to Hemraj. He's defending back up the track. Mindley was caught by Vishal Singh of Pemal. He didn't score. And Thomas, the last man going, 100. He was stumped by Imlak of Pemal. Fine knock, 14 fours, 2 sixes, 101 ball. Scorpions closing out on 393 of 109. 0.3 overs. He's defending out into the offside field. Hemraj. That's lunch on day number 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles responding to 393. They are 9 without loss. Hemraj is on 1. Tej Narain on 8.
And of course, Pomal ended with 3 for 103. Moti 2 for 39. Sinclair 2 for 74. And Cameron 2 for 103. So a good session here, mainly dominated by the Jamaican batters.
Yeah, so Guyana trail by 384 runs with all the wickets standing. They need 184 runs to avoid the follow-on. Here's where we're going to say bye-bye from Diego Martin. Join us in another 40 minutes for the post-lunch session.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to sunlit Diego Martin Sports Complex here in the town of Diego Martin. We greet you with the news that Guyana chasing 393 at lunch. There were 9 without loss. Chandrapal on 8 and Hemraj on 1. They still need 184 runs to avoid the follow-on. So it's going to be the bowling of Gordon, bowling from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Tej Narayan and Chandrapal. The partnership so far, of course, 9. So we'd want them to stay a lot longer from a Guyana point of view and bat out the new ball, see the shine off the ball, and get a big score for Guyana. Jamaica, on the other hand, would want to make early inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. So the sun is out, the field is set, and Gordon comes in, bowls the first delivery to Chandrapal. Chandrapal jumps onto it and plays it with a straight bat out towards the mid-off fielder, and Mindley fields, and there's no run. So we've got John Ramsing to join me. He'll soon come a call in when he's finished with this very nice lunch. Vinod Manchad spoke to me the other day. He said, "How was lunch?" I said, "Great." So I want to say good afternoon again to everybody. Well, it's morning in Jamaica, so I got to fit in my morning. It's still morning in Jamaica. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. Good morning to you in Jamaica. Good delivery, goes past the outside edge. Well, maybe deliberately playing inside the line, Chandrapal, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. So good morning to you in Jamaica. Good afternoon to you in beautiful Guyana. Hope you're enjoying Independence Day, Guyana 56th Independence Anniversary. And of course, Jamaica, they celebrate their anniversary on August 6th. So Jamaica got their anniversary in 1966. They became an independent country. So they're the oldest of the Caribbean countries. Trinidad and Tobago, just a couple of days apart. They got their independence on the 31st of August, 1962. So those are the big boys, Barbados and Guyana. Well, Guyana is slightly older than Barbados as an independent nation, and they got their independence in November 1966. So, of course, Barbados recently got Republican status. Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic also. Here is a ball that's outside the line of the off stump as action continues after lunch. The sun still with us. Nice cloud cover. Some of those things that we seem to look at as clouds are actually the Sahara dust. So you've got to keep wearing your mask, even though it's COVID period, not only for COVID, but the Sahara dust, it's rocking the Caribbean regions. Hope it's not in Guyana as yet. There's a ball that's outside the line of the off stump. Chandrapal again doesn't play a shot, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Of course, the difference with Guyana as a republic is an executive president. So the president is the head of state, and the prime minister is the second in command. Of course, that's the other way around for Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Gordon from the southern end, bowls to Chandrapal, again outside the line of the off stump. For the fourth successive delivery, Chandrapal doesn't play, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So the first over has been completed, 9 without loss. Chandrapal still on 8, Hemraj on 1. Good afternoon to you, John Ramsing.
Hi, good afternoon, Sean. Good afternoon to everyone following this exciting match. Happy Independence Day once again to fellow Guyanese. 9 after 6 overs. And here we see the beautiful golden arrowhead right next to the Trinidad and Tobago national flag as well. And that golden arrowhead fluttering proudly in Guyana, more so today than any other day.
Yes, I'm proud to be a Guyanese and proud to be a West Indian also. So the golden arrowhead, a significant symbol to mark Guyana's independence 56 years ago. Here is Dunful Green, the spearhead of the Scorpions attack. He's coming in from the northern end and bowls, and that's a wide delivery. Chandrapal Hemraj doesn't play at it, and there's no run. So this partnership needs to build a solid foundation for the Harp Eagles if they want to get this 394 runs for a first innings lead set by the Scorpions.
Well, more than just that lead, they want to win this game, the Guyana Harp Eagles, because in order for them to remain in contention for that title, they must win this game, and they must do so convincingly.
Jamaica fifth on the points table, no chance of a win. This is outside the line of the leg stump, turned into the onside, maybe more pad than bat. And yes, inside edge onto the bat, into the pad, and then out towards the backward square position. They get a single, so Hemraj goes to 2. Chandrapal is now back in strike, and Guyana into double figures, 10 without loss.
Clear inside edge from that Dorval Green delivery. It was angled on the line of leg stump to Hemraj. He's going to play through the onside and got some inside edge. So he's off the mark since lunch. So lots of responsibilities on the shoulders of both of these players.
Denville Green passing the umpire Butler, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is playing it into the onside out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the Harp Eagles still with a sniff of a chance of winning their 13th regional first class title. And of course Jamaica Scorpions, well, Jamaica have no chance of winning their 13th. First won the title, Jamaica, in 1969, and then a 5-year streak from 2008 to 2012. This is a good delivery, bang on target, and Chandrapal equal to the task, playing it to the broad face of the bat out towards mid-on, and the off-spinner Merchant fields, and there is no run. When you look at Merchant, though, the first impression, if you've never seen him, is that he's a basketball player, what he's doing on a cricket field. And if he's on a cricket field, he has to be a fast bowler.
Yeah. My first thoughts as well, I actually thought he was a boxer, not necessarily part of the Jamaica Scorpion side. He's very big.
Yeah, it's like a light heavyweight boxer. That's what his weight category would be. Here he is, looking on from mid-on as Chandrapal strokes green out towards mid-off, and there is no run. So once again, good afternoon to you in Guyana. Hope you're having a sunny Independence Day. I heard rain was falling like cats and dogs in Guyana. On Monday, my mom told me there were floods. So that's bad news for Guyana. All over the place, floods.
So what do you normally do on Independence Day back home, Sean?
Depends which day Independence Day falls on. Here's a ball that's on the line of the off stump, moving away. Chandrapal ignores it, plays deliberately inside the line, and he overcomes to an end. Chandrapal is 8, Hemraj is on 2, Guyana 10 without loss.
So just a single in the over by Hemraj, but just after lunch they want to really consolidate their position. They went to lunch just facing 5 overs, so they've seen 3 bowlers just before lunch, and they want to ensure that they preserve their wickets, but they must score as well. If you look at the way the Jamaica Scorpions scored, there are lots of boundaries, small venue, and good batting track. So they want to settle in, and once they can get the boundary balls, they must be able to dispatch it. Don't back yourself into a defensive position. You must be able to recognize the bad balls and put them away to get the momentum going and build a partnership for your team.
Well, I'm sure that someone like Chandrapal Hemraj would play shots, but he's got to be careful, responsible batting. He would play shots if the ball presents to be hit, and that's a glorious shot by Hemraj on the back foot. And just as I said, he would play a shot gloriously out towards the cover boundary and into the boundary like a bullet from a gun. He's gone now to 6. It's 14 without loss.
Oh, that was very wide, and after pitching, went further wide. So there was Hemraj just getting quickly into position and hitting into the gap down at cover. 4 easy and good looking runs to him. He has some experience of playing right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex because he played for Mary Boys a few seasons ago.
Yes, that's the home ground of the Mary Boys, the local club here, cricket club. Here is Gordon bowls, And forward comes Hemraj. Nice little song as Let It Kiss Willow, and it played it into the offside towards mid-off.
Yeah, and that was his first boundary. We know he deals a lot in boundaries, Chandrapal Hemraj. So once he gets the opportunity to score a boundary, he will capitalize. And very solid. He just needs to bat long. Once he can bat long, he will get the big scores.
Scorpions began the day on 282 for 6. They were eventually out for 393. Back and across comes Chandrapal Hemraj and plays it back towards Gordon, and there's no run. Blackwood led the way with 114. Thomas, a whirlwind 100 from 103 balls. Alwyn Williams also chipped in with a half century, 51. As usual, Pamal leading the way, 3 for 103. Moti, 2 for 39. Sinclair, 2 for 74. And Cameron in his second match, 2 wickets for 103 runs. This is a nice shot, elbows cocked, head over the ball, textbook drive out towards cover, and there is no run. So Chandrapal, he's on 8 from 24 balls. Hemraj just hit his first boundaries on 6 from 22. Guyana needing 394 for first innings leader, 14 without loss. And remember, they need 184 to avoid the follow-on. Here is Gordon. Bowls from the southern end. Bowls to Hemraj. Hemraj drives. Lovely shot. Fantastically played. Out towards the cover boundary. 4 runs. This is the second boundary in the over, and both have been imperious looking shots. He's on to 10. Into double figures. 18 without loss.
The first boundary was to a very short and wide delivery. This time it's well pitched up. And there is Hemraj getting his foot very close to the pitch of the ball and caressed it into the cover boundary. Nice looking, flowing cover drive to him. And now he's into double figures.
Yes, that's the way Hemraj will bat. Once the bowling is slightly loose, he will pounce on it. Here is Gordon, moves in, looking for success. Bowls to Hemraj. Hemraj gets a short ball and pulls it away. That's his third consecutive boundary in the over. 3 boundaries from Gordon. This one was on the leg side short, and he pulled it away. So contrasting boundaries, a pull, then a cover drive, then a back foot, a front foot cover drive, all 3 going to the boundary. He's now gone to 14. The over has come to an end. 8 gone, 22 without loss. Chandrapal in the non-strikers end, he's on 8.
The last ball of over number 8 also went into the boundary, and there was Chandrapal pulling more on length rather than line, because it was just outside the off stump, but was a very safe shot because the ball sat up nicely for him to pull, and he pulled all along the ground to that deep backward square position. He got the boundary that he was looking for, and a very expensive over from Gordon, and suddenly the Harpy Eagles are 22 without loss after 8.
Yes, as we see some cars, some maxis going past the bowler then on the road there at the north of the ground. Here is Green, also from the north of the ground, comes in and bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives, he's looking for a single, and he has to hurry, and the return comes in, and there is safety for Guyana. So Chandrapal and Chandrapal Hemraj would sigh of relief. Some sort of miscommunication there, but all is well that ends well.
Yeah, there he was driving and with the momentum looking for the single, but when he looked up, he saw that Hemraj was not responding, and he had to hurry back into his crease.
Green rushes in past Butler bowls on the line of the off stump again, back of a length. And Chandrapal, full face of the bat, punches it out towards mid-off. And there's no run. So, nice sunny day here in the tongue of Diego Martin. As you said, this is the home of the Merry Boys ground, and Chandrapal Hemraj actually played a couple of seasons for Merry Boys in Trinidad cricket. Most of the Guyanese and some Bajans too come over here to play club cricket. This is a good delivery inside the line, deliberately played by Chandrapal, and it goes by to be taken by Thomas, who had a very, very good century today, John Ramsing.
Nice century. One of the best I've seen. Reminds me not necessarily of the way Moti played last week, but the way Moti constructed that century. Aldin Thomas put this together nicely like that. Was very attacking and had some good defensive strokes as well.
Yeah, it was a very positive-minded century. Showed good intent when he played his shots. Here is Green, hustles in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal leaves it alone. It's outside the line of the off stump. And again, there is no run. Chuck, which toes away cars, left in the wrong place at the wrong time, just passed outside the ground. And of course, the traffic in Trinidad and Tobago, especially in the afternoon, it's very, very hectic. You've got to make yourself available long before when you want to travel.
I think morning traffic is worse than the afternoons.
Well, I've known the afternoon traffic because I've had to travel until to Port of Spain and then to Tunapuna. Here is a ball that's again outside the line of the off stump, too wide to challenge the off stump or force Chandrapal to play, and there's no run. When you going from South Sando to Port of Spain, or where I used to stay, good afternoon to Luke and Saucy and Chelsea, Latif, they're living in Chaguanas. And when I used to stay by them, it was a raucous occasion to get into Port of Spain. One time, the taxi driver drove all the way on the sidelines. That was illegal, but he got through. Here is Green, speeds in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal closer to the off stump this time, and he plays back towards the bowl, and there's no run. So Guyana trail by 371 runs. They are 22 without loss.
Yes, so a maiden over sent down by Dorval Green. So the Green running from the southern end of the ground, and with the wind, not a heavy wind by any means. So he's getting the ball to pitch and come back into the left-hander, but he's starting to get very wide, so not causing any troubles for Chandrapal at all. That stays in the right Chandrapal. So Chandrapal just contented with allowing it to go back to the gloves of the keeper. But Green, we know he has some stock delivery that he want to bring back into the left-hander. He will work on those.
So Green bowling in absolutely green conditions. The fences are green, some of them, most of them. The roofs are green. In fact, the entire house is green. The mountains green, the grass green on the field, the trees green. So the only thing left is to have a green stand, like at Providence Stadium.
Yes, green stand. But we have an Akeem Green.
Yes, Akeem Green, who's from Newsroom. We'll look for his stories later tonight. Here's a ball. First delivery from Gordon, and Chandrapal Hemraj pushes it out towards Mindley at mid-off, and there is no run.
And even as we're celebrating independence in Guyana today, Sean, I just want to take a moment to send out condolences to the Romalo family. Les died overnight.
Les Romalo died? Wow.
Yes. So condolences to all, especially the guys at the GCC, the Georgetown Cricket Club, and the entire cricketing fraternity as well.
I'm sure Leon Johnson would be in grief because he is a big friend, a close friend of Les Romario, and all those at GCC and the Seafoods, which he has in East Bank. Yeah, so that's a big loss for cricket because he was a big supporter of cricket, especially all sports.
So Noble House Seafoods as well, condolences to you. Yeah, Uncle Les, yeah, he passed away apparently last evening in Guyana.
That's so sad. Here is Gordon in the island of Trinidad, bowls that's wide of the off stump, and no shot played there by Chandrapal Hemraj, and there is no run. So I must again say I'm very shocked to hear this. You caught me with my pants down. That's what they say in Guyana when you get caught napping. I never knew. I knew that Lizard had to die someday, but I didn't know it was so soon. Well, it's never too soon. God knows everything. God has a reason for everything. This is a ball that's pitched up. and stroked into the offside by Hemraj. And there is no run still. Guyana 22 without loss. So, good afternoon to James Adams. I just saw him on the field. He's also Jamaican. A lot of iconic Jamaican athletes. Jamaica, the headquarters of the sprinting events. Here is Gordon. Bowles again pushed back towards the bowler, passed him but couldn't get a single. It went straight towards mid-off. And he's kept on 14, Hemraj. Chandrapal on 8 and 22 without loss. Guyana needing 184 to avoid the follow-on. Of course, even the American athletes, some of them go to Jamaica to train. And of course, the Jamaica National Schools Championships is bigger even than the Jamaica Trials. Here's the ball on the line of the leg stump, turned away towards the boundary. It's gone into the boundary now at fine leg. And that's 4 more for Chandrapal Hemraj. So he's off in a flurry with 4 boundaries so far. He's 18, 8 to Chandrapal, and Guyana rushing up to 26 without loss.
The boundary of the final delivery of that over, spoiling the over, but there's Gordon straying on the pad of Chandrapal Hemraj, who is very strong on his legs, like most West Indians are, and he will not miss out. He got a boundary, just a fine tickle. There's a field that long leg, he had no chance. That one was very fine and went into the boundary very quickly.
Yes, this ground, the outskirts of it and the background, the aesthetics and the picturesqueness of this ground, it reminds me of the Sabina Park. When you look over the George Headley Sand, you see the Blue Mountains. These mountains are not as large as the Blue Mountains, where Indigit's favorite is coffee, and I wonder whose favorite is marijuana, because that's the 2 products they plant there, but the ganja farmers are raided regularly by the Guyana Jamaica Defense Force, the JDF, in helicopters. Yeah, that's why they had a song. Police in helicopter. Yeah, police in helicopter. Search of marijuana. So in the tongue of Diego Martin, we see Green bowling from the northern end to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is looking to pull that away, and maybe it got onto him quicker than he thought, and he's hitting the midriff.
Yeah, he's down, but he has some protection there. You can see the chest guard is very evident, but perhaps it's just below that chest guard, just in the navel area.
Yeah.
And let's see, because the replay is coming up now. Yeah, just in that navel area, just below the chest guard. And he's still not comfortable. He's up, down, up, down. And here he is speaking to his partner. Yes, Chandrapal explaining to him, that's Hemraj, that the ball is getting some steep bounce to a ball that's pitched just short of a length. So you just got to be watchful.
Umpire Tuckett joining in the conversation. And here comes sprinting on Alicia Holder, the Guyana physiotherapist. Either she is going to be extremely exhausted or extremely fit by the end of this tour.
Yes, Angelica Holder. Yes, very busy and seems dedicated and committed to her job. And the magic spray, not sure the magic spray will work for that one, because it's a lot of flesh in that lower tummy area. At this point in time, we want to perhaps go through some other cricketing news, because the Guyana selectors, they have announced the women's squad to take part in the women's tournament that will start next week right in Guyana.
On the 7th.
7th of June. Well, not a little bit more than a week. Yeah, so the experienced Shimeen Campbell is back in regional cricket. Shimeen Campbell will be captain in that side. Sharika Gajna be West Indian player as well, be vice captain. Sherry-Ann Fraser, Katana mentor, Sharika Campbell, Shanita Grimmond, Flafiana Millington, Kaisia Schultz, Tremaine Smart, Irva Giddings is back. Mandy Mangru, Kumari Prasad from SUKIBO, Ashmini Munisar, the teenage off-spinner, and experienced wicketkeeper Lashana Toussaint. The standby players are Hima Singh, Diane Prahalad, Letitia Jordan, and Nafiza Saber.
And of course, Campbell, the only Guyanese who went to that franchise tournament in Dubai. Here is Green on his way. Bowls to Chandra Paul. Pugnacious shot, convincing shot. He pulled that with disdain and contempt. After being hit, the very next ball, Green shot again, and Chandra Paul, the young tiger, was ready to roar, and it goes crashing into the boundary. He's gone now into double figures. He's 12, 30 without loss.
And there's Green getting a ball very short, pitched and coming back into Chandra Paul, and there he was quickly into position, rocked on the back foot, pivot, and pulled into the gap. Forward, backward of square, there's a fielded fine leg on the boundary, and he could not get around in time. Well played, well placed.
Green on his way, bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul is hitting that even harder. It went down towards the mid-wicket boundary and crosses the ropes now. That's consecutive boundaries for Chandra Paul, saying, why did you hit me and wake up my anger? And he's gone now to 16. Hemraj is on 18, and Guyana hustles up 34 without loss.
No devils in this track, and there was Chandra Paul pulling from way outside off stump, and eventually became a very safe shot because he got good connection. And there's a fielder at mid-on. He had no chance because there's the fielder now being played. There is a fielder now being placed at deep mid-wicket. He was in very short on the onside as well and went over his head and into the boundary for 4. Nice back-to-back boundaries for Tajan and Chandra Paul. But it's bad bowling from Green. Just too short and too wide.
Moral victory there for Chandra Paul. He's won the battle. Let's see who will win the war. Green is in. Bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul looks to play that ball, and it missed it. And it missed the edge also. Went into the gloves of Thomas. He's got Green, or the captain, Campbell, to put a more defensive field. So he's taken out one of the close fielders and protecting now the backward square boundary, the forward square boundary. And he's got a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. And there's nobody on at fine leg or third man, so he'll likely bowl straight. Here is Green. The 2 slips on the gully, a backward point and the mid-off on the offside. Bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul covers up and plays it quietly back towards the bowler. So interesting over. 1-1 by Chandra Paul, who hit 3 fours. He's on the 16. Hemraj is on 18. Guyana now still trailing by 359 runs. They're 34 without loss.
Positive reply so far by the Harpy Eagles openers. The 2 Chandra Pauls, Chandra Paul Hemraj and Tajan and Chandra Paul, both looking very good and very composed at the crease. The wicket not offering any devils at all. Very flat, even pace track. And once the ball is there in the arc, more than often these batsmen will capitalize. Do remember Chandra Paul, that stage around Chandra Paul is coming off a very marathon innings in the last round, 140 in lots of time. And then in the second innings, he had to play a swashbuckling 23 from 10 deliveries, a cameo, to win the game for the Harpy Eagles. So here he is now, mixing both of those innings in this one, because of sound defense, and he's been aggressive as well.
Yeah, well, maybe that innings, that 23 ball from 10, that 23 runs from 10 balls, maybe inspired him that he can be playing more positively. So he's looking very, very positive in this innings. So is Hemraj, who's always expected to be looking very positive. The only problem with Hemraj, he doesn't go on to make big scores when he gets set. Here is Mindley, bowls to Hemraj. Hemraj is flashing at it outside the off stump and goes by to the slip.
It went into the hands of the fielder at second slip, and that is Orion Williams. So it's a no ball, but it went into the hands of the fielder. Look at it on the replay. No ball signaled. And there's Orion Williams taking it comfortably. So caught off a no ball.
Yes, caught off a no ball. I didn't. I thought the ball bounced before it got to him. So he actually caught the ball, but they didn't count because it was a no ball.
But there we see again. You just mentioned Hemraj not batting long enough. Had it not been for a no ball, he would have been on his way back to the pavilion.
Off the first ball from Mindley, this is a much better, responsible shot, leaving it alone outside the off stump. As Mindley got Chandra Paul, Hemraj caught off a no ball off his very first ball. He's replaced Gordon from the southern end, from the northern end, And green still continuing from the south, where we see some school children. Inderjeet knows the exact name of the school. Here is Mindley Bowls, and that's a good carry towards the keeper Thomas, and there's no run. Well, they're mostly girls, I see, so they might not be in a fight today.
The girls fight as well, you know, Sean.
Yes, but they mostly fight with their mouths.
Oui.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not surprised that Mindley starts with a no ball. I was looking at him warming up this morning, running to the pitch that is adjacent to the one that is being used. And he was transgressing that front crease ever so often as he was just ambling in. And I was saying to myself, maybe he's going to correct it in the match. But first ball was outside the off stump, but he was over the mark as well.
Double white sweatbands he's got on, and this time he bowls the ball pitched up, closer to the batsman who plays it out towards square cover, and there is no run. So Chandrapal on 16 from 36 balls. Hemraj, who started with a blaze of glory with 4 fours, he's on 18 with 34 balls, and both of them are looking to score now. Here is Mindley on his way, bowls outside the line of the off stump. Good afternoon to everybody. Dave, West Indian Imports, and also WD Hotel and Mall in Charity. If you want to go to the Essequibo Coast and you want a fine place to stay, then WD Hotel is the place for you to stay, especially if you're going to take a trip over the Pomeroon River into the Pomeroon area. Here is Mindley on his way, bowls again outside the line of the off stump, and again there is no run as the students from Inderjeet's favorite school continue to proceed. North Secondary. So he knows the name, and Visham Ram Sehwag would look at the video.
Yeah, it's
Yesterday,
Diego Martin North Secondary School.
Diego Martin North Secondary School, Visham. That's the school that I talked to you about yesterday when the fighting was happening. Here is Mindley bowls, and that's again outside the line of the off stump. No need to play, and the over comes to an end. Guyana needing 394 just for a first innings lead. Then they have to maybe make more on that unless they're bowled out. They're 35 without loss.
A nice positive reply so far. This is the second session on day number 2. So before you know it, this match is going to be over, but it's full of action on the first and now the second day. 35 without loss. Hemraj is on 18. Chandrapal Hemraj on 16. After 12 overs, you would normally see Hemraj outscoring Chandrapal, but this time it's just neck and neck, and they've both faced a similar number of deliveries. So it's a good afternoon once again to Inderjeet, the school teacher from Guyana in Maikoni.
Good afternoon, my friend. Good afternoon to all listeners, wherever you are. We have seen some crisp drives and some ferocious pull shots so far. And this is turned away by Tej Narain Chandrapal out through forward square. And they get the single. Nicholas Gordon moves away towards his right. He feels there is one more run to Tej Narain Chandrapal. And that will take the score now on to 36 without loss. Chandrapal Hemraj, just one naughty shot, is lucky that it was a no ball. The bowler Mindley transgressing that crease. So he lives to survive and will surely want to ensure that he capitalizes on that. He's coming forward, checks the shot, plays down towards wide mid-off. Once again, there is no run. And he looks so good when he gets the ball in the meat of the bat. Early in his innings, he's always vulnerable to the ball close to the line of the off stump, and on so many occasions we've seen him gone caught at the slips or caught at the wicket there, or sometimes backward point as well. That's something that Hemraj will want to work on, and so many batsmen, left-handed batsmen we've seen over the years, and right-handers as well, just trying to adjust to know where that off stump line is. He's coming forward and forcing this one out through extra cover. They've taken one, and Lug lumbers after it. He's going to send a return about now, and two good-looking runs to the left-handed Hemraj.
Just delaying the shot a little bit, just trying to not force the shot, but just allow the ball to come onto bat and check the shot. And just to the right of the field at mid-off, and he got too easy. So that's what he needs to do. Not try to go everything bashing, but sometimes just be a little bit patient. I would love to see him bat until stumps today and come back tomorrow.
Well, if he bats until stumps today, he's going to be very close to that 100.
I think he'll be close to 200.
Well, he's an exciting player when he's on the go, Hemraj Chandapal. And look at that, lovely looking on drive through mid-wicket and out towards the boundary for 4. That's all timing, great placement, and the left-hander looks good.
So Green feeding Hemraj another full delivery on the pad, and he just flicked it forward of square this time. There's a fielder backward of square in Gordon, and he was running wrong, but this field is fast as well. And do remember, it's not a big outfield, so it will go into the boundary quickly.
And that one did, John. Good looking shot. Hemraj moves on to 24. He has faced 40 deliveries so far. Green to Hemraj, down the leg side, and he flicked at it, and it was wide down the leg side, not making any contact whatsoever. The score stays on 42 without loss.
And as Guyana celebrates 56 years as an independent nation, in the news coming out is that the new Demerara Harbour Bridge contract has been signed for US $260 million. Works will begin immediately and should be completed in 2 years.
Yes, and I understand that's a Chinese company that has been given the contract there for that new Demerara Harbour Bridge. Green to Hemraj, off the back foot, forced away out through the covers, and they will take one. Palmer is the one that chased after it. They get the single.
China Railway Construction Company Limited. Yes, they've been awarded on a design, build, finance model, and this will be something that we all look forward to, not only from Region 3 to make it easier traveling to Region 4, but the entire Guyana, because with this type of infrastructure, travels become much easier.
Yes, 43 without loss and 13 overs gone. And I understand that bridge is going to be what they call a high-span bridge, not like the one we have now that we call the Demerara Harbour Bridge. That's a floating bridge. And it's amazing what technology can do for you. The Berbice River Bridge, like the Demerara River Bridge at the moment, both are laid on pontoons that are floating and will open during the day for ships and so on to pass. This is going to be a high-span bridge. So I think all of Guyana is looking forward for that as we watch this one from Mindley. That's stroked away. Lovely looking shot out towards the boundary for 4. That's a fine shot by the left-hander, out through wide mid-off, and Hemraj gets another boundary. He now moves to 29.
In cricketing circles, we say save your legs. That one was pitched up, and there's Hemraj. Got the inner part of the bat, not the full face of the bat, but was enough to get it to the long-off boundary.
Yes, John, and not long from now, too, I think the feasibility study is being done for that joint partnership between Guyana and Suriname for the bridge across the Corentyne River. Here is Hemraj. He's edging this one precariously close to the gully, who dived, had a little finger onto it, and it raced away down towards the third man boundary for 4, and that's the 50 up for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yes, 50 coming up in very quick time. But there we see Chandapal again going a bit too hard to this one, and the outside edge found, but it went into third man for 4.
Yes, and I think it has to do with his judgment. Playing at deliveries just outside the line of the off stump did not look good as he played that shot, but he gets the boundary. It was in the air to the right of gully, just touching one of the fingers as the fielder dived away for it. So Mindley tries once again. 2 times he has found the edge of Hemraj. This time he allows the delivery to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. And John, in Guyana, with oil money on the horizon, already there quite a few hundreds of million US dollars in the sovereign wealth fund. Some of those now will be used for infrastructure. And I think that's the way to go. You want to build a country, build the infrastructure, and then we can see later on what we're going to do in the rest. Maybe a check will be coming to John Ramsing.
I'm looking forward to the latter.
This is short, lifting, outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, but I take your point, really. Infrastructure definitely will lift the landscape of the country. And like I said, with the bridge, making travels much easier. And once you can move, have that free movement, it not only be of persons, but be of goods and services, things will get so easier.
Yes, and once we link people by roads and bridges, you know, it makes life so simple for trading and exchange as well. Mindley, the Hemraj, gets a good delivery, and he's showing great respect to every time behind this one as he defends on the offside down to Palmer, patrolling extra cover, and there is no run. Good time to remind our viewers and listeners, overnight Blackwood was on 110, Thomas on 35, the Scorpions were 282 for the loss of 6. Today Blackwood went on to score 114, a Merchant 39, Mindley didn't score, and Thomas that fine knock of 100. Here's a drive from Hemraj down to Palmer once again, moving nicely away towards his left at extra cover. Mindley none for 9 from 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 51 without loss, with Chandler Paul on 17 and Hemraj on 33.
Yeah, there's the 50 coming up in quick time. At least they have a good start, good foundation. And importantly, from the Harpy Eagles standpoint, is that Hemraj is still there. We know sometimes he can be a little bit too erratic. We saw him edging one and was taking that second slip, but was off no ball. Then we saw him edging again to Marquino Mindley, but it went into the third man boundary for 4. So just got to be a little bit more watchful and not try to go at every delivery. Just mix aggression with defense. And we saw him, after edging the third man, allow the ball to go by into the keeper's glove. So I think what he's looking to do is to really bat long, Hemraj. And once he can bat long, 393 can be overhauled easily. And if he can continue to really bat even longer, they can be having a lead, the Harpy Eagles.
And here is a good delivery by Green. So Green is having relatively good bowl from that end. Was spanked by Tajnarain Chanderpaul. One true backward square and the other forward of square, true mid-wicket. And that was just after he was almost cut in half by a Dorval Green short lifting delivery. None for 25. He's in his 7th over. And he's bowling from the southern end of the ground. That's a good delivery, right on target once again. And with the movement of Tajnarain Chanderpaul, if he sprays it a little wider outside the line of the leg stump, or maybe on leg stump, he's going to work it through mid-wicket. That's the reason why he is batting just outside the crease there and moving inside the line of the delivery. It's just about 2 inches outside the crease. And we have seen international cricket, some players at test level, they will bat the fast bowlers outside of that crease. That's a good delivery, and he's coming forward too. And what it does too, John, when you're batting outside of that crease, you try to avoid the bowler from getting the sharp away movement. You're covering it once you stretch forward. Not a bad strategy whatsoever.
And then the pitch is not offering anything to fast bowlers. No steepling bounce, no extravagant lateral movement they're getting as well. So they can afford to wander out of the crease and greet that ball on the full.
This is turned away, down towards fine leg, and is going to go across the rope for 4. That's 4 good-looking runs once again to Tajnarain Chanderpaul. Well, he strayed Dorval Green, and this youngster is not going to miss out. He now moves to 21, 55 without loss.
And 11 boundaries already scored between the openers, Hemraj and Chanderpaul. Hemraj hitting 7, and of course, Chanderpaul 4. So they're dealing in boundaries as well. Why not? The ball presents itself, you can have a go because it's a small outfield that is very quick.
Yes, and it was good movement there outside the crease from Tej Narayan Chandapal spotted it early and moved nicely and ensured that he got back onto it. And here's a drive that's gone towards the wide extra cover. Log is in the way. A little bit of misfielding, but did not present more than one. So they got the single. So he got the boundary. Now he gets the single. Good rotation of the strike. This is sensible cricket.
And then Green straying on the line of leg stump, very full, and was flicked away. And now outside the off stump, very full again, and driven for a single. So he's also looking for the best spot to bowl to these left-handed batsmen, and not able to get there just yet.
His final delivery in his 7th over, and Hemraj gets a good delivery, and he plays down towards mid-on. There is no run. Guyana Harpy Eagles 56 without loss. Tej Narayan Chandapal is on 22. Hemraj 35. So far a solid opening stand.
A very good stand after 15 overs, 56 on the board, and there we see the Sahara dust. You cannot see the vegetation beyond those coconut trees because of the heavy Sahara dust. But then now we're seeing the scorecard. Chandapal 22, Hemraj on 33, 56 runs after 15 overs, one extra. That no ball sent down by Marquino Mindley. So a good positive start from the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, and just to recall, only 2 deliveries, and both were sent down by Marquino Mindley. And both were bowled to Chandapal Hemraj. That really troubled Hemraj. Other than that, it has been good going for the Harpy Eagles batsman, Tej Narayan Chandapal. He looks the part. He looks in terrific form. And no doubt he'll be wanting to continue to remind the selectors Bangladesh series is coming up. They must find somebody to partner Craig Braffett. That's outside the line of the off stump. And he knows where his off stump is because he's just watching the ball, pulling the bat inside the line in no bother whatsoever. In contrast, Hemraj, he normally will have some problems here outside the line of the off stump. But Tej Narayan Chandapal is a rock solid little left-hander when it comes knowing where the off stump is. And that's good judgment. Mindley, none for 9. He's in his 3rd over so far. And Chandapal is playing defensively, back on the offside of the pitch. And there is no run. Nicholas Gordon, he's down at wide mid-off. He feels the score stays on 56 without loss. Still lovely conditions for cricket here at Diego Martin. My first visit to this ground, I'm real impressed. And the second first-class match that is being played here.
Are you saying love at first sight?
Yes, it is. Absolutely splendid condition. You can enjoy cricket when you come here. And here is Tej Narayan Chandapal. Steady in behind the delivery. It was one that was pitched short of a good length. Didn't get up all of that. But Chandapal was equal to the task. And almost, well, not almost, every single shot he plays has been coming off the middle of the bat. And he will want to make this count. On a small ground, lightning fast outfield, already looking real good. And once again, in this easy manner of his, pulling the bat inside the line allows one to go by.
Yes, so earlier in the over, Mindley was forcing him to play. This time, searching for the edge, but Chandapal would not be tempted, realizing there's danger with 3 slips in fact, on the field at backward point, waiting. Yeah, I love Diego Martin Sporting Complex. I was out just before lunch, the session before my stint before lunch actually, and I was enjoying the view from the stands, the grandstand here. Nice wind, very cool conditions, and a good view as well. And the spectators outside, they're very knowledgeable of the game, and I must say it's really impressive from all angles, this Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
And you had a chance to catch up with a Guyanese living in Trinidad and Tobago not long, for about 40 years.
Yeah, not so long, just 40 plus years. Robert Pereira, he's a wicketkeeper batsman in his day. He actually plays Masters cricket both in Guyana and here in Trinidad and Tobago. And he was commenting on Tevin Imlac's performance behind the stump.
And once again, outside the line of the off stump, far too wide. The over has ended by Mindley, none for 9 from his 3rd. Chandler Paul is on 22. Hemraj has 33. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 56 without loss.
Yeah, so my friend Robert Pereira was saying that Imlak was a bit too heavy-footed at times and not able to move out of the blocks fast enough sometimes when the ball is heading down the leg side, especially. While he may be good, he's outside the off stump, which is most keepers are. He's a bit late in reacting when the ball is pitched outside leg and he looks a bit ordinary. So we can keep giving him some advice. Like you said, just for 40 years or thereabout, he's been living here. Yeah, and he's been keeping for a little bit more than that as well.
Yes, Guyanese spread across the world. There are lots of Guyanese living in Trinidad and Tobago and across the Caribbean as well. I remember one time looking at cricket at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and there were more Guyanese flags than anybody's else.
I guess we saw lots of golden arrowheads being waved last night at Anna Regina when the independence flag raising was held for the first time out of Georgetown. And from all indications, the fireworks was spectacular as well. So I hope everyone there enjoyed it. I think it will be the first, but not the last.
Outside the line of the off stump, and again he's edging this one. Was he dropped at the second slip position? We will just have to look back there, or is it the keeper?
Let's see.
Aldane Thomas. Oh, that was inside the gloves and out again. And once again, Chandra Paul Hemraj is finding it difficult once the ball is close to the line of the off stump. That's the third edge. One was taken off a no ball, the other put down, and this last one put down as well.
Yeah, so a new bowler coming in, and there you see him finding the edge, Alvin Williams, immediately. And this time the wicketkeeper could not complete the job. Aldane Thomas, he got 100, but not holding on to that one. Healthy edge. And once again, just a little bit nervous, you may want to say, to a bowler that's on the middle and off stump, Chandra Paul Hemraj.
And Tej Narayan, he knows exactly where that off stump is. He watches the ball go by from Alwyn Williams. Alwyn Williams played well for his 51. Can he back it up now with his... Hemraj has gotten technically 3 chances. He must make this one count, Hemraj. Just forget about that. Concentrate again. Take your guard and bat again. I do not know exactly what's happening to him and that line outside the line of the off stump. Here is a drive down towards mid-off. Nice flowing offside drive by the left-handed Tej Narayan. Chandra Paul did not pick the gap at this time, but do look real good. Nothing has bothered him so far except that short delivery that smashed somewhere around the rib cage, the abdomen area. But he's recuperated and he's standing out there and delivering as well. 22 from 50 deliveries so far. And he's not playing at that one because it was wide outside the line of the off stump. It wasn't in his corridor, and he's not going to be tempted at all. Hemraj, hands akimbo, bracing the left hand on the bat handle, and then his right hand is around the waist area. Have no doubt that he'll be talking to himself. I must make this innings count. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, there's an extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, and a forward square out on the boundary. Chandra Paul in no bother, very easy, allows the ball to go by again outside the line of the off stump as Williams continue to stray in that direction. Nice afternoon, lovely wind picking up here at Diego Martin. Lots of fruit trees around the ground.
I understand the action as well is picking up at the number 73 ground for that Just Try Cricket Club fundraising event. That's in the quarantine in Guyana. Just a single scored here. So yes, Just Try Cricket Club, they're having a fundraising event as they raise funds for the club, a brand new club with a softball tournament at the number 73 ground today. And this is 11 aside, 5 overs per side. And softball, so whether rain or shine, softball will be played. And I understand it's good conditions at number 73 ground on the Quarantine Coast.
Yes, definitely. So softball cricket in Guyana is the people's game. It's the picnic atmosphere. And just try tells you, if you don't try, you'll never know what can happen. And they want to ensure that they develop sports in that area. We hope that there's great support there. And there's a new level of energy in our home country, Guyana. And it's good to see that communities and villages, the societies gelling together. That's actually the strength of West Indies cricket, societies. And when societies can gel, magic can happen. Mindley to Tej Narayan Chanderpaul. So simple, not difficult at all. Just allowing the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump. He's not going to flirt with danger. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul, he does not want to throw away his wicket. Allah, his father, putting a premium price on his wicket, this youngster.
Just in the last match at the Queen's Park Oval, a magnificent 140, not out, and then 23 to see it home as well in the second innings. So he's yet to be dismissed in the second half of this tournament. Round 3, now round 4. So he's putting a premium on his wicket, like you said, like his dad. And because of that, he will not be tempted to those balls that is basically tempting him outside the off stump. Similar to what Chanderpaul Hemraj got, but Hemraj is offering the bat more than allowing it to go by to the keeper.
So Mindley previous delivery was an excellent one. And here is Tej Narayan Chanderpaul. This time he hurries the defensive shot. Good bowling here by Mindley. Getting closer to the line of the off stump. He wants to make the batsman play. The previous delivery actually took the bat of Tej Narayan Chanderpaul and went away towards gully. All along the ground, no difficulty there. But he knows what Mindley is trying to do to him. And that is good, that the awareness level is high. Mindley to Tej, and he's coming forward and driving. A little bit of misfielding down at extra cover. And they can't capitalize on it. They stay put. There is no run. Mindley so far in his 4th over, none for 9. And he has troubled both batsmen so far, to a lesser extent Tej Narayan Chanderpaul, and more so to Chanderpaul Hemraj. Mindley, slimly built fast bowler, outside the line of the off stump. And once again, Tej Narayan is not going to have anything to do with that one, allowing it to go by into the gloves of Aldane Thomas, and there is no run. Nice scenery here at Diego Martin, John.
Yeah, lovely ground. The setting is really beautiful. Reminds me of what I used to read in some of the countryside of the books growing up, where you saw cricket ground and there are big mountains in the background.
Outside the line of the off stump, there is no run. Mindley completes another over, none for 9 from 4. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul is on 23. Hemraj has 34, 58 without loss. And in secondary school back home in Guyana, we read Samuel Selvon's Miguel Street, and there was also a drink of water that tells the story of life of society in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, I remember a couple of those books indeed. And Miguel Street was centered around, I think, a story in Frederick Street. Yes, yeah. Yes, you're the school teacher. I'm the student from many years ago, many moons, they say.
Yes, so here at Diego Martin in the middle, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are responding to the 393 made by Jamaica Scorpions. And they've done well so far, 58 without loss. Hemraj is in strike. Williams outside the line of the off stump. This time, Hemraj knows where the off stump is. He's not playing a shot, just pulling the bat over it and allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. So he just needs to settle down a little. We have seen one beautiful cover drive from him for 4. Another tickled down the leg side. Had total control. He's gone on to 34 of 51. Alwyn Williams outside the line of the off stump. So they're playing on the patience here of Hemraj. So far, so good in the over. He has allowed 2 deliveries to go by. The Jamaicans is clapping away, especially the second slip area. The skipper is in at first slip. That's John Campbell. Williams tries once again to Hemraj. Off the back foot, and he's edging again, Hemraj. And this time he got the thicker outer edge between the backward point and the gully and away to the boundary for 4. Just looking back at the replay, not in control whatsoever. It was in the air, but fell very safely. He gets the boundary, moves on to 38, 62 without loss.
Yeah, he was looking to go square of the wicket. The ball rushed on to him a little bit faster, and then he got the leading edge, but luckily for him, did not carry it to hand. 2 slips on the gully waiting, and it went by, down to third man, unprotected third man boundary, and he got 4. He's living dangerous, but he's surviving.
Yes, and that's the main thing, that he is surviving. And there have been so many close shades of him. 4 so far. And here is him smashing this one away, out towards the deep long on boundary for 4. Short, and he moved nicely onto the back foot. Good looking shot. Hemraj moves to 42, 66 without loss.
Hitting on the up and hitting over the head of that fielder at mid-on. And it's a safe shot because there's nobody on the boundary riding that side. And he got the boundary. This one was convincing. So riding his luck, but the bowlers will feel that they have a chance with him because they really have him edging and they're not holding on to him in that slip cordon just yet. But Hemraj now with that shot, that will do his confidence a world of good now that he's gotten it out of the middle of the bat and in his area.
Yes, the man from Strathavon in Jamaica, Chandapal Hemraj, gets a good delivery and he's in behind of it, defending down towards mid-off. And you could see Alwyn Williams there maybe saying to Hemraj, why don't you go over long on again? He's not going to have any of it.
Yes, so they're not getting him with the ball, so they're trying to get him with words. Have a go, Mr. Hemraj. That's perhaps what the bowler is telling him, just trying to play with his mind a little bit.
Yes, it's a mind game out in the middle as well. Just been smacked for a 4. You want him to go again? And here is a good delivery. Pitched just outside the line of the off stump, moving away a shade from the left-hander. Williams overcomes to an end. None for 10 from 2. Guyana trail now by 327 runs with Tejnarayan Chandapal on 23. Hemraj is on 42. 66 without loss as the boys with the water, they go out on the middle. So we're going to take a little break, and when we come back, Sean Devers is going to join me with the score on 66 without loss. Welcome back here at Diego Martin. The players have refreshed themselves, and after the little refreshment, we're watching Mindley continues his battle with Tejnarine Chandapal. Outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. As I say, good afternoon once again to my colleague Sean Devers. Sean, Guyana building a solid opening stand between these two Jamaica Scorpions, flooring some catches.
Yes, this is a very good partnership by these two left-handers, Chandrapal and Hemraj. Of course, Chandrapal, the more solid of the two, Hemraj, the more flashy.
Yes, and he's on 42, Hemraj, but it's Tejnarine that is facing now, outside the line of the off stump, and he's forcing one off the back foot down towards square cover. Cannot get past the fielder Paul Palmer, coming away towards his right and moving away from backward point towards his left there, Alwyn Williams. There is no run. And Tejnarine Chandapal has looked extremely good so far for his 23.
Yes, I said he was more solid, but I didn't mean that he's not scoring like he usually does. He's played beautifully in this innings.
And that's a good delivery by Mindley, who is very impressive from the northern end. A shortish delivery, and it got up. And Tejnarine Chandapal, maybe for the first time in his innings here, looks real uncomfortable playing the shot, but he kept it down.
And he kept his eyes on the ball. That's the important thing. In this innings, he's looked to play more aggressive shots, but he's still responsibly. He's played each ball in its merit. And that's what you need to do as a batsman. You just can't block.
Mindley bowls once again. That's another good delivery. Maybe a little bit of an away movement. Mindley stands akimbo at the wicket, glaring at Tejnarine Chandapal. But he had enough time to ensure he made the adjustment and played it safely down into the pitch.
Yes, he wanted to leave alone the ball initially, and then he got the bat down on it.
Yes, so Mindley is in a good spell, none for 9. He's in his 5th over and in a good batting pitch, presenting some trouble for the Harpy Eagles batters. And this time outside the line of the off stump, no pressure. And Tejnarine pulled the bat inside the line. It goes into the gloves of Aldane Thomas.
And although he's only got 23, he's hit 4 fours already.
And all 4 of his boundaries came off the bat with sweet timing and good placement as well. And I will always remember the pull shot he played just after he went down, struck in the rib area of Dorval Green. Was a fine shot. We're seeing a plane there hovering into the clouds. Thanks to our cameraman picking up that, Shaquille. As the over comes to an end. Mindley none for 9. Tejnarine Chandapal is on 23. Hemraj on 42. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 6-6 without loss, still trail by 327.
Yes, but a solid partnership being built by these two. Chandrapal, solid as usual, and Hemraj. He's hit 9 fours, I think, so far, but some of them have gone past the edges, have hit the edges, and he's been dropped a couple of times.
Yes, so he will want to make use of those opportunities that he has gotten. Troubled outside the line of the off stump and quite a few edges being found.
That's maybe because he loves to field bottom ball. When the ball is wide, he flashes at it. He wants to hit the ball, as opposed to Chandrapal, who will leave them alone.
So Alwyn Williams tries once again. Onto the back foot he goes, Hemraj, and strokes it down towards extra cover. There is no run. And not only the wide ones as well that he goes after. There are some that is close to the line of the off stump that he's fishing at. Almost playing nothing shots. Just wondering to know if he's actually picking up the ball so close to him outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, maybe he has some problems with the line of the ball, judgment with the line.
And he's stepping onto the back foot and steering one down towards backward point all along the ground. And once again, there is no run.
But he's a picture when he's on song. The way he looks, he's elegant, he's stylish.
Yes, he's a crowd pleaser. There's no doubt about that. He's an exciting batsman when he's going after the bowling, and especially when he gets them in the middle of the bat. He has all the shots in the book. He can hook, he can pull, cut, drive, sweep, you name them. It is just for him to show that level of consistency and maturity. And this one is hit in the air over the head of the umpire standing at square leg. It comes down to Gordon running away from forward square down towards backward square. And Hemraj gets another run. He moves to 43.
Yeah, these two had a pretty good partnership in the first game on the resumption against Barbados. Hemraj is the more senior of the two batters. He's played 6 one-day internationals and he made his debut at a pretty young age.
Yes, certainly he did. Started in 2017, 2018 in the Professional Cricket League. In fact, 2011, 2012. His best season was in the 2017-2018 tournament. He played all 10 matches, 623 runs with a highest of 90, averaging 36.64 then with 5 50s. That's short and turned away nicely. Some power on it, but there's protection because Gordon is down at the deep backward square leg boundary, kept all along on the ground. Good looking shot by the left-handed Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, getting him a single.
Yeah, half pull, half sweep. Chanderpaul is 25. He's played, this is his 47th, I think, first class match. He's got 200s. He's got to improve on his hundreds. He's got 10 50s. But if he bats the way he bats and continues like this, he would be the opening partner for Craig Braffett.
Well, I like the confidence in you, Sean. This is turned away into the onside field, and they get the single. Nothing wrong with the shot this time, keeping it down, and Hemraj inches closer to that half century. He's gone on to 44.
Why I say that? Because Braffett is now beginning to hit the ball more, and he's basically a sedate batsman. And if Chanderpaul can show that he's batting with positive intent also, they could be an ideal pair because they will bat long and still score runs.
Yes, I think he's a prime candidate once he can continue with this form.
Once he can continue.
Yes, Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. You never know. He will be aiming for the horizon, outside the line of the off stump, going by into the gloves of the keeper. The over comes to an end. 6-9 without loss. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul on 24. Hemraj is on 44.
If he gets another century here and a big score against Trinidad and Tobago in the last match at the Oval, he can force his way into the West Indies team. It depends the way he bats, not so much the runs he scores, because he's got to score big hundreds to force his way in. But if he can score small hundreds with positive batting, not blasting the ball away, he's going to take his time as usual, but pick the balls to hit and hit them.
Yes, and he has always been on the minds of West Indies selectors. There's no doubt about that. But it was the consistency level. In 2017, 2018, Tejnarayan Chanderpaul played 9 matches, 459 runs in that series. Off the back foot goes Hemraj. Punches it down towards Palmer to extra cover. There is no run. And in that year, he averaged 38.25 with 1 century and 350, but got injured. I think he suffered a broken finger. I think in that series, he was seriously looked at by Cricket West Indies selectors.
Yes, he's still young. He's just 25. He will be 26, I think, the end of this month, May 31st, if I'm correct.
That's absolutely right. Minley bowls to Hemraj, and this time solid in behind of him, just stepping across the off stump a little, covering the ball nicely, and there is no run.
Yeah, Hemraj, who's 28, just 2 years older than Chanderpaul. So there's a good young batting combination here for Guyana, and that's what we want to see. More young players. They have to merit their place, though. You don't put a player for his age. They have to merit their place and qualify to be playing in this first class season.
Minley outside the line of the off stump, and he's edging once again. Hemraj, he's going to take the left gloves. The ball got onto him, had to be hitting that left gloves all along the ground, down towards backward point. Was a sharp delivery by Minley, and Minley continues to bowl well from the northern end.
Yes, he's continuing to bowl well in his sixth over, none for 9. He's also not conceded many runs.
Yes, very, very economical, Minley. And you could see Hemraj very careful. Nice settled stance at the wicket. Off the back foot, he picks the gap through the covers and out towards the boundary for 4. Palmer can give up the chase. That's a classical cover drive. Great timing, good placement as well. Onto the back foot, and he moves on to 48-73 without loss.
Yeah, but that's why I like watching batsmen like Hemraj. That was a classical shot. On his toes, punched it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Exquisite timing.
Yes, and he always looks good when he's on the go. The problem we have been saying all along,
You
if he
don't
can
do it for long periods.
exactly. So he trusts that he can go long in this innings. Outside the line of the off stump, Minley this time straying, relieving whatever little pressure he created. So a boundary, and then the next delivery sprayed outside the line of the off stump. There is no run.
But he also suffers from inconsistency and small conversion rates into 50s, into 100s. He's only got 100. He's got 12 50s, and this is his 35th first-class game.
Yes, so he will want to ensure that he's more consistent. Hemraj.
Oh,
Beaten outside the line of the off stump, he edged that one. And did it fall in front of the field? We're going to look at that, but that was a good delivery on a good line as well from Minley to bring the over up. Edging, oh.
that was a technical chance because it landed just at the bootlaces of the fielder.
Yes, so not a good over with the exception of the boundary coming to an end. 73 without loss. Hemraj is on 48 and Chandler Paul on 24. He's been real edgy and he continue to peg away at the off stump. And you could see a little frustration there from Hemraj. He's having serious problem outside the line of the off stump.
Once the ball leaves him, pitches in line and leaves him, he's tempted to go at it. And that's when he edges the ball because he drives hard.
Yes, and there's a little difference too between himself and Tejnarain Chandapal playing on the line of the off stump. Here is Williams outside the line of the off stump. You look at Hemraj there, Sean, and we're going to look at him again too. When he plays on the line of the off stump, he's real side on to the bowler. Tejnarain, on the other hand, he moves across nicely and he plays those delivery almost open-chested. So in the technical aspect of it, they have their own way of playing it.
Yes, well, what works for you works for you. I'm not one that focus exclusively on technique.
And this is nicely played off the hips, down through forward square. They've taken one. The return comes in from Gordon. And they will get two good-looking run, tucking it nicely off the hips. Tejnarain Chandapal, he moves on to 26.
And good aggressive running again between the two. So the scoreboard is kept ticking, the boundaries are coming, and the good balls are being defended. Excellent partnership so far, except for the edges of Hemraj. And most of those edges worked in his favor.
Yes, certainly they did. Outside the line of the off stump, Williams not troubling the left-hander. He's a slow medium bowler, Alwyn Williams. Just maybe looking to get a little bit of movement there. Not a ginger run-up. He takes his time and he gets to that crease. Maybe depending a little bit more on shoulder for his power into the delivery stride. But one area the Scorpions must improve from is their catching. Some has gone down in the slips and by the wicket keeper as well. No trouble, wide outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, I agree with you. They have to, most of the teams have to improve on their catching, either behind or in front of the stumps. But catches win matches, and it's important. The most important thing is for you to do as a team is to hold your catches. Even if a bowler bowl a bad ball, a long hop, and you got to catch the ball.
Of course. And your slip fielders, they must at all times be alert. No time for relaxing in the slip cordon. Good delivery, well played too by Tejnarayan Chandrapal, getting everything in behind the line of that delivery and defending on the offside of the pitch. There is no run. Sometimes if you're not alert, by the time you realize it, the ball is directly at you, like we have seen in the last over from Mindley.
Well, slip catching is a skill also. You've
It
got to
is.
get good hand-eye coordination, good eyesight, and you've got the skill to take those catches in slip because they come at you fast.
Yes, and at lightning speed as well. And this is forced off the back foot by Tejnarayan Chandrapal down towards mid-off. Williams, none for 15 from his 4 overs. Hemraj is on 48. Chandrapal on 26. Harpy Eagles, good response so far. 75 without loss of 23 overs.
Yeah, but they still trail by 318 runs. But this is a fantastic opening partnership between these two. As we see all the greenery, we see some mangoes in that tree there. I'm almost tempted to pick them from the screen.
Those are Julie mangoes, Sean.
Yeah.
Lovely. And there's some Pumarak trees in the background of the mango trees as well. You can now pick them, Sean.
Yeah.
They're much closer to you.
Well, where I'm staying by Visam Rang Sawak, who works with the Ministry of Education, there is a empty lot where the mango trees are planted. I don't know by who, but the mangoes are falling. And last night, Visham picked them up, and we had mangoes and salt.
That's nice. So you haven't missed Guyana at all. That's a delicacy in Guyana. Over in Trinidad and Tobago, I think they call it chow. That's right. Mango with salt and some shadow beni inside of it as well.
Some people like the pepper also, but I don't like pepper. I don't like anything hot.
This is turned away into the onside field and they get the single. You sure you don't like anything hot?
Well, I like two things
76
hot.
without loss. Don't say-
One is coffee, and I wouldn't tell you what's the other one.
So another run to the score. Hemraj, he moves on to 49. So one away from another 50 at this level. 76 without loss. Minley operating from the northern end of the ground. Lovely cricket, good cricket match so far as he moves in to Tejnarayan and he's covering up, stroking it away to Leroy Log down at extra cover, and the left-hander cannot score. He won't mind that at all. He's on 26, has gotten another good start here, and he's not going to squander this unless he gets a delivery that does something real extraordinary on this pitch. He's a kind of batsman that is going to be very, very difficult to dislodge.
And he's been unbeaten on both innings so far on the resumption.
Yes, outside the line of the off stump.
140 not out, and 23 from 10 balls.
Yeah, and the way that he got those 23, we all will remember that scoop over the wicket-keeper
from
head.
outside the off stump.
Yes, and his shots through mid-wicket and backward square as well.
So he's got good average so far in this tournament. His dad, do you know that his dad had the most not outs, 49, of all top order batsmen who played at least 50 test matches?
Well, I'm hearing that from you now, Sean, and I can trust that. Outside the line of the off stump, no harm done. Tejnarayan Chandrapal moves inside the line, allows it to go by to Aldane Thomas.
And he batted for 5 hours on 3 consecutive times without being dismissed.
Yes.
That's Shivnarayan Chandrapal. And he also could play aggressive shots. Remember when he hit those 10 runs to win against Sri Lanka right at the Oval, Struminder Vas, and he hit a 4 and then he hit a 6.
As we watch outside the line of the off stump, there is no run. I think at that time they had needed 14 runs when Shiv came in, and they got those 14 runs. I remember innings from him against Jamaica when he scored a 100 against a powerful batting lineup that included Courtney Walsh, 303. That was a great knock.
Yeah,
And in a
1996.
and in a one-day match against South Africa, he tore into the South African bowling. Who can ever forget when he tore into the Australian test bowling at border?
69 balls, 100.
Yes, he's coming forward, plays defensively, out towards extra cover. There is no run. The over has been completed. Mindley none for 14 from 7. Tejnarayan Chandrapal is on 26. Hemraj is on 49. 76 without loss. More from you, Sean. and then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsey.
And that unbeaten 303 is still the record, the only triple century in regional first-class cricket since 1966, when sponsored cricket began with the Shell Shield.
Yes, and John is saying to me, just stay there in the Jeet for a little while more, maybe to bring good luck to Hemraj, who is on 49. You can pick some coconuts now.
Construction work being done also. A man putting cement on the blocks and working. Maybe he would take a break and pick some coconuts from those trees.
Yes, a hot day, some coconut and some ice cube. Surely he's enjoying his work, and he's very careful with what he's doing there. The building blocks of buildings, and he's ensuring he's placing them delicately in their right position. Out in the middle, Hemraj is on 49 of 67 deliveries. He's in search of his 13th half-century in first-class cricket, goes into his stance and awaits the bowling of Alwyn Williams to Hemraj. No trouble this time, allows one to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, so he's got to be patient. He'll get balls to hit. He manufactures shots. So that's why he's so impulsive, and he gets edges when he should not get edges, but shouldn't be nowhere near those balls. But he's a compulsive hitter of the ball. Not reckless, but compulsive.
Yes, perhaps the gravitational pull of the bat to ball has caused his undoing on some occasion. Hemraj is coming forward, plays down towards mid-off, come through, gets the single, and that's his 13th half-century in first-class cricket. He has rode his luck and has gotten a good half-century, 50 from 69 deliveries. Well played, Chandapal Hemraj.
Well, now is the point. He's only had 100. This is where he's got to start over. You've got 50, buckle down and get a big 100. You've gotten a start. The next time you get a start, you will be from naught.
Yes, and his only century would have been 144, and that was against Barbados.
Yes.
So, playing against top bowling there. We all know his talent. We all know his class. All we are asking for, be a little bit more consistent, and you can only be consistent when your shot selections are good. Tejanarain Chandapal is in strike, gets a good delivery, pulls the left hand off the bat handle and allows it to come down towards mid-on, where Jamie Merchant feels there is no run.
Chandrapal is a model of concentration. He concentrates. So if there is a fire in his peripheral vision, he wouldn't know until he's finished batting, just like his father. That's the way they bat long.
And you have to love your cricket, love what you're doing. He loves batting. That's the hallmark to Chandapal, and he's coming forward. Tejanarain driving down towards wide mid-off. There is no run, and he walks away, looking at the bat as well. And some cricketers, Sean, some batsmen, they love their batting so much that they will sleep with their bats in their bed, like bowlers do that love the game, sleeping with the cricket ball in their bed.
Well, I'll tell you a real-life story. It happened at Essequibo. I'll tell you about that after this ball.
Williams, off the back foot goes Tejanarain, plays down towards short extra cover.
There was the late Nizam Hafiz, who died in the September 11 catastrophe. And he was our captain for Maltinos, and he wasn't making any runs. So he slept at the hotel with his pads, his bat, his thigh pads, everything. And he got 80-something the next day.
Yes, that's a premium that some people place on the sports that they love, their career. Williams to Tejanarain. He plays away down towards forward square. Gordon comes off the boundary. And in fact, Merchant got there before. And the return will now come in. So one more to the left-hander. So it's 78 without loss. Hemraj on 50. Tejanarain Chandapal on 27.
So Tej has slowed down a little bit, but he's still looking to score. And of course, Hemraj has just gotten his 13th half-century. So this is a very good partnership. Jamaica now would want to break this as quickly as possible. They want at least 2 or 3 wickets before tea. As John Ramsing gets ready to join me, good innings so far from both batsmen, but more impetuous is the innings of Hemraj. He's played some brilliant shots, classy shots, but he's also played some naughty shots.
Good afternoon once again, Sean. Yeah, congratulations to Chandrapal Hemraj getting his half century in quick time. But I remember as well at the Queen's Park Oval in round number 2 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, batting in the second innings, he was all over the bowling, especially as Alzari Joseph. And then he got a quick half century from just about 40-42 deliveries or thereabout, but did not add to 50. He was dismissed shortly after and Guyana were bowled out and lost the game.
Well, this is his 13th half century. He's just got 150. That shows his conversion rate is low.
Yeah, just 100 to that.
Yeah,
so
100.
He needs to bat long. And I said to him, bat 2 sessions and see how many you have, and let's take it from there. So I was telling him legit, I'd love for him to see it to stumps today on day number 2.
If he bats towards stumps, he definitely reach 100 or more. The way he bats, he's always going to score. The problem with him is staying there to score. You can't score runs if you're in the pavilion, despite how much shots you've got.
But it's a good start. The foundation has been laid not only for the Harpy Eagles, but for himself, Hemraj. Look to carry on very deep. Because you did mention, if you have to start over, you start from 0.
We had some pulsating soca music during the breaks, and that's Carnival Country, the land of soca we're in. And of course in Jamaica will be reggae country. You'll hear dancehall reggae music. Bob Marley, the iconic singer, he's got a museum in the heart of Kingston, Jamaica. I want to say good afternoon to all my friends in Jamaica, Georgie and Mandy Lowe. She's a former Guyana junior badminton player. Went to the 1988 Junior Carifta Games in Barbados along with my sister, Nicola Devers, and now she's called Nicola Charles because she's married. I don't think she's watching this in Canada because she doesn't look at much cricket. So, but she was one on the team when Mandy Lowe, she's maybe watching because she's in Jamaica. She loves cricket and she loves driving too.
I know one great Jamaican that is watching is Courtney Cuddy Walsh.
Good
Because
afternoon to you, sir.
I just, while I was off air, I crossed paths with him. He's in the building
Oh,
actually.
he and Jimmy Adams are watching it live.
He and Jimmy Adams, of course. They're right in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And they're watching on the proceedings as it unfolds in the middle.
I wonder if he still has his nightclub in
Cuddy's?
Kingston. Yeah, Cuddy's. I used to like going there when I was much younger.
I know he has his bar down in San Fernando at a C3 Mall. It's called 519. And he celebrated 5 years in the industry here in Trinidad and Tobago. So congrats to Courtney Walsh on the 519's 5th anniversary.
And that symbolizes his wickets in Test cricket. 78 without loss, 26 overs gone. Chandrapal on 27, Hemraj on 50. Good solid start by the Guyanese here.
Yes, the foundation has been laid. This is a good reply to the 393 made by the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings. So it's not a lot separating these teams when it comes to the first innings so far. So if Chandrapal and Hemraj can take this very deep, it means with that powerful batting lineup that the Harpy Eagles possess, with the likes of Leon Johnson, Vishal Singh, Akshay Prasad, who you did mention will bat, and Kimo Paul, of course, in there, Kevin Sinclair. These guys, they can all contribute, not forgetting Tevin Imlach. The Harpy Eagles can bat quick and try to put on a big score and look to bowl out the Scorpions a second time.
But as I was saying, the last time 3 batsmen scored hundreds for Guyana was in 1998 against Trinidad at Enmore, Lambert Hooper and Shivnarine, but there no combination of batsmen. That's a lovely shot. Gone, bang, into the side screen, one bounce. That's the type of shots you'll expect from Hemraj. He goes to 4-4.
So there you see Williams
54.
on the line of the off stump and slightly moving away, but not a whole lot, and then not dangerous bounce, not steep bounce. So even bounce on this track, and Chanderpaul hitting through the line over the head of the bowler, and it went into that side screen on the bounce.
Even though we saw Chandrapal and Moti getting 100, only Chandrapal was a top order batsman. Moti was a lower order batsman. Just like this innings here, Blackwood and the lower order batsman Thomas. Both scored hundreds, but I want to see at least two top order batsmen get runs together. And then you'll get a big score. But Johnson is getting starts. Hemraj is getting starts. Pasad, well, he is still in the formative years of first-class cricket. And also, more importantly, Imlak got 51 and then he got out. So they're not getting big hundreds.
Keeper Paul has a first-class 100 as well, I think, against this Jamaica attack. Oh, that's a beautiful played shot down towards extra cover. This was pitched up more this time from Williams, looking to not give Hemraj short bowling, but this time he pitched up and paid the price.
And even when he hits the ball so powerfully, he still looks elegant.
Yeah.
Some batsmen, when they hit the ball hard,
lose shape.
they don't look elegant.
Yeah, they tend to lose their shape a bit, but
Yeah.
this time he hit it and he held the pose, actually, recognizing
And that was hit very hard.
that there's Brandon Corlett and Akeem Green waiting to take his picture, I suppose. And he posed for the camera. Well played. The bowler's full outside the off stump. And I was just told by our good friend, or Mr. Scorer, that it's also the birth anniversary of Sunil Narayan.
Vishal, yes.
Visham is saying that's his birthday of Sunil Narayan.
So happy birthday to you, Sunil. All the way in India. And a good single there. Just played it with soft hands. And that's how he can bat. He can play the ball with soft hands, good technique, but he's got a compulsion to go after balls, to feel it on the bat. He wants to feel the ball hit the bat. That's his main problem, especially the ball on the line of the off stump, just outside. He goes fishing at it. Big drives.
Yeah, you need to set targets as well in terms of how you approach your innings. Looking for a single, exploring the possibility, but it was hit very well from Tej Narayan Chanderpaul to mid-on and Lug, not Lug, but the fielder there, Merchant, looking to throw down the stumps at the non-strikers end. But you need to bat in stages. He has 59 runs now, Hemraj. You want to say, okay, at T, I would like to be there at T, maybe at 10 more, at the next whatever it is, but bat time as well, and you need to construct your innings in phases like that.
A lovely shot there from Tej Narayan Chanderpaul. Lovely, lovely, lovely. He went back, eased into it, and caressed it to the cover boundary, and he goes now to 31. This is the type of innings that I like to see Tej Narayan play. Not bashing the ball, but when the ball is there to be hit, hit it. Don't play shots that are defensive to balls that you could attack.
Yeah, don't go into a shell and allow the good balls to go by, and then the bad ones also to bog you down. That's the end of the over, 91 after 27. So good opening stand between the Chanderpauls, if you want to call them that, Chanderpaul Hemraj and Tej Narayan Chanderpaul.
I think they had a big partnership in the game against Barbados too, the two of them.
The third round.
Yeah. I think so. Can't remember. I
Remember at least not in the second innings when it had just a few runs to chase.
No, can't be in the second innings. That's 68.
So in the first innings, Chanderpaul, it was just a 20-run opening stand, because after they got to 20, Hemraj, who was on 19.
Oh yes, he got he dominated the 20-run partnership with 19. Then he got out.
Yeah, he gave Reefer a very simple dismissal. Caught at the wicket.
That must be the third wicket partnership, 994 with Imlak.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a big partnership with Imlak.
Yeah, but he went on left so quick. So that's Merchant, who I said was built like a boxer.
Yes. He looks a big man indeed.
He's come from the other end now. He started at the bowled 1 over, I think, from the southern end.
Yeah, that was just
before lunch.
Mhm.
Here he comes, bowls, and that's played nicely out towards deep cover. And why would you start with a deep cover? You're bowling your second over, your fourth from in a session, and you start with a deep cover.
So what they're trying to do now, the Jamaica Scorpions, trying to ease on the boundaries because they're being bashed away, and they're trying to give him some protection.
Yeah, but then you're setting fields for bad bowling. He's not yet bowled the ball. You've got a man at deep cover. Put the man at normal cover and then force him to go through the gap. If he does it once, twice, then you push back the fielder. Chandra Paul is driving out towards short cover, and there is no run. A solitary slip, forward short leg, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on is in, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square in the boundary along with the forward short leg. So that's the field for Merchant as he comes in and bowls on the line of the leg stump. Bad line, and that's picked away out towards the backward square. A little bit of fumbling in the field from maybe a slug, and they decide to come back for the second. So good running again, 2 runs to Chandra Paul. He goes to 33, Hemraj is 60, and it's 94 without loss.
And you can look at the type of shot that was played. It was a sweep shot very early in the over. It goes to show that the track is easy paced. The Chandra Paul can just go and sweep that one very easily on length.
Merchant comes in once more, bows to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul gets one that bounces a little bit, but in good control, and plays it out into the onside, and there is no run. So Chandra Paul looking set again. He's looked from the knock in Guyana, that 163, to have regained his form, full form.
Form and confidence.
Yeah. Here's Chandra Paul going forward and pushes it into the offside, and there is no run again. So apart from that boundary, the sweep that went for 2 was quite a tidy over.
A good comeback over from Merchant. Remember, he just had 1 over before lunch, and now this is his first over in the second session of the day. You have a lot of bowling to do, I can tell you this, Merchant, because it's a very flat track, and the bowlers, the faster bowlers, they're looking for wickets, looking for the breakthrough, and not getting it. So no assistance for them just yet. And Merchant, the spinner, the specialist spinner in the squad, will have to work hard, tie up one end perhaps, and have the bowlers rotated at the other end, the seamers. But earlier we saw some foot marks just outside the off stump of the left-handers when they're batting from the northern end. So there's no leggy and
or left arm spinner.
Or left arm spinner that can actually extract bounce and some turn from those foot marks in the Jamaica artillery. But you never know. Somebody may come and roll their arms.
Yeah, but if Merchant wants to exploit that, he's got to bowl from the southern end and bowl round the wicket and bowl a lot of arm balls, and he would land in that spot. Bowl some that turns away, and then bowl the arm ball, comes back into the left-hander. This is a over started by Gordon. They've switched ends. He started at the southern end. He started at the northern end. He's now been switched to the southern end. So Gordon, he's bowled so far 5 overs, none for 17. This is the 6th over. He's had a tidy spell, but he's not been penetrative. None of the bowlers have been penetrative. That's a good shot on the line of the leg stump, and Hemraj clips it away with disdain, and it's gone over the boundary for 6 runs. The 100 is up with that audacious shot from Hemraj.
Yeah.
He's on to 66, 33 to Chandra Paul. The Guyana bringing up their 100 for the first wicket.
And then the first 6 as well in the innings. So there was Gordon bowling into the middle and leg stump of the batsman, who's well set, Hemraj, and he hit a safe shot over the fielder at mid-on and into the boundary. That's perhaps the bigger side of the ground, but it looked very small.
Yes, when we keep saying, oh my, that's a lovely shot. Pivoted like Gordon Greenidge on the back foot and smashed it away through the mid-wicket, and it raced into the boundary for 4. That was a Gordon Greenidge-like shot. On the back foot, pivoting, and hit it disdainfully for 4. So he's gotten a 6 and a 4. He's raced up to now 70. Chandra Paul is 33, 104 for 4. And when you told Indrajit that if he bats towards the end of the day, he would get a double century, that's very likely.
Yes, that one bump before clear the ropes at mid-wicket.
10 runs in 2 balls.
And it looked really good on one knee, flamingo style, and hitting it. But there's Gordon, not a lot of pace at all. Now he's changing his line of attack, going over the wicket, and this time it's outside the off stump, and not forcing Hemraj into that stroke.
Yes, he is becoming more and more responsibly, understands better now. The longer he spent at the crease, where his off stump is, which balls he should play at. But he's still going to play flashing shots. If you bowl short and wide, he's still going to go at you. So Gordon, in the cool conditions, as maybe smoke comes out of the mountains there. Somebody might be lighting a fire. Hopefully it's not a bushfire. Ball outside the line of the off stump. Hemraj ignores it and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Is that a fire there? Or it's just the clouds and the Sahara dust or what? Fire. Good. So there are little houses dotted into the mountains, and there's one we saw when the guy was doing his architecture, building blocks on the line of the off stump, outside of it, and plays no shot. As the over comes to an end, Guyana still trail by 289 runs, and the total is 104 without loss. Hemraj has raced up to 81 from 70 from 81 balls. Chandra Paul is on 34. This is where we were telling you that's the fire. Is it a bushfire? Is there a lot of bushfires in Trinidad and Tobago? Yes, he says it's during the crop season and there's a lot of fires in Trinidad. I know there are lots of mudslides. We're thanking God that Guyana is in the safe zone. No hurricanes, no earthquakes, no tsunamis, no natural disasters. So Guyana is pretty safe. I hope that the extraction of the oil does not bring a vacuum, and that has to be filled with something else. There will be earth shifting. Here is a ball that's on the line of the off stump. Nicely played by Chandra Paul, and Merchant looks as the fielder goes around to make a good stave, so no runs goes into the books. That's maybe the reason why Trinidad has earthquakes, because they've got oil. It's almost finishing now. So here's a ball on the line of the off stump and played into the onside this time. That's a fact. Why do you think that Prime Minister Rowley said that the oil is going down and you've got to get the oil refined to refine oil? He's got a deal with Guyana, but he wants the private sector to own the oil refinery. It's not going to be owned by the government. But that's a good delivery. Came back and wrapped him outside the line of the off stump. That's what saved Chandra Paul. He actually didn't play a shot.
Yeah, not playing a shot, that can be dangerous, but the first look at it suggests that it was hitting him outside the line of the off stump. There we see, although hit it on the back foot, you can see most of the stumps there. Yeah, everything being shown. So hitting outside the off stump, and of course umpire Tuckett in a perfect position to say not out.
Merchant passes the umpire Tuckett, bowls to Chandra Paul. And this is the difference with Merchant and Kevin Sinclair. You see how slow Merchant is bowling the ball, allowing the ball to turn or to go straight, but more importantly, allowing Chandrapal more time to decide what shot he wants to play at it. If you bowl the ball fast, it's instinctive. You just drive through the line or you block. Here's a ball that's on the line of the off stump, just back of a length, and Chandrapal comes back and forces it into the offside. There's no run, 104 without loss.
Well, that last one was much quicker from Merchant.
Yes, you've got variety.
Yes,
you
you
can't
can
bowl every ball that's slow or fast.
Yes, you must be able to use different types of deliveries to get a batsman out. If the stock delivery is not working, then you'd resort to other options.
But your stock delivery must not be flat and fast.
No.
That should be the surprise delivery.
Correct.
At the end of the over, 30 overs gone, Guyana 104 for the loss of no wicket. Chandrapal on 33, Hemraj on 70.
Nice partnership, really good reply. And as we get closer to tea on day number 2, we'll see perhaps that these players will be playing for tea, not playing so many shots. And this is a good innings from Tejaran Chandrapal. In his previous match, he was very dogged, very watchful. Now he's playing some shots and he's gotten to 33 in relatively quick time. Good partner to Hemraj. Hemraj has been free scoring at the other end, and they're both looking to shut up shot momentarily as they go to tea.
And you'd hardly see a batsman transform like he did at the Oval. He got the slowest first class century by balls in the first innings. Here's a ball that slammed away over the top and deliberate shot. That's a Hemraj shot for you. Typical Hemraj shot, going over the top, taking the risk, but it's paying off here. He's gone now to 74. It's 108 for no loss.
Yeah, Dorval Green, who was at mid-off, was very deep but not at long off, and was hoping perhaps he could run back and take the catch, but it went sailing over his head easily and into the boundary, just about one bounce. Safe shot in the end, and here is Gordon switched around and still not causing any troubles for these batsmen because it's even bounce you're getting so far on this Diego Martin track.
Yeah, Chandrapal batted doggedly in the first innings and got 140 not out. This is a ball outside the line of the off stump. And then in the second innings, in a 20-20 scenario, with Guyana on 41 for 5, with about 3 overs left, he came out and got them to 63 along with the level-headed Johnson by playing 20-20 shots, including that scoop from outside the line of the off stump to the fine leg boundary for 4. So that's a complete transformation of a batsman batting in one match. That's a nice shot. Waited on it and steered it away. And that's a delightful shot from Hemraj because he had to wait on the ball and didn't cut at it, just steered it away out towards the wide third man position and 4 more runs. So this is contrasting boundaries again. That one was hit with brute force and that one was delicately steered. So good batting here from Chandrapal Hemraj. He's on 78, 112 without loss.
Well, I did say that they were going to shut up shop heading to tea, but this is the slowing down that Hemraj is looking for. He's getting the bad balls.
Maybe Tej would shut up shop.
He's getting the bad balls and cashing in. That's good awareness, not because we're heading towards an interval. If the bad ball is there and you're set like you are, you must be able to put them away.
That's the advice of the great Brian Charles Lara. First ball or bad ball or second ball or last ball, once the ball is to be hit, you hit it, because at the end of the day, when you pat the last ball that you could have hit for 4 at a break and you end up outing for 96, you will rue the thought of not hitting that ball for 4.
Yes. So once it's there, I'm sure Hemraj is going to go after it. He's well set on 78, and why not? This is an opportunity to cash in. Beautiful conditions for batting. Make full use, my friend.
Here is Gordon, bowls from the road end, and there is no shot played. I remember Vishal Singh playing in a first division match against Police at the Police ground. He batted really slowly. He was annoyed that I wrote in the newspaper his innings was as exciting as watching paint dry. So he got 96, and the next day was the last day, and rain fell all day. He ended up 96, not 100. If he played 2 shots, he would have gotten to 100. This is a loose shot outside the line of the
Caught
off stump.
behind.
Is he caught behind? Yes, he doesn't wait on the umpire decision. He tucks his bat under his arm and walks away. So again, Chandrapal Hemraj getting his 13th half century but can't progress to 100. He's gone for 80, 76, 78. A nice knock, an entertaining knock. But he needs to convert these starts into hundreds. He's gone, caught behind by Thomas. Gordon has got the wicket, and he's gone. It's 112 now for 1. The partnership, 112, has finally been broken.
Yes, and he rode his luck. He got to 78, but the Jamaica Scorpions now finding the edge and holding on. And I think that the wicket finally coming, the breakthrough finally coming, but Hemraj did very well to ride his luck to 78. Good smart bowling from Gordon, controlled the short ball, not trying to give him too much of room outside the off stump because he was just guided down to third man for a boundary. This time he brought it back in, so sensible bowling from the bowler, and he got the rewards because there was Chandrapal again looking for another booming offside shot, trying to pierce the field at cover. And just the bottom of the bat being found as the edge as well. And he's gone. He will be disappointed, but there's no one else to blame because he's heading towards an interval just a few minutes to go before tea. Had he batted for tea, he would have still been there. And all I was asking for is for Hemraj to bat until stumps. That's not to be. Good breakthrough for Jamaica Scorpions. And with the inexperienced wicketkeeper batsman now at crease, in this very important position at number 3, he will have some nerves. He will have the butterflies there. Johnson, Vishal Singh, Kimo Paul, Akshaya Prasad still to come. So another wicket here will expose the middle order. Good breakthrough for
If you
Jamaica
want
Scorpions.
entertainment, you've got it from Hemraj. Entertaining innings, 78 from 87 balls, 15 fours and a 6. 112 for 1. Partnership broken. Let's see what will happen now, especially with Imlak, who's not so experienced at the first class level. Chandrapal is fairly, and Merchant brings him forward. He plays it into the offside. You wouldn't see, well, I doubt if you would see Chandrapal playing a responsible shot just so close to tee.
2 minutes to tea, and we did not expect that from Chandrapal. But with the Jamaica Scorpions on the hunt now, having picked up that wicket, and they're looking to get one before the interval, he may just want to see the fielders around him moved and may play a big shot just to move them. But he's gonna be
No, I doubt if he would do
he'll
that.
be a dogged batsman. He just wanted to block. He has shut up shop already.
Yes, he's in his 47th first class game. The 25-year-old will in fact be 26 at the end of this month. Exactly the last day in this month. Forward he comes and blocks it out. So he's got 3 balls to face. And unless it's a long hop or a full toss, I'm sure that Tej Narayan wouldn't play an attacking shot. Here is Merchant in cool conditions. Well, inside the commentary box. I don't know what it's like outside. And that's a good delivery. Slapped away with a horizontal bat out towards mid-on. But he wouldn't want to just block and block because one could bounce and turn. So you play intelligently. Here is Merchant. Just about to pass the umpire. Tuckett bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives. And there is no run. So this is the last over to tea. Merchant into Chandrapal, and Chandrapal flashes it away. Oh my, loose bit of work, and Chandrapal gets a boundary. So he goes now to 37. Loose bit of work from 2 fielders, in fact. The ball was short, it was wide, and that's a ball that you had to hit. But that was really loose bit of work there from Green. As the tea time comes, 277 behind Guyana trail. Chandrapal in 37. Imlak yet to score, in fact yet to face, 116 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Hemraj, who was dismissed by Gordon for 78. 87 balls, 15 fours, 1 6. He fell at 112. That's been the only success so far for the Scorpion Warriors at tea.
Yeah, so at tea, the Jamaica Scorpions just able to pick up that one wicket, that of Hemraj, like you mentioned. And remember, lunch was taken with the Harpy Eagles on 9 without loss. So with 116 on the board, it means that they've scored 105 runs in the session, just one wicket going down. It means that based on that, the Harpy Eagles winning that session easily.
And they still need 77 runs to avoid the follow-on. So until about 20 minutes from now, we say goodbye to you.
Welcome once again to Diego Martin Sporting Complex. As we watch out in the middle, the Jamaican Scorpions, their team making their way out, and leading them is the right-handed Tevin Imlak, and the other left-handed batsman, that's Tejnarain Chandapal. They will continue the battle for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tejnarain is not out on 37. He has faced 106 balls so far. Imlak not out not. The only casualty, Chandrapal Hemraj, caught by Thomas, Bol Gordon for 78, 87 deliveries. His innings was punctuated by brilliance and moments of self-destruction, no other than when he drove at one outside the line of the off stump from Gordon with T looming, losing his head and losing his wicket as well. Guyana T 116 for the loss of one. Good time to say good afternoon once again to John Ramsing.
Hi, good afternoon, Indrajit, and good afternoon to everyone following on the stream. Yes, I think Hemraj perhaps started to get a bit tired and not too sure if he realized T was just 1 over away after the one that he was dismissed in. Yeah, but he started to look tired and then threw his wicket away because he was living dangerous. He was always edging and just the catch was not being taken. On that occasion, it was taken by the wicketkeeper with the gloves and he perished. But I think he has done very well to get the Harpy Eagles to a very good start, 112. In the scorebook, you will not see how many times he created opportunities, but you'll see 112 for the first wicket, which is a good foundation to a good which represents a good reply to a 393.
Certainly, John, a good foundation here for the rest to come. Tevin Imlak, he's out in the middle too. He's not all and out an attacking player, but he can score his shots as well. Vishal Singh and his skipper Leon Johnson, especially Leon Johnson, he can attack the bowling. Singh, more accumulator of runs. Outside the line of the off stump once again from Gordon. Previously had 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. But it would have been so nice to see Chandapal Hemraj scoring his 100, did all the hard work, rode his luck, and in the end, he gave it away. But nevertheless, a good opening partnership of 112. It is left now for Imlak, who scored that good half century against Barbados Pride, to continue to bat on with the left-handed Tejnarain Chandapal. Good-looking drive down towards cover. Cannot pierce the offside field. Alwyn Williams in the way, and there is no run.
Imlak is fit as well, just like T.H. Chandapal. So we expect that he will bat long and be a good partner. They want a good partnership again, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And remember, they had a good second wicket stand in the last game against the Barbados Pride, with Imlak getting to 53 and then could not carry on.
Outside the line of the off stump, no pressure whatsoever. Gordon just striving for a little bit of extra pace and just straying way outside the line of the off stump. Imlak, relatively young to first class cricket, 25 years of age. This is his 4th first class match, played 2 before this season and then the last one against the Pride. So he's still to develop the kind of experience you want at this level, but there's no doubt about his batting class. He's a good player. Like this shot, lovely shot, driven down towards Merchant at extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, so he's definitely searching for his feet in first class cricket, but he had a good outing in the last game and also his side won, so he want to remember that for all the positives and then be a good partner here in perfectly good conditions for batting.
Absolutely good conditions for batting. And he's coming forward, gets a good delivery, and he's playing a good solid defensive shot. Back up the track for the bowler to field. Gordon 1 for 35 from 8. Tejnarain Chandapal is on 37. Tevin Imlak is yet to score. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 116 for 1. They trail the Scorpions by 277 runs.
Yeah, good testing over after T. So now with lots of time still to play in this second day, The Guyana Harp Eagles want to see it to stumps, want to eke away as much as possible from that 277 that they're trailing by. The follow-on target is just 127 runs away, so that as well will be a next milestone for the Harp Eagles. But the Jamaica Scorpions will not want the Guyana Harp Eagles to get too far away. They want to bowl them out as cheap as possible.
Merchant, that's a good delivery, making the left-hander play Tejan Chandler Paul. And John, we're looking at Merchant. He has a little strange action in his bowling there. I think he's trying to, you look at his hand, that left hand coming in a chopping action. A good delivery, right on target. This is good bowling by Jamie Merchant. Not too fast, just slow through the air. And he's comfortable with that action, aiming for the line of the off stumper.
Yeah, just perhaps aligning himself, looking at where he want to land. Indeed, that's a very good way to put it. Chopping action.
Yes. Comes in once again. Off the back foot goes Chandler Paul. Picks out the extra cover. Gordon is in the way. Cannot get past the Jamaican speedster. He feels well. And the commentary box is blessed with the presence of our Guyanese mate. That's Akeem Green from Newsroom, covering all the matches here in Trinidad and Tobago. Looking for the sweep shot, taken on the pad. Shout of LBW, not on.
Perhaps starting it outside off stump. This angle, we're not exactly behind the bowler's arm, and then we're seeing the on the camera Michael missing that angle.
So Merchant trying to create some opportunities here. This time Chandler Paul is right in behind the line of the delivery. Plays it on the onside of the pitch. No width, no room. And this is how the Scorpions must bowl. On pitches like these, you want the batsmen to come and get their runs. You do not want to present them with opportunities to score through the offside or through the onside. You bowl most of the time wicket to wicket, so you can frustrate them. This man is not going to be frustrated, however. Tejan Chandler Paul getting everything behind the line of the delivery as he defends. The over has been completed from Merchant, none for 7 from 5. Imlak is yet to score. Chandler Paul is on 37, 116 for 1.
Merchant is keeping things very tight, not giving any room at all to these batsmen, and because of that, they're just watchful to him and bowling from a high action as well. He's a tall man, Merchant, and because of that, just keeping it very simple, wicket to wicket, and the batsmen just have to be very careful as they approach him.
So we have had 2 maidens to start with after the tea interval. Both Gordon and Merchant won the speedster, the other the off spinner sending down maiden. So good start by the Scorpions. Of course, coming back after tea, the Harpy Eagles batters, they will want to ensure they get the eyes set once again. Imlak is in strike. And here's a drive through covers. That's a brilliant shot. That's gone away for 4. Half volley outside the line of the off stump, and the little right-hander driving through the line of the delivery. Sweetly timed as well. The placement was good. 120 for 1. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's a very wide ball and a beautiful shot to get off the mark. Hitting in the gap all along the carpet and into the cover boundary. That is a shot of a man in form.
Yes, will give him confidence. Will feel pleased with the shot that he plays. Gordon tries once again, and this is turned down towards short backward square and cannot beat the onside field there, Imlak. The intention was good, playing with the line of the delivery heading down the leg side.
I was good to see Imlak coming at number 3 as well, from a personal standpoint for him, because he was keeping wicket all the time in the Jamaica Scorpions first innings, and then he was watching Chandler Paul and Chandler Paul Hemraj put together 112 for the first wicket, and now coming at a very important number 3 position. So he spent a long time in the field, and now he's batting at number 3. Important and critical position. So it goes to show not only that he's confident, but he's fit as well and up for the challenge.
Yes, and he's one of the guys who did extremely well back home in the yo-yo test. He's the wicket-keeper batsman in the side and kept the wicket. That was just because Bramble has this injury, and no doubt he will relish that opportunity. Tevin Imlach, a good delivery by Gordon, plays away into the onside field down towards Leroy Lugg. He's a big boy out in the field, can't miss him at all, and once he gets the body behind the line of it, he's going to cover it from getting past him. But Imlach, early days for him, 10 deliveries so far, and every ball has come off from the middle of the bat. And that's worked into the onside field, down towards short forward square, and once again cannot score. But Imlach is showing here, John, that he's moving nicely to the pitch of the ball. He's not riveted in the crease, and to the medium fast bowler, he's getting to the pitch of the ball, stretching long forward, moving nicely, and he's like about 4 inches away from that batting crease as well.
He knows exactly how to compose his innings. He's been around, he's a fighter.
And that's a fine shot, turning it away off the legs, out through the backward square, down towards the long leg, running away towards the left, and collects 2 more good-looking runs to Tevin Imlach. He has now gone on to 6.
So the over completed, 35 gone, 122 now for the loss of 1, and trailing by just, well, I can't say just, trailing by 271 on first innings.
I understand why you say just by 271. Small ground, and we have had a number of boundaries struck so far, and a blistering start by the Harpy Eagles, 112 partnership between Hemraj and Tej Narain that really set up this Harpy Eagles batting lineup to go after, first of all, save the follow-on, and then go past that 393, which in the circumstances is a very good total.
Yes. I understand that the party has started at Legends Ristone Lounge at International Drive in Orlando, Florida. Independence Party, because the weekend is going to start early. The weekend starts tonight at Legends Ristone Lounge at International Drive, Orlando, Florida. You can look forward to a big party there.
Yes, certainly there will be a huge party going on. Merchant starts another over, and Chandapal exploring the possibility of a single. Sent back early by Imlach, there is no run, and wherever Guyanese are, they're going to think back about home. And once the celebration comes up, it's a huge event for them in North America. They get together with their communities, the Guyana consulate over there, the ambassadors, they're all coming together to ensure that the celebration is felt. Good delivery this time, keeping him on the back foot, and then he stretched forward, half cocked, not coming through. Mindful, there's a silly point and a forward short leg and a solitary slip as well. So some pressure here by John Campbell.
Like I said, Merchant just trying to keep it simple, stump to stump so far. Nice flighty delivery as well, and there's Chandapal getting it on the full. Will get runs through the onside down towards deep mid wicket, and will be pulled back just in front of the boundary. And there we see Mindley having to run all the way from that short mid-wicket region down towards deep mid-wicket. But there you see Chandapal not trying to overhit the ball, just timing it and placing it on its merit, and got 3 runs easily.
That was a super shot, and he has very strong wrist as well. Tej Narain Chandapal, lovely shot to watch, came forward and then rolled the wrist nicely and picking the gap and getting those 3 runs. Imlach is back in strike. Merchant, big boy, comes over the wicket, and here is Imlach offering a sweep shot, not making contact down the leg side, and nicely taken too by Aldane Thomas. He will feel that he has had a good match so far, John. Terrific 100 by the Jamaican wicketkeeper.
There is strain down the leg side, and Imlach looking to sweep him, made no contact, but there's a feeler that short backward square, and the feeler square leg right back on the boundary.
Here's a drive and beaten outside the line of the off stump. The keeper taking off the bails, but Imlach was well grounded. And I've just been told by our scorer Visham that the Windward Islands, they were bundled out for 173, playing against their neighbor, the Leeward Islands.
So the Leeward Hurricanes taking ascendancy in that one. And that is a contest that the Guyana Harp Eagles were hoping that the Volcanoes can turn the tables on the Hurricanes.
And this time Imlach is rolling the wrist as he came forward down towards short backward square. Merchant completes his sixth over. None for 10. Imlach is on 6. Tajner and Chander Paul is on 40. 125 for the loss of 1.
There we see the Guyana Harp Eagles dugout, just very relaxed. There's Kimo Paul in front, just resting his head on that grill and that metal rail. Head coach is on Crandon. And Ryan Hercules in the background. Then the analyst as well. So there's Kimo, perhaps offering a word of prayer, saying thank you, Guyana, and congratulations, 56 years and counting.
Yes, certainly a proud moment for all Guyanese, from colonial rule to internal self-government, then on to independence, the different political stages that we have gone through as a nation. Give us the opportunity to manage our own affairs and at the same time creating our own national symbols. The golden arrowhead is one of them. That's a good delivery by Gordon once again, but well played by Tajner and Chandapal. We'd also like to say hello to Mahendra Hardial, Regal Stationery and Computer Center, Regal Sports, Cap Global, Johan and family, Shabir Baksh from Baksh Travel Service and Big B's Restaurant, Diamond Trading, my dear friend Iqbal, and also Badish Thakur, Archie Mohan. Thanks so much, guys, for your kind assistance. That's a good delivery right on target. Rocks on the back foot and defends Tajner and Chandapal, and there is no run.
So this partnership, not only will they bat long, but it will also consolidate this very good position they have, because we saw both Imlach and Chandapal trying to get on with things, but they're going to be a little bit more sedate as opposed to what we saw with Hemraj, who was more free-flowing, and this can cause some amount of headache for the Jamaica Scorpions bowling attack.
Here's a drive down towards extra cover. There is no run. Hello too to my friend Ricky Dearnarine from 4R. He actually owns the 4R on the 19 team in the Georgetown Cricket Association. His son recently spanked a double century there. So congrats to the youngster. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks for coming on board and ensuring that, you know, our trip to Trinidad and Tobago has been a good one. Another defensive shot. Playing every ball on its merit. You don't want to hustle the bowling whatsoever. And Tajner and Chandapal, he walks away from the crease. He's on 40, approaching another half century of 119 balls. This has been another good little knock so far by Tajner and Chandapal, showing his class, his ability to play the ball on its merit, hit the boundaries once they come along. Off the back foot again, short of a length here from Gordon. He might just well be advised to pitch it up a little bit more, and rather than bowling all these short of a good length, because they have been ineffective so far. Chandapal is very comfortable getting in behind it. If he's going to use them for a ball or two, that's fine, but you must get that one pitched up on the line of the off stump or just outside the off stump. Let's see how he's going to bowl this next one. And that's a good delivery, but driven nicely by Chandapal. Maybe pitched up a little bit too much outside the line of the off stump. And what a flowing cover drive for 4 off the bat of Tajnarain Chandapal. And he continues to bat well. He has gone on to 44, 129 for the loss of 1. Imlach is on 6. Guyana still trail by 264 runs.
Oh, that's another good shot from Chandapal. He waited and allowed that ball to come to him, and then he just timed it nicely as he pushed towards the cover. Did not try to hit it too hard again, and the timing is perfect. That's a very good bat he has in his hand. And of course, this pitch not offering any troubles really. Outfield still fast, value for shots. Very good shot, well played.
Yes, at one point of time I thought he was just going to block the ball, but it came through flowing in a nice arc, and a fine looking shot for 4, driving through the covers. Merchant begins another over, and this time he'll be bowling to Tevin Imlach. And Imlach locked in defense, looks good, walking forward and defending, reading the off spinner pretty well. Wasn't a flighty delivery, just holding back the length a little. There's a silly point and a forward short leg. This is turned away down towards short backward square. The return comes in from Alwyn Williams. In the end, Tejaran Chandrapal gets there, so good communication. And he knows that the short backward square is a little bit out, and if he can get it to the left or the right, there's always a single near. That's the awareness level.
And then once you set off very early and your partner responds, it will be easily taken. But if Williams, that's Alvin Williams, had picked up and had a direct hit, it would have been interesting.
Yes, could have been, but a good thing that they started off pretty early. So this time the left-handed Tej Narayan Chandapal awaits the bowling of Merchant once again. Jamie Merchant, tall Jamaican off-spinner. And Chandapal is carefully driving into the pitch and then over the right shoulder of Palmer, feeling at that silly point area. There is no run, there's protection because Gordon is out at cover. Merchant in the relative good condition out in the middle. We're getting late in the afternoon.
That's Merchant going over the wicket this time, switching his line of attack.
This is played away down towards mid-on. There's a loud shout of no there as Imlach was looking for the single. It's not on. So Merchant is going to continue to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander. There's a slip, silly point, a forward short leg. There's also backward point. We're having cover, extra cover. There's also a mid-off, a mid-on, and a deep backward square. And he's working this one into the onside field. They've taken the first quickly, and they will settle on that as the return comes in, and they can get one. But good rotation of the strike. One more to the left-hander. He moves on to 45 and is inching closer to another half-century here. If he gets there, it is going to be a well-played half-century. Can't recall too many balls beating the bat whatsoever. Imlach is on 7. And he's coming forward, killing whatever spin there is, driving down towards mid-off. And that's the end of the over. 131 for 1. Chandrapal is on 45. Imlach has 7. Guyana still trail by 262.
At this time, I want to say good afternoon as well to everyone, whether you're a customer or a worker at the Bank of Baroda in Guyana, Avenue of the Republic in Georgetown, the head office, or at Monterey on the east coast of Demerara. Good afternoon to you all. And also Forest Change Builders Inc., Stephen Jacobs. And Stephen Jacobs also has what's called Jacobs Jewelry and Pawn Shop. So Forest Change Builders and Jacobs Jewelry and Pawn Shop. Remember the name.
And our dear friends, Mr. Boyle from Eureka Labs, who ensured that we got our antigen test free. There was no cost attached to it whatsoever.
And then this morning on the news, we saw that after June 1, there's no TT pass that will be required to travel into Trinidad and Tobago.
This is undriven and a brilliant stop by Blackwood himself, diving away towards his left at short straight mid-wicket. That is good news as well. We are happy for that because the same requirements that you have to upload, the same requirements you have to present to the airport.
Yes. So it's like double work because they ask you to fill in the TT pass then they ask you to see the information that you fill on the TT pass as well.
Yes, and hello to you, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Mr. Keith Rowley.
Dr. Keith Rowley.
Yes, the doctor coming back from Guyana. Positive things we are seeing, thanks to the Ministry of Health in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a good delivery. And Tej Narayan just dropping the bat on it and plays it out into the offside field. There is no run. And we have seen also that Barbados, the only requirement now to enter Barbados, you have to be fully vaccinated and you'll present your vaccination card. There is no need for any testing there. Quite interesting as well.
As the world tend to move after this 2 years of that pandemic, we can move on slowly but surely. It's still around. We just got to be very careful.
Of course, take all precautions. Here's a drive by Tej Narayan Chandapal down towards wide mid-off, and we can join with the health authorities and say to our populations across the Caribbean, continue to social distance, sanitize, wear your mask, and if it's not necessary to go out, then stay at home. Avoid those crowded areas. We can all play our part in stopping this spread and reduce it, and eventually maybe eliminate it as well. This is turned away, down through forward square and out towards the boundary for 4. That's another fine shot by Tej Narayan Chandapal. He moves on now to 49, and watching it out in the replay there, lovely wristy shot down through forward square. Gets himself another boundary, 135 for 1.
And well, on the line of leg stump, and there's Chandapal just turning the wrist on it and got it past the square leg umpire and into the boundary for 4. So good shot. And just as he was about halfway the pitch running to complete a single, he stopped running because it was hit very well and there was no fielder there to give chase. So he realized it was 4 and saved his legs.
Gordon to Chandapal. He's working this one away to Blackwood down at mid-wicket. Cannot get past the speedy Jamaican, and there is no run. The ball went to him very quickly, but Blackwood, he attacked the ball nicely as well. He's a brilliant fielder, and always a pleasure to watch him run around, attacking deliveries, fielding there. And why not? He's a Jamaican. They're known for their speed. Gordon tries once again. 1 for 49. The final delivery in his 11th over. Worked through forward square, and he gets the single there. Tej Narayan Chandapal, and he gets his half century. Congratulations to him. Well played. Of 130 deliveries, 136 for the loss of 1. A fine half century from Tej Narayan Chandapal.
Yes, well played again to Tej Narayan Chandapal, following up that 140 in the last game. And 23 not out with another half century. So consistency is the name of the game for Chandapal. Not only that he's scoring consistently, but he's also showing that he's fit enough to do it, because he fielded all through the Jamaica Scorpions innings, opened the batting here for the Harp Eagles, and still batting after 130 deliveries. 39 overs gone, 136 on the board. Good knock, young man, but your job is far from complete. You got to carry it very deep for your side.
And you're right about that, John. His 11th half century at the first class level. And Visham, our scorer, he has passed some figures here in the Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago match. After this delivery, I shall share it with you. Merchant begins another over. Well stopped in his approach. And men are lurking around the bat. There's a solitary slip. The wicketkeeper is right behind the stumps. A forward short leg and a silly point. Back goes Tej Narayan Chandapal. Plays it on the offside of the pitch. Remember Barbados Pride, 294 all out. In response to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 133. Well, they lead by 161. Terence Hines picking up 5 for 32. Congratulations to Terence Hines. So 294 in response to that 133.
Good reply. And Barbados Pride, they just got 2 batting bonus points because they got to 200 and got past 250 as well. But it's a very strong reply, and they're leading by 161 after the first innings. Maybe Trinidad and Tobago Red Force if they do not bat very well, could very well lose by an innings and inside 3 days, yeah.
Well, there is still a lot of time left in that match there. Let's see how the Red Force, they will respond to that. There's still a good batting team. Darren Bravo is yet to come good in this tournament. A lot of faith has been shown in him.
Is he playing?
Darren Bravo, yes, he's in the team.
Really?
Yes. I understand you, John, because we are not hearing that name among the runs. Played away down towards mid-on. There is no run. So a half century for Tejnarayan Chandapal. And he allows the ball, planting the left leg way outside the line of the off stump and allowing the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. In fact, the right leg. So his judgment has been impeccable, especially to the deliveries outside the line of the off stump where many batsmen will have problems. This youngster has no problem whatsoever. Marchant slower through the air and offering the left hand an opportunity to come down. He will have none of it. The over has been completed by Marchant, none for 12 from 8. So he's very, very economical, Jamie Marchant. Tejnarayan Chandapal is kept on 50. Imlak is on 7. Harpy Eagles 136 for 1.
And that match is being played down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And last round we saw a match being completed in quick time as well down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy when Jamaica Scorpions, who are playing here at Diego Martin right now, beat the Windward Islands Volcanoes. I think that match finished in 3 days as well. So
yes,
something is happening down there.
Well, not getting into the 4th day. This one here, surely, I believe, unless something miraculous happens, this will go way towards the end of 4 days cricket. So far, a good cricket match between bat and ball. Two top teams coming up against each other. Jamaica Scorpions pumped up with their victory in their last match against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and so too the Harpy Eagles against Barbados Pride. Top of the table, Barbados Pride. Gordon comes into Imlak and he's turning this one away down towards forward square, and he will get another run. He moves on to 8, 136 for the loss of 1. Sean, good afternoon to you once again. We have seen a fine half century by Tejnarayan Chandapal. He's still batting on 50.
Yes, well, he's shown tremendous consistency, especially this season. He's got 140 not out. He's got 23 not out from 10 balls, I might add. And this is another innings that he might be not out, but till the end.
Yes, there's a long time to go, and he looks very, very comfortable out in the middle there. The Scorpions know that. They'll be striving to get his wicket, but he's in good form and playing a fine hand here. And he's driving down towards mid-on. Positive intent, good-looking shot, but did not pick the gap.
And this suggests he's in a peak of fitness, because if you can stay so long batting and fielding, remember you have to field also, he's probably fit.
Yes, definitely. And he's one of those guys who work very, very hard on his fitness. Showed a lot of promise in youth cricket, and it's good to see that he's blossoming this season. Here is a drive down towards mid-on, and he walked into the shot. That will tell you it was not one of the quickest deliveries from Gordon, and he timed it well, got to the pitch of the delivery and stroking it there, looking good so far as his innings continues.
Yes, he's looked better and better as this innings has progressed. He started with a flurry, but then he slowed down. He knows how to construct an innings. Well compiled innings so far.
And gets a good delivery and plays with respect. Got the bottom portion of the bat down at the toes, they will say. And the bowler Gordon picks up and then threatens to throw the stump. But Tejnarayan Chandapal was well behind that bat increase. He's not going to give it away at all. And Imlak has looked the part so far. He has faced 19 deliveries for his 8. And the left-hand, right-hand combination is a good one. Here's a drive down towards the left of extra cover and the right of mid-off. And this time he gets off strike with a single. We'll move on to 51. And that will take the score now to 138 for the loss of one.
Didn't time that as much as he would have liked, but still he got a single to the left of mid-off. If he had timed it, found the gap, that would have been another boundary.
Yeah, so Gordon, in his final delivery for his 12th over, 1 for 52, sees Imlach is in strike. He lifts the bat and now walks away. Gordon wasn't ready when he was. Just scan the horizon there and surveys the field and show that everything is okay. And now Imlach goes into his stance and will lift the bat. This is turned down towards short backward square. There is no run. The over has ended. 138 for the loss of one. Guyana, Harpy Eagles. Tej Narayan Chandra Paul is on 51. Imlach has 8.
And this pair had a 94-run partnership against Barbados, the first of, I think, 5 or 6 50 partnerships shared by Tej Narayan Chandra Paul, including the one with Moti was 100.
He shared a half-century partnership with the skipper, Leon Johnson. So too with Bramble. And then that a partnership with Gudakesh Moti, which was dominated by Moti. That was a terrific century. He came in and played shots all over the place, the little left-hander. That should give him the impetus to continue, because he has always gotten batting ability. He exploded there, and no doubt we have seen his batting qualities.
He's gotten hundreds in Guyana. I think he's gotten 100 in Trinidad cricket too. And he got 72, his previous highest before this 100 at first class level. So he's got batting ability.
Yes, certainly. Jamie Merchant will continue from the northern end of the ground. Right arm off spinner to the left-handed Tej Narayan Chandra Paul. A lovely scene there in the distance. A car just turning out of one of the street and heading towards the highway.
Port of Spain.
Heading towards Port of Spain. That's the capital of Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely place, John.
Yes, one of 2 cities. San Fernando is the first city.
Yes, I've had some good time at San Fernando Gulf City Mall. Huge place. Here is a drive down towards extra cover. And there is no run. The return fired in there by John Campbell.
When you get into the road to head up here, you see Movie Tongue Mall.
Yes. And their investor has gone to Guyana as well, opening up Movie Tongue on the east coast of Demerara at Liliandal. Outside the line of the off stump, that's a good delivery in this time. Tej Narayan Chandra Paul was genuinely beaten.
Yeah,
good
nice
delivery.
Nice pace, nice bunks, nice turn. Excellent bowling by Merchant.
Yes, he's yet to pick up a wicket, but when you look at his figures, he's in the 9th over, none for 12. That will tell you how stingy he is, not giving away too many things whatsoever. This is tossed up and whipped through the onside by Tej Narayan Chandra Paul. And after it is Blackwood, and even the fast Blackwood cannot stop it, scattering some pigeons in the distance. And he gets another boundary to move on to 55, 142 for 1.
Yes, but even though that ball went for 4, it was well flighted, it was slow. It was tempting Chandra Paul to come out of his crease and play a shot. And that's what the off spinner would want to do. Not every ball would be like that. There will be variation, but your stock ball should be your slowest ball.
Yes, and this time Tej moved to it nicely and got it for a boundary. Merchant. He comes down the track, Tej Narayan Chandra Paul. There were oohs and ahs. Was it in the air? It went away down towards the silly mid-off, who moved towards the left. And no harm done. It didn't go to hand, but you can feel the little tension out in the middle of the
Excellent bowling. He pulled that one down when he saw Chandra Paul coming down the pitch. So that's variety.
Certainly it is.
Quicker delivery there.
Well, actually, the over has been completed. Merchant, 9 overs, none for 16. Tajarine Tandapol is on 55 of 146 deliveries. Imlak is on 8 from 20. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 142 for 1. They still trail the Jamaica Scorpions by 251 runs.
Well, the follow-on target, 150 in a 4-day game. It was 243 to avoid the follow-on. And they've got now 142 for 1. So they're almost there. But they've still got 251 more runs to get to pass the Scorpion score. So it's still an uphill battle. And if these two, especially Imlak, and when he gets in, doesn't score at a quicker rate, this match will surely end in a draw, because you have to score quickly to put Jamaica into bat and hope that you bowl them out cheaply and get a small total to make for this match to be ending in a result.
Yes, I do agree with you, Sean. This has worked nicely by Imlak. Out through forward square, realizing there's always a single there, and he can rotate the strike. He gets the run, adds to his score and the Eagles score as well. He's gone on to 9. It's 143 for the loss of 1. Let me remind you that today Jamaica Scorpions, they were bowled out for 393 of 109.3 overs. Half an hour before the lunch session on the second day, we had 2 centuries. In fact, yes, 2 centuries in that innings, 114 by Blackwood. And this is a delivery that's driven away, beats the dive in Blackwood out towards the extra cover boundary. Merchant is in the way. He will collect now and sends the return in. And 2 good-looking runs there to the right-hander. That's Tevin Imlak. In fact, it's Tajarine Tandapol. I just missed it for a moment. My apologies. So he's getting 2 more runs. And Aldane Thomas, a brilliant 100.
Yeah, that was his maiden 100, and it was a pugnacious 100. Beat the ball.
Yes, that's exactly what he did. Gurdon, the Tandapol, and he's driving sweetly down towards Merchant at mid-on. There is no run. Virasamy Pamal, 36.3 overs, 3 for 96. 2 wickets each for Cameron, Sinclair, and Moti, with Paul getting 1.
And it's not often you see a wicket keeper batting in the lower order get 100 from 103 balls.
Yes, it
That's
was
to show the strike rate of his.
Yes, a thrilling innings by Aldane Thomas. This is tickled, and did it go to hand? Doesn't seem so. There's some oohs and ahs there, and Thomas is going down, maybe hitting the shoulder. We shall surely look at the replay and see what transpired there. But there was some bat onto it. Maybe died just before it got to Aldane Thomas. And they're calling for the physio there. And let's look and see exactly what transpired. Yes, some bat onto it. It was in the air. And we surely might be looking at it at another angle. But Aldane Thomas is still on the ground. At lunch, the Harpy Eagles were 9 without loss, with Tej on 8, Hemraj on 1. The 100 for the Harpy Eagles came in the 29th over. Since then, Hemraj, he was caught at the wicket of Gordon for 78. Faced 87 balls, 15 fours and 1 6, 112 for 1. The opening partnership at T, 116 for 1, with Tajarine Tandapol on 37. Imlak then was on 1. In fact, he didn't score at that stage. 32 overs sent down. And there's a little injury here to Aldane Thomas. Dived at 1, looking for a catch, coming off the bat from Tajarine Tandapol down the leg side. And it's something around the rib cage there, Sean.
Maybe he landed on the ball or the ball hit him. We're not too sure. Even the replay is inconclusive to decide what happened exactly there.
And he's in some pain there. And the physio spraying with the magic spray. There might very well be a little bit of ice pack out in the middle
when
there.
they put the ice pack on him, he jumped.
That shows that he's still alive. He didn't jump at all. Well, it would have been very, very scary. So out in the middle there, we hope that all is going to be well with Aldane Thomas. And we can tell you that a good battle going on here between the Scorpions and the Harpy Eagles. Sean, at this stage, 145 for the loss of 1. Guyana still trail by 248 runs after Jamaica putting on that 393. This has been a good response so far by the Eagles.
Yes, but if you look at the match in context, if everything goes the way it's likely to go, then this match would end in a draw, because I don't see Jamaica winning, and if Guyana needs to win, they have to pick up the scoring. So my take is that the game is going to end in a draw unless there's a dramatic collapse by either side.
Yes, let's say if Guyana get bowled out for 220, 230, does that offer an opportunity for the Jamaica Scorpions? This is cricket. Anything could happen.
Yes, but then they would have to score quickly. Well, we know they're naturally quick scoring batters. But then I don't think they would have, Guyana would have the time, or they would have the time to bowl out Guyana a second time. With the likes of Chandrapal and Vishal Singh in the side.
Yes, and a very strong Harpy Eagles batting lineup just for them to click together as a team. Mind you, there is no Bramble in this team, and he would have loved to bat on this pitch, especially on a small ground.
Yes, he would have been really explosive, hit big sixes. And it doesn't take a lot to hit big sixes on this ground, but that six, which I think was Williams, hit out of the ground, and that would have been 6 on any ground.
Yeah, that was a humongous shot, and he smashed that one over mid-wicket. It was a great shot indeed. We're watching Gordon now. All is well with Aldane Thomas. And here is Tejnarayan Chandrapal turning one off the legs down towards deep mid-wicket. And Alwyn Williams fields one more to Tejnarayan Chandrapal. He moves on to 58. He has just faced his 150th delivery, 146 for 1.
Well, for those of you who would have watched Test cricket, in putting in context the size of this ground, it's the straight boundaries is just about the same as the Warner Park, and the square boundaries are just a little smaller than Warner Park.
Yes,
so
lovely,
it's a very small ground.
Picturesque view here with the coconut palms, a residential area, some vehicles in a parking lot there as well. Pigeons on the field. It all adds to the scenery. As the over has been completed, Gordon 1 for 56 from 13 overs. Tejnarayan Chandrapal is on 58. Imlak has 9. Guyana Harpy Eagles 146 for the loss of 1.
And it's going to be a tiring job for Imlak to come and bat long. He have to have the concentration, because now he is the keeper. Bramble was the keeper in the first match until he got injured, and Imlak was playing as a batter. Now he's got to perform dual roles, and that's going to be a little hard for him. But he's a strong man, he's a fit man, he's one of the fitter players in the Guyana team. This Guyana team has got a lot of fit players when you look at the results of the Yo-Yo test.
Yes, and I think their coach, Eason Crandon, felt that the boys have done real well to lift their standards as far as fitness is concerned. They'd say there's a little bit more work to be done, but I guess it's a continued effort and a work in progress. Tej Chandrapal is stretching long forward. He's defending down towards short cover, and once again there is no run. And when you watch what's going on out in the middle, especially with Imlak, the wicketkeeper batsman, they will realize how important is fitness in international sports.
Yes, and he is a batsman. He played as a batsman, then he was also a keeper, so he took the gloves when Bramble got injured. Lovely shot. This one is outside the line of the leg stump and clipped away for 4. Lovely
Yes.
shot from Chandrapal again.
Great shot. That's 150 up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 150 for the loss of 1, and Tejnarayan Chandrapal has gone on to 62. That's an on drive, 100%. Perfect shot.
And that's a similar delivery to the one he previously hit for 4, was flighted in the same area, and he hit it for 4 again.
Yes, that will tell you that he's playing every ball on its merit, And this is good cricket, observing cricket. Lovely innings so far by Tej Narayan Chandapal. Merchant to the left-hander, good response. Short of a length, but very comfortable is Chandapal onto the back foot.
And you bowl quicker every time you flight and you dispatch to the boundary. Unconsciously or consciously, the next ball is quicker.
Yes. So Merchant, he knows he's bowling to a very good batsman here. And Chandapal is coming forward. He's defending. Nothing is going to worry the man from Unity on the east coast of Demerara, Tej Narayan Chandapal, son of West Indies stalwart Shiv Narayan Chandapal. Both of them, of course, would have learned their cricket on the beaches of Unity and also playing club cricket there. His father has left a lot of things on the cricket field to remember. Short, and this is slapped away down towards Gordon at cover. There is no run.
Yes, Chandrapal's, Tej Narayan Chandrapal's career was primarily the product of his grandfather, Shiv's father. At GYO as a little boy, he didn't allow him to just play cricket. He allowed him to also go to school. He missed the year when he had to write exams. And that's how Shiv Narayan Chandrapal is balanced, mixing academics with sport.
He understands the importance of that. 150 for 1. Tej Narayan Chandapal is on 62. Imlak is on 9. Guyana still trailed the Scorpions by 243 runs.
And he's got, I think, 8 A-levels. Shiv Narayan Chandrapal's son, Tej Narayan. So he's a bright young man. CXCs, yeah, 8 CXCs with 1s and 2s. Only 1, 2, I think.
Yes, but he has gotten them, and that's important because after cricket, there is still a life. You never know. It's sports, anything could happen, and you ensure that you get an education which is of vital importance to you. We're living in the changing fortunes of time in this world today, where an education plays a valuable part in your career.
I remember the year when he had to write CXC. He took his grandfather, got him to take that period off until he wrote CXC, and then he returned to cricket. He was playing at GYO at that time.
Yes, so here is he today at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's Imlak in strike. And Imlak is forcing this one off the front foot, down towards wide mid-on. A little bit of misfielding by Leroy Lugg, but he recuperates nicely and prevented any run. Imlak too is setting up himself here for the long haul. He has faced 23 deliveries, replacing Hemraj, who played a fine knock for a half century. Some pugnacious shots, driving, pulling. I remember one when he just had it off the hips for 4 through the onside. Good delivery here, and Imlak walks away. Knows he has responded to the length and line bowling here as he defends. Mindley, none for 14. Bowling from the southern end of the ground. I thought he bowled pretty well when he bowled from the north.
Yes, got a good half century against Barbados Imlak, 51. But on that occasion, he didn't really go on. But you could understand he's in his formative years of his first-class career. I think this is only his 4th match or 5th match.
And this is good running between the wickets. I'm afraid Jamie Merchant is going to be late with that return. But he tried something there, but they had the run covered. Good communication between the two of them. And they're showing why, you know, they are so fit out in the middle. That's a single. Not for the faint-hearted, straight to the fielder, but they trust their legs and got it in the end.
Well, we were playing against Jamaica, and Imlak would know, well, I don't know if he knows, that Jeffrey Dujan played as a batsman in the 1983 tour. He got a couple of 40s, and then when David Murray got injured, he was given the gloves, and he never looked back.
Tej Narayan Chandapal dropping it with soft hands down towards short cover, and he takes another run. Good rotation of the strike. And Sean, Jeff Dujan was one of the best wicket keepers the world has ever seen.
Yes, he still got the West Indies record as the most dismissals, and also he was the one that changed the attitude of the team selection. The keeper had to bat, had to make runs, and he also scored hundreds.
Yes, Jeff Dujon, terrific player in his time.
He was one of the better players of spin bowling. I remember him using his feet to Hirwani at border when India played.
Minley to Imlak, plays down towards mid-on, and this time Lug gets there very quickly. His anticipation was real good.
I think he was a goalkeeper also, Jeffrey Dujon, and that's why he mostly kept to his left, kept the ball with his right glove. He always said, the youngsters don't use me as an example.
And
he was very acrobatic.
yes, certainly he was, and we saw so many times Dujon leaping in the air, diving away behind the stumps, keeping to some of the best fast bowlers in the world. So he has already gotten his name in history. As this is played away, there is no run. The over comes to an end from Mindley. None for 16 from 9. 152 for 1. Tajanarain Chandapal is on 63. Imlak is on 10.
A nice little partnership building again. For a Guyana point of view, I hope they could replicate that 94-run partnership at the Oval. Jamaica wouldn't want that at all. They would want to get one of these wickets, preferably Tajanarain Chandapal.
Yeah, so Imlak, the wicket-keeper batsman, and Sean, if we can just roll back the years a little, you go back, Guyana's produced some good wicket-keeper batsmen over the years.
Yes, Reds Murray, Ivor Mendonça, Milton Paidano. But the best batting wicketkeeper that Guyana produced would have been Darwin Christian, because he played as a batsman, and also Anthony Bramble now. There was Sheikh Mohammed also, who could bat, but none of them were outstanding batsmen or batters.
Yeah, Vishal Nagamutu
Yes.
was known for his glove work as well.
Yeah, but he also got a first class 115 in Tortola against the Leeward Islands. That's his one first class 50 when he scored, Rayon Griffith had 84, and that was the highest 9th or 10th wicket partnership in regional cricket
Yes,
at that time.
Kenneth Wong, another
Yeah, well,
wicket-keeper
Kenneth
batsman.
Wong didn't make the team as a batsman, but he could have batted when he played for Maltinos. He could have played some shots. He could have batted, but when he played for Guyana, he didn't make any runs. But he was an excellent wicketkeeper.
Yes, since those days, Bramble has owned that position and has done well too.
There was Azib Ali Hanif for a brief
Yes, a
time,
little
played
man.
first class cricket.
Yes, he now resides, I think he's in Canada.
Yep.
He's coming forward. Tajanarain Chandapal defending up on the offside of the pitch. There is no run. Asib Ali Hanif. He actually went to Canada and played for the Hawaiian Arctic out in Scarborough. They won that league on quite a few occasions. Lots of Guyanese going over there to play.
Lots of Guyanese go everywhere to play.
Played away into the onside field. Down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run as Merchant continue to wheel away from the northern end of the ground. Right arm off spinner.
There are almost about 100 Guyanese playing in Trinidad cricket at all levels.
As they come here, they play professional cricket. They
Some
make
of them.
Some of them onto the back foot, defending on the offside of the pitch. Merchants over come to an end. 11 overs, none for 20. Tajanarain Chandapal is on 63. Imlak has 10. It's 152 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to Troy Cornelius, former Guyana first class player from Essequibo. As we see the mountains and the floodlights, we wouldn't need those floodlights today, but it's nice to see community grounds equipped with floodlights and everything that. And this facility has, I was checking, it has a locker room, it has a caterer's room, it has a media center room, it has all these different things on this side of the ground.
Yes, it's a worthwhile investment. Lots of money and other resources have been put into this facility, and it's a spectacle as well, and it's also used for football. We've just seen the mountain ranges there. Will you try tracking up one of those mountain ranges, Sean?
Not really. I went on the mountain range in to Port of Spain. When you go at the top, you could see Port of Spain. That's the mountain range from Cascadia Hotel. I want to say good afternoon to Barry Badesi from Cascadia Hotel. When I was there, I went to the range just behind the hotel, and you could see the top of it. You could see the entire Port of Spain.
Yes, at this stage, Jamaica Scorpions, they were 145 for 4. The Harpy Eagles 152 for 1. Thanks so much to Visham. Always on the dot, our scorer. Very impressed with him. Also our technical man, Michael, and our cameraman, Shaquille. They are doing a professional job so far here at Diego Martin. Yes, that's a lovely place. I remember staying at Cascadia in St. Anne's. Mr. Barry Bedesi was very, very kind to us, myself and John Ramsing. Andrew Mason was there with us as well. Stayed there for a while, more than 3 weeks. His hospitality had no limitations whatsoever. That's a good delivery, and Imlak getting everything behind the line, and he's defending Minley. Back up the track, there is no run.
Yes, good bowling, good batting. Battle of attrition going on there between bat and ball. No one dominating. Even though the pitch and the outfield suggests that the batsmen should easily dominate, but this is good bowling from Minley and before Green.
Yes, certainly, and Minley has impressed. Should have gotten the wicket of Hemraj. Here is a delivery pitched in line with the off stump, and Imlak walked into the shot, defends and plays it away down towards Morchant at extra cover, but cannot get past the fielder. If that had gotten past him, it had enough to go to the boundary. It was a good looking shot. Sweet timer of the cricket ball. He's in double figures. He's gotten 10 so far.
And Mindy bowled a very excellent spell from the northern end of the ground.
Yes, certainly he did.
He's now back from the south. Good
That's a
delivery
short.
again. Yeah.
Testing delivery. No problem for Imlak. Just pull the head inside the line, allow the ball to go by into Aldin Thomas. Nothing wrong with it. He has been pitching the ball up, and maybe the second time I've seen him trying the bumper. This time it was on the body, but a little bit high.
Sometimes on a flat track, you've got to remind the batsman that you could hit his head also.
I agree with that. Just remind him that I'm a fast bowler. And you have to be careful. And he has been very careful, Tevin Imlak. Turned away into the onside, down to forward square. And Lug went after it, can't prevent the single. One more to Imlak. He has now gone on to 11. This will take the score on to 153 for the loss of 1.
And Imlak is taking his time. He's building his innings. He's batting with Chandrapal, who's looked more aggressive and positive than I've seen him in the recent past, since that 163 in that trial game and the practice game in Guyana. He's looked a completely different batsman.
Yes, he has, and he's playing an excellent innings here and should be thinking about 3 figures. It's on the card for him. He's on 63. Should he get that, my word, he's going to feel very, very elated. Lot of hard work, and it's good to see the youngster blossoming now in his career. Will this be the second takeoff for Tejnarayan Chandapal? We wish him all the best, and certainly with this kind of performance will ensure that the selectors' minds are fixated on him, and he will be looking forward for that opportunity to play against Bangladesh. That's a good delivery and played well by Imlak. And there's some others as well. Quite a few of them, especially from the Leeward Islands. Kieran Powell, who scored that 100. His name will also be in the reckoning. But consistency is the name of the game.
If Chandrapal scores 100 here and he scores another 100 against Trinidad in the last round, then he should be forcing his name on the selectors. And to my mind, if he does that, then he should be the partner for Brafitt. Especially how he's batting now.
Yes, he's midway through a fine knock. 163 balls for his 63. Someone who puts a premium on his wicket. Doesn't give it away easily whatsoever. As we watch Jamie Merchant, right arm off spinner once again from the northern end of the ground. None for 20 in his 12th over.
Oh my.
And look at Imlak coming down the track there, looking to whip one over forward square. Mindful, there is a fielder down on the forward square boundary. Could have easily been stumped. Thank heavens that the ball rolled behind the keeper.
Well, maybe a brain fade there, because all of a sudden he charged the off spinner and looked to hit it over the top. And he was in no position to do that.
Yes, a lapse in concentration there by Imlak. So it tossed up, his eyes lit up. So Merchant has induced a fall shot. Now he comes forward into the pitch and into the hands of the forward short leg.
But what we're talking about, Tejnarayan Chandrapal, is all conjecture. What's the reality is he has to do it. He has to go out and bat and make runs consistently.
And this is what he's doing at the moment
Right.
here. And he's calling down Tevin Imlak there, having a little discussion
And
with
that's
him.
nice too, because they're showing that partnership, unity builds strength.
Exactly, and that is what they have done. So Merchant tries once again. Turned down towards short backward square. Alvin Williams is in the way. There is no run. Guyana still trail by 240 runs after Jamaica Scorpions made that 393. That's a good delivery by Merchant. And onto the back foot goes Imlak. He's defending. Merchant none for 20 from 12. Guyana Harpy Eagles 153 for 1. Chandler Paul is on 63. Imlak is on 11. They have completed 48 overs in their innings.
Yes, Merchant has bowled very well. He's bowled tight. But there will be a time when he can't be bowling so many overs. He'll need to take wickets. Wickets are important in 4-day cricket. And even if you bowl 40 overs, 50 overs, and you don't get a wicket, that means the batsmen will be settled and they're going to be scoring a lot more runs, even against the other bowler.
Yes, certainly. So there's still a good batting lineup to come. And no doubt, maybe at the end of the over, our very efficient scorer Visham might put that on the screen so our viewers can view it. It's a strong batting order for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Here is a drive from Tejnarayan Chandrapal down towards mid-on. There is no run. It goes straight to Jamie Merchant. Good looking shot. Sweetly timed, coming off the bat with that sweet sound, but didn't pick the gap.
I believe if Chandrapal is dismissed, Johnson will come, and if Imlak is dismissed, well, the other way around, then Vishal Singh will come.
Because both of them are left-handed as well.
And both of them play in similar styles, Vishal and Chandrapal. So if Imlak is out, Johnson might come at number 3 or number 4. He's number 3, so Johnson would come at number 4 if Imlak is dismissed. But if Chandrapal is dismissed, then I think Imlak will have a partner in Vishal Singh.
Well, let's see. That's all conjecture at this stage. They have a set batting lineup, but that can always be changed. That's a good delivery by Mindley. And Mindley continues to bowl well within his limitations. Not a tear-away fast bowler. One that depends on line and length and can get some deliveries to skid on as well. And when his mind gives him, he can also ensure that he bowl a bumper to just remind the batsmen.
Very powerful Guyana batting line on paper, on ability. But paper and ability don't score runs.
Undriven down to Blackwood, down at mid-wicket. Cannot get past the speedy Jamaican. There is no run.
And Vishal and Leon Johnson have both had test experience. So you expect them to come down to this level and get big scores.
Yes, we all do. So, Mindley continues in his 11th over. And he continues to peg away from the southern end of the ground. There's a slip, a gully, a backward point. There's an extra cover. We're having a mid-off. There's also a mid-on, a mid-wicket. And we see that the mid-wicket is going to push down towards his right a few yards. Is he going to bowl a short delivery now? Pitched up and nicely driven by Tajanarayan Tandapal. He's not going to be outfoxed, playing every ball on its merit.
Of course, Vishal Singh got 93 in that first match win for Guyana against the Windwards. But it's not his fault that he got ill and he missed the other match. But he is one that needs to get hundreds also. He's played Test cricket, he's got to get hundreds. Same thing with Leon Johnson, in my mind.
Yes, so the final delivery in over number 11, bowled by Minley, none for 17 so far. Comes in, bowls to Tej Narain, and he's playing away down towards Blackwood at mid-wicket. There is no run. So Guyana 153 for the loss of one. Tej Narain Tandapal is on 63. Imlak is on 11. And no doubt, Sean, you might very well look at the batting lineup there and discuss with John Ramsing is going to replace me.
Yes, certainly both sides having good batting lineups, but Guyana with a more powerful batting lineup, especially since Bonner and more importantly King has been selected for the one-day series against Netherlands and Pakistan, and that weakens the Jamaican middle order, especially since King got 100 in the last round. Campbell is the only batsman that got 100 leaving here for Jamaica. And when you look at the Guyana batting lineup, you see two Centurions, Chandrapal and Moti. I expected to see Johnson and also Vishal Singh in that column. Good afternoon to you, John.
Hello, Sean, and the players not taking refreshments. 1 hour of play finished since tea, and was waiting on a refreshments break to relieve Inderjeet.
So Merchant on his way, bowls. In the middle of a good spell. Merchant, Amy Merchant, big, tall, fast bowler, off spinner. He's bowling from the southern end.
He has number 25 on his shirt, Sean. What was your playing number in your playing days?
Well, we didn't have played much white ball cricket in our playing days, and when we played with white ball, it was no white shirts. Here is a ball that's edged down towards the third man position, and maybe that one didn't spin. Maybe the arm ball, well, we'll have to look at it on the replay to see how it got the outside edge. It safely went all along the ground though, and Imlak goes to 13. So yes, the arm ball, and he just pushed at it, opened the face mode on the edge. So a control edge, you would want to say, educated edge. Solitary slip in place. Forward short leg. A man at backward point. Short extra cover on the mid-off. That's the offside field as Merchant comes in, bowls a ball that turns back from outside the line of the off stump, and back and across goes Imlak. Imlak is more aggressive batsman than Chandrapal, but of course Chandrapal has got so much experience now. He's in his 47th first class match, and that he can change gear, as we saw in the second innings of the game against Barbados. And he's also batting positively. He's staying there long, so he knows exactly the conditions that confront him in the middle. And this is one of the best spears I've seen Chandrapal bat, apart from the 2017 series he had season. Here is a ball that's in the air and out towards the boundary. It's gone over the boundary, in fact, and that's gone into the bushes, into the fence, and bounced back. So
that has gone way into the looks like banana sucker leaves behind, sucker trees behind there, Sean. That's a very good shot from Tevin Imlak.
But I see the ball back already.
The ball went across and
that's maybe another ball. Back and across comes Imlak now and plays it into the onside. Is that the same ball that went over the fence?
It actually hit the side screen, Sean.
Oh, but I heard you say the soccer brand. You suckered me there.
Yeah. So that's the end of 50 overs in this reply. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to overhaul 293 made by the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings. After 50 overs, 161 for 1. The players will now take the refreshments, and we'll take a short break as well.
Yes, this is a special reminder.
Yeah, well, welcome back to the Diego Martin Sports Complex in the tongue of Diego Martin, where we saw the water break. You weren't missing any cricket. We're back. You look at the scenery here, beautiful conditions, beautiful mountains, and gorgeous conditions here. Nice fast outfield, a good pitch for batting, and the Guyana and Jamaica franchises colliding in an epic battle. Jamaica in front still slightly, but Guyana fighting back there 161 for 1, with Chandrapal going strong on 63, closing in on his second century for this season. With him is Imlak, the two put together 94 against Barbados, as Mindley comes in after the break, bowls, and forward comes Chandrapal and plays it back towards the bowler. John, any word from the other matches?
Yes, Sean. The two other games in the round, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against Barbados Pride. Trinidad and Tobago batting a second time, 24 without loss, 133 all out in their first innings. Barbados Pride replied strongly, 294, and batting a second time, the Red Force, 24 without loss down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So if you've just joined us here, you're seeing Mindley bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives out towards cover, and there's no run. You finished.
And then in the other game, at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands, 100 Windward Islands Volcanoes, 173, and that was in reply to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 333 all out in their first innings, and the Leeward Islands batting a second time, 29 for 1. So 333, Leewards, Windwards 173, and now Leewards batting a second time, 29 for 1.
So Leewards heading to defeat, and of course Trinidad.
Leewards looking good for...
No, Windwards. Yeah, Windwards heading to defeat, and Trinidad also heading to defeat. And those two scenarios not working in favor of Guyana, because what Guyana would have needed is for them to, the Trinidadians to beat Barbados, and Windwards to beat Leewards. Here's a ball on the line of the Midland leg stump and turned into the onside by Chandrapal, because Barbados are leading, and if they beat Barbados, then it would leave Guyana and Trinidad to play in the last match, which would have been a virtual final.
Providing Guyana get past Jamaica Scorpions in this round.
Well, obviously Guyana has to do their own thing. Don't wait for anybody to do things for them.
No,
they have to
help
do
themselves.
that first.
Sometimes they have to help themselves, Sean.
Yeah, they have to help themselves first, and then you go to the other scenarios. But even if they beat the Jamaica here, and Barbados beat the Trinidadians, good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Chandrapal maybe played a shot at that and went past the edge. But even if Guyana wins here, which is to my mind now unlikely, the match might end in a draw. You never know. But then, if Barbados win, they will go further into the lead. And even if Jamaica loses here, Guyana might not be able to regain the title. Barbados would be a successful defending champion. Here is a ball outside the line of the off stump, and Mindley bowls again, and no shot play there by Chandrapal. So when the tournament started, 5.9 points or something like that.
5.8.
5.8 were separating the number one to
this round
to
started.
the fourth. Yes,
Yeah.
but now that's totally changed.
Yeah. Barbados taking a lot of bonus points as well, and Barbados in their final round will have to play the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, and most likely they would beat the Windward Islands. This is a ball turned into the onside. Nice gap finding here by Chandrapal in this innings. He's consistently finding the gap. He's placing the ball to the fielders in the deep running twos. So this is a good innings from Chandrapal as the over comes to an end. 51 overs completed, 162 for the loss of 1. Chandrapal is on 64, 175 balls. Imlak on 19 from 45 balls. Guyana still trail by 231 runs.
I think we've been looking at the beautiful venue we have in front of us, and for me, the only thing that's missing at Diego Martin Sporting Complex
There's a commentary box.
is an actual scoreboard. We can actually do a
Oh,
makeshift here,
yeah.
but there's no scoreboard. There's a makeshift, a little scoreboard there, but it's just in the stands for those in front of it to follow. But it's not big enough for the players to have a
Well,
look.
that was made maybe to accommodate an electronic scoreboard.
But it's not working. So
No, it's not working as yet. Everything can't happen overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day.
this facility was reopened a few years ago, and it's not a very old facility again. So I'd love to see that scoreboard, if it's electronic scoreboard, to be ticking over.
Merchant bowls to Chandra Paul. The left hand is forward. And what I would like to see too, this is a very impressive, especially to the this side of the ground, the eastern side. There's space on the western side to maybe get some small stands and so. But what I would like to see is a commentary box that is not side of the action.
It would have been behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
But if you look on the southern side, there's a road there, so the road side, so they have little space to work with. And then on the northern side, it's somebody's farm because there's lots of soccer plants there. There's a big mango tree. Chances are that's a private property as well.
Here is a ball that's on the line of the off stump again. But you can do like DCC. You remember the DCC had a commentary box high. Didn't touch the road, didn't bother anybody. You could have drove under, and the commentary box was still there. So those are little suggestions for the person who is in charge of this venue. The home of Merry Boys cricket team. Merchant again bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul is workmanlike forward and then leaves the ball alone.
When you speak of Merry Boys, you cannot forget Patrick Rampasad, who's give lots of his time and so on and energies to Merry Boys.
Here's a ball that's on the line of the off stump and played back towards the bowler. So Merchant in his 14th over, none for 28 so far. Very tight spell, frugal bowling, but at some stage you've got to pick up a wicket, break the partnership. Down the track comes Chandra Paul and drives a nice shot, but straight to the mid-on fielder. That hurried on to him, and the fielder. Good shot by Chandra Paul, well timed. There's no run. So 162 for 1. Chandra Paul looking good. He's using his feet now, shows he's increasing in his confidence. Imlak on 19. Guyana still trail by 231.
And the conditions today, Sean, not hot like it was yesterday. Slightly, you may say, overcast, but the sun has disappeared for most of the afternoon. And if you look at the flags out in the distance, there's no breeze.
No real breeze blowing. So we compensated with the breeze blowing and the hot sun. So now you don't have hot sun. The breeze, you don't need the breeze. I was looking at the guy with the bicycle there. You mentioned it was Norman. If Norman was here, well, I'll tell you a little story about Norman. As this ball from Windies turned into the onside by the right-handed Imlak, and he gets a single rotation of the strike, 163 for 1. When you saw that bicycle and you said that was not Norman, and I said Norman must be brought it here on a boat. Norman is the man who sells juice at the Guyana Stadium and all over the grounds in Georgetown. He's a very avid cricket fan, and he rides up to Providence, which is about 10 minutes drive from Georgetown to the stadium, so you can calculate how long it will take riding a bicycle. And he puts his bicycle into the stand just like this and sells his juice. And he's a very avid cricket fan. This is a glorious shot from Chandra Paul, pitched up by Mindley and stroked with disdain delightfully down the ground, back past his ankles and into the boundary for 4. I saw that one hit the side screen. So you can't fool me this time. Chandra Paul moves to 68, 167 for 1.
Was a full delivery from Minley, but on the line of Chandapur's leg stump, and there he was driving through the line and got the boundary all along the ground. And the partnership now on to 55.
Yes, 55 the partnership with that boundary. Chandra Paul again repeats the shot, but this time it's half stopped by the bowler and pried away off to mid-off. So maybe saving another boundary there, but he wouldn't want to do damage to his hands, especially his bowling hand. Of course, if you get a return catcher, remember Malcolm Marshall playing against England with his arm, with his wrist in a cast, and he took a return catch. Here is a ball that's on the line of the Midland leg stump, coming in towards Chandra Paul, who played it with that inward movement out towards the man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And he came out to bat. Larry Gomes was on 96 or something like that, and he came out just so that Larry Gomes could get 100, and he cut a ball with his one hand for 4 in that match, and he got, I think, a 6-wicket spell, a 6-wicket haul, or a 5-wicket haul with one hand in the cast, including a return catch. That's a lovely shot by Chandra Paul. Timed it well, pushed it between the gap, didn't try to hit it too hard, so it might not go away to the boundary. In the end, yes it did. Lovely shot. And that's a Larry Gomes-like shot. When Larry Gomes hit balls, the fielders were tired. When Viv Richards hit balls, you knew it was 4, and you trotted behind it just to retrieve the ball from the boundary. So that's a Larry Gomes-like shot. The fielder chased after it. He's gone out to 68, 167 for 1.
And in the more modern day, senior Chandra Paul would do it like that as well.
Yeah.
Give the fielders the impression that they can pull it back, and just as they're about to pull it back, it enters the boundary.
Have you ever heard of the movie 83?
No.
Yes, 83 was a movie that was made in India, replicating India's historic win of the World Cup.
Oh, yes, I heard of that movie. Yeah.
And Chandra Paul, in fact, played the role of Larry Gomes in that movie. This Chandra Paul, not Shiv Chandra Paul. Tejanarain Chandra Paul. So the over has come to an end. At the end of it, 171 for 1. Chandra Paul on 72, Imlach on 20.
And if you look at the graphic on the monitor, it says at this stage, the Jamaica Scorpions are 148 for 4. So at 148 for 4, they were struggling. They lost 4 wickets after the 4th wicket went down with a score of 99. And then Alvin Williams joined Jermaine Blackwood, and they really put on a very good partnership for the 5th wicket. That really put the Jamaica Scorpions on top of the game at that time. And
then today, the partnership with Williams and Thomas, they scored not only a good partnership, but a partnership at a rapid rate. Boundaries galore. This is another ball bowled by Merchant as he starts a new over from the northern end. He's bowled primarily from the northern end. I think one over he bowled just before lunch from the southern end. Off spinner, Merchant, goes past umpire Tuckett, bowls to the right-handed Imlach, who's forward, and there is no run. So Guyana still trail by 222 runs. They have to get that first and then put runs on the board for the Jamaicans, and then hope to bowl out Jamaica cheaply. And I don't think either side would have time to get the runs or take the wickets for there to be a result in this game, unless Guyana ups the tempo and their bowlers dismiss Jamaica for a paltry score. Here is Merchant.
This is a very flat track, Sean, so lots of runs and hard work for the bowlers.
Yes, hard work for the bowlers. Tomal has got 15 wickets now. Paul has got, I think, 12. Those are the leading Guyana bowlers. Moti's got 13. So they're the leading Guyana bowlers, but none of them were able to get a 5-wicket haul. That's a good delivery. Played into the ground and picked up 1 bounce by the forward short leg. A couple of spectators now coming into the ground, a small group of people, not a capacity crowd. These days, even without COVID, in Guyana especially, you don't see capacity crowds as Imlach sweeps out towards Backward Square. They only come out for international cricket or CPL. So that's the end of the over, 171 for 1.
So Chanderpaul, that staged around Chanderpaul, 72 not out. The only batsman dismissed is Chanderpaul Hemraj, 78. Imlach now on 20. Still to come, Leon Johnson, Akshaya Prasad, not in this order of course. Cameron, Moti, Paul, Pamal, Singh and Sinclair. So lots of batting is still in that Guyana Harpy Eagles dugout, Sean.
Yes, a lot of batting on paper, but cricket is not played on paper, it's played in the middle. And I'm very disappointed to see only 2 centuries being scored so far by Guyanese, and 1 is from Moti. Only Chandrapal is the top order batsman who scored 100. Gets the ball, that's outside the line of the awesome, but Green comes back into the attack. Green, none for 30. This is his 8th over. And of course, 11 centuries have been scored so far, or 12, because Thomas scored another one here, but only 2 by the Guyanese.
So there you see the bowling figures. Green now back, having replaced Mindley. Mindley, 13 overs, none for 27. And just Gordon with the wicket so far.
Green rushes in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives square. An excellent stop there by Blackwood at square cover. Diving across his left. And there is no run. But Chandrapal looks confident the way he's playing his shots.
He looks in good touch indeed. And playing it on its merit. He just had one that he flicked down the leg side and the wicketkeeper could not hold on to it and hurt his shoulder in the process. Aldane Thomas. Other than that, looking really good, Tejan Chandrapal.
Green bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal finds the gap. Lovely shot. That's going to go a long way towards the boundary. Blackwood is fast, maybe the fastest in the team. He pulls it back. Good work from Blackwood. Palmer. Paul Palmer. All of the Jamaicans are fast. And that ball was pulled back just inside the boundary. And Chandrapal goes now to 74. And 20 is Imlach, 173 for 1.
Another tantalizing chase there. But Paul Palmer pulled it just in front of the boundary ropes. And there we see Chandrapal again continuing to be very positive, trying to get the scoring opportunities, unlike what he saw in the first innings in the last match at the Queen's Park Oval, when he was just too defensive, ultra defensive, if you want to say. In the end, he got a magnificent 140 that became a match-winning 100. But this innings so far, quite the opposite.
Yes, he's looked more
positive,
relaxed, more confident.
Yeah, playing more shots.
Yeah, more shots. Finding the gaps more. He's looked very good in this innings. In the next over, in the Jeet will come a calling. Chandrapal. Pats away some debris on the track or imaginary debris, and he settles as Green at the top of his mark comes in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives into the onside and there is no run again. So we've got 2 deliveries left. I was talking to the guys here before the start of play and they wanted to know the boundaries of Guyana. I told them that to the north is the Atlantic. To the east is Suriname. They've got the Corentyne River there as the maritime border. And to the west and northwest is Brazil and also Suriname and Brazil and Venezuela. And they asked me if you could see all 3 countries. I said yes. They were amazed. I said if you go on top of Mount Roraima on a bright sunny day, you can see 3 countries, Guyana, Brazil, and Venezuela. Southwest. Yeah. So you can see all 3 countries when you go on top of the Mount Roraima. Brazil, 17 miles off the coast of Trinidad. And this is a ball that's edged. No.
Edged, 4 runs.
Yes, edged for 4. So the first real bad shot from Shivnarayan Chandrapal.
Tejnarayan Chandrapal.
Tejnarayan
Let's have a look at the
Chandrapal.
replay there, Sean. This is green and it's come back over. Looks as if it took the pad
Yes,
to me.
it didn't look like if it
And
hit the edge.
Umpire signaled runs. I think he should have been signaling out.
Yes.
So that's the end of the over as well. So 173 for 1. And Derval Green will have to try again, but could have very well gotten his first wicket. That's the end of 55 overs as well.
So
the-
Chandrapal seems very lucky there. Once it
Very
didn't hit
lucky.
the edge, in the opinion of the umpire.
So
in
our
my
shot,
opinion,
our
it
shot as
should
well
be
from
out.
behind the batsman looked as if it just hit pad, and that should have been given.
After more thoughts from you, it will be the voice of Indrajit Prasad.
So you see the commentators graphic coming up there. So it says Indrajit, John, Ramsingh and Sean. So Sean is going to have to make way now for Indrajit Prasad. But the battle continues here. 216 runs, the deficit overall. So 177 for 1. Derval Green coming back from the southern end, hitting Chandrapal on the back pad. That was a very good appeal, but not getting the decision. Noam Lack was getting into the 20s. Now he's on to 21. 178 for the loss of 1. But it's a very cool day in the JIT.
Yes, very cool in the commentary box. I guess outside is something else. There might be a lot of heat there.
You see the trees and the flags not moving at all. It's as if you're looking at a painting.
Yes, certainly. It's kind of still as we come down towards the end of day number 2 in this important encounter between Scorpions and the Eagles. And Merchant is pegging away. He's in his 16th over so far. Having his man onto the front foot and defending as well. Merchant is not afraid. There are times when he's going to hold the delivery back, try to get it as slow as possible. He's going to toss it up, 1 or 2 quicker deliveries. So he has a mixed up his bowling so far, and so good. And here's a lovely looking drive once again by Tejnarayan Chandrapal. And the use of Chandrapal feet in this innings has been exemplary. Uses his feet well to the spinners, so too Tevin Imlach, and these are good signs that our batsmen are developing the technique in playing spin bowling, stretching long forward here, killing whatever spin Merchant might be having. 16 overs Merchant has delivered so far, none for 29, 178 for the loss of 1. Chandrapal is in 78, Imlach has 21.
From the looks of it, there's no spin there in the JIT. It's as if they're playing on a concrete strip, because it's even bounce for the seamers and then little or no spin for the spinners. And you must spare a thought for Merchant. 16 overs, he's trying. He's bowling stump to stump, flighting, some quicker ones as well. So getting the variety in, but just not able to get the wicket. And he's going to try, because we know he's a fighter. And he's going to tie up one end like he's doing and allowing the faster bowlers to bowl from the southern end and looking to peg away. But so far, good defense being shown by Chandrapal and Imlach. They're rock solid in their defense and their approach to this innings. 178 now for 1. And the partnership building steadily.
Yes, and we might just look at the Scorpions' bowling attack against the Eagles. Looking to turn one down the leg side, Imlach not making any contact. Well, they have Green, who is bowling at the moment. He's the medium fast bowler in the team. Gordon, Mindley, and Williams, just the lone spinner in Merchant. So they're having 4 medium fast bowlers and the off spinner. We haven't seen anybody bowling left arm, now a leg spinner in the side. They concentrated heavily on the medium fast bowling. That's a good delivery, short of a good length, just maybe outside the line of the off stump. And Imlach is defending, walks away. He has faced 56 deliveries for his 21. And this is good bowling by Green, ensuring that the batsmen play. And that's how you bowl on pitches like these. You do not want any width, any room, especially in a small ground. Width and room can spell disaster for you. Right on target once again. And Imlach is equal to the task, stretching long forward and defending. There is no run. Lovely conditions for cricket. The players out the middle won't mind that they have just lost the sunshine for a little bit. The light out in the middle is still very good. There isn't too much of a wind, just a trifle waft blowing across the ground. Here's a drive from Imlach down towards extra cover. Gordon is in the way. Once again, there is no run. A delivery that was pitched up. And Imlach stretching long forward on the front foot and driving away, just pushing it away down towards Gordon at extra cover. There is nobody from my vantage point out on the cover boundary. So if he gets it through, that's going to be 4 runs. So Green has to be very careful not to bowl the half volley. This time it's wide outside the line of the off stump. Will feel undone in the previous over. Had a very good delivery to Tej Narayan Chandapal. There was a loud shout for leg before, but umpire Dayton Butler had none of it. Green so far, none for 36. He's in his 9th over. Opened the bowling from the southern end. Gordon took the new ball as well from the northern end of the ground. And his skipper, John Campbell, asking his fast bowler, just give me a wicket at this juncture in this game. Down the leg side and turned away. That's gone away down towards the fine leg area for 4 runs. Good looking shot by Imlach. Just manipulating the bowler there and getting the boundary as well. Has that ball gone through the fence?
Yeah, it seems that way. Marquino Mindley on fine leg boundary, just signaling that it's gone through. And you can see some persons behind the fence who are watching the cricket in a very good position. I will have to help Mindley to get that ball back. But it was a ball that was badly lined by Green on the line of Imlach's leg stump. And they flicked and got the boundary. So the boundary is coming as well. And now 182 for the loss of just Chandapal Hemraj, who I felt was getting tired when he was dismissed. So just 1 wicket down. And the follow-on score 243. So now at 182 on the board, it means 182, 6-1, just 6-1 runs before Guyana can wipe off that follow-on total. But I think they'll get that, and how much more they'll get still have to be seen. But perfect conditions for batting, a flat track, good batting lineup, and so far we've seen all of the bowlers not necessarily presenting any troubles for the Harpy Eagles. Green and Marquino Mindley were very unlucky not to get wickets on the occasion, but so far Merchant just looked pretty much ordinary, not getting a lot of turn, not getting a lot of bounce. And then Alvin Williams, he bowled lively in his spell, and the other bowler used Nicholson Gordon, just like the others, on good line and length, but not threatening at all.
Yes, not threatening at all. Beautiful scenery here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And the ball has now been returned. Somebody took a stick and got the ball back through the fence. Might be a little bit on the wet side there. There could be drains under those mango trees. And let's see if the umpires will be sending for a box of balls, right? So maybe that has been damaged. Had to took some punishment, the ball, to get through that chain link fence. It's stiff, and it had to really split the wire apart before getting through, John.
Yes, and a man from DCC, Devin Imlach, splitting the fence. And now they perhaps have to change that ball. Yes, so lots of work being done. And the public announcer moments ago, like I mentioned, there's no scoreboard that we can actually see. Mentioned that there's 11 overs remaining in the day's play. So we'll have to do some overtime because it's now 4:46 in the Eastern Caribbean. And 11 overs still to be bowled. They can go as late as 5:30 today. But the light you mentioned earlier, we don't have the sunshine, but it's good enough for play to continue.
Yes, so the umpires are deciding on which ball they're going to choose. 57 overs old, and they're going to have a change of ball. And that was because the ball went into a wet area beyond the fence, one that went through the link. And they're satisfied now that they have the right ball that has been chosen. And play is about to restart after that little bit of a hiccup, with the score in 182 for the loss of 1. Let me remind you that overnight, Blackwood on 110, Thomas was on 35, Scorpions 282 for the loss of 6. Today, Blackwood just added 4 to his overnight 110. He was gone for 114, 261 deliveries he faced, 291 for 7 at that stage. And then Merchant was caught at the wicket of Cameron for 39, 367 for 8. Merchant will continue. He's more of a defensive off spinner. Chandapal is quiet in defense. So easy for him to get onto the front foot and play. Mindley was caught by Vishal Singh of Pemal. He didn't score, 370 for 9. And Thomas, the last man, going for a splendid century. His maiden first class 100 wicket-keeper batsman. Jamaica, 393. And it's a good delivery, just tossing it up and pulling back the length a little, outfoxing the left-hander Tejnarain Tandapal, who made the adjustment and made it early and made it well. Just riding the delivery, and he kept it down. And he's been there long enough to see the ball very, very big indeed. So just a forward short leg and a slip. This is short, and it's hammered away out towards the cover. A dive-in tackle here by Nicholas Gordon, that extra cover. Nicholson, rather. And they didn't get the single. So good effort there. It was heading towards the boundary. Small boundary. And he had to put in the dive, and he did. Nicholson. He has been patrolling the covers position for the longest while. Merchant, a quicker delivery this time. Outside the line of the off stump. So just trying to mix them a little. We yet to see big turns. You're not going to have big turns on this pitch. Very, very hard surface. So
what Merchant was trying to do was to go around the wicket to the left-handed Chandapal, because just in front you're seeing some of the foot marks they're being created. So he's trying to land the ball in that area and to see what he will get from there. But if you come from the southern end, the foot marks are more evident to the north.
And that was another quicker delivery, almost a slow medium ball. It took off from the pitch and went into the gloves of the keeper at a very good height. So his final delivery in his 17th over, none for 29 so far. Jamie Merchant bowls to Chandapal, and he's defending out into the offside, down towards short cover. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 182 for the loss of 1. Tejnarain Chandapal is on 78. Imlach has 25. They still trail by 211 runs.
So it's important that they bat two stumps. They both have starts. Chandapal on 78, Imlach on 25. Would want to bat to the end, come back tomorrow, and continue with this work. what they have to do is to bat the team into a position where they may just want to bat once, because it will be highly unlikely for them to get the Jamaica Scorpions out on this track a second time. So, and then for the Jamaica Scorpions to bowl the Harpy Eagles out again. So what they have to do, as they have a start here now, 182 on the board, is to try to bat, overhaul that 393, put some runs, get a lead, bowl the Jamaica Scorpions out if they can cheaply, and then go for the outright win. But if they do not get any sizable lead, if any at all, and the Jamaica Scorpions bowl the Harpy Eagles out cheaply, they can then press home for doing some quick runs in their second innings and then trying to bowl the Harpy Eagles to press for the win.
That's a short ball, and this is pulled around down towards the long leg. The return coming in from Mindley, and they get the single. One more to Imlak. He's on 26. So far, very strong reply by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that was due mainly to the fine start, 112 between Tej Narayan Chandrapal, who is still out there on 78, and Chandrapal Hemraj, who made that exciting 78, punctuated with a number of boundaries. And I can recall one massive 6 from him. So these two are building a partnership. They came together when the score was on 112. It has since gone on to 183. 71 partnership of 163 deliveries. So they are showing the rest to come, that there is batting out in the middle here once you put your head down and bat. Now they've gotten good starts, they must carry on. Green just stopping in his approach.
Oh, second time, because just before that, as he started, he pulled out, and then this time he got to the crease and did not deliver. So if the Guyana Harpy Eagles will get quick runs, they will have to they will not get it from this pair at the rate they're going. But maybe when they come back tomorrow, they'll look to accelerate. And then someone will have to play the innings like Aldean Thomas did today. And he got good support from Jamie Merchant, who got 39, but in quick time with 6 4s and 2 6s. So he made 39 from 36. So we'll have to have someone to have that acceleration. We had a start early up in this innings with 78 runs from Hemraj, but he did not carry on once again. And now we're seeing Dorval Green stretching out. Obviously, he's not comfortable because he was running in twice. He had to pull out. And now he's on the ground for the count. And the physio once again is going to be summoned. The physio is from both sides earning their pay in this match so far in the JIT.
Yes, lots of work going out in the middle there. And the Scorpions physio Green standing up, but he was just showing the ankle. Is he going to come off? When he went down, he showed his skipper the ankle, and he's definitely going to come off the field, taking no chances whatsoever. He wants to ensure that everything is right with that. We hope it's going to be right, maybe getting some ice pack on it, a little bit of massage. You never know. We saw Angelica Holder, the Harpy Eagles physio, a number of occasions had to go out, especially when Akshaya Prasad was hit twice at that forward short leg area. And he will feel with this batting here that he's going to do well there in the dressing room, recuperating from those nasty blows. Never easy, John, when you're hit in those areas.
And I saw him this morning, and I told him it's lucky that he did not suffer a broken limb, because those balls that hit him were hit ferociously by some powerful Jamaicans with some big bats as well. So he's lucky to not have a broken limb. So the over is going to be completed by Albion Williams. Williams as well sent down some overs of his own. 6 overs, none for 30. So he had the ball moving and bouncing a little bit, but just did not get the wicket.
So he tries once again. And this one is down the leg side, and Tej Narayan Chandrapal allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. So Jamaica will miss the services here of Dorval Green. Just for their sake and the cricket's sake, one is hoping it's not too serious. And we're going to see Dorval Green come back sometime, if not today, tomorrow, to help get and make inroads into this Harpy Eagles batting. So far, these two are taking the fight to the Scorpions. They've played brilliant cricket out in the middle. He's coming forward, turning the wrist nicely. Tajanarine Chandapal down to Blackwood, down at short, straight mid-wicket. Cannot get past the Jamaican.
And we're in this countryside setting, maybe not totally rural, but sub. And whenever you find cricket in the countryside, you have lots of spectators coming out. And among those spectators, you have the coaches, those who know expert. The spectators are always experts at the game. So we're hearing a few of those coming through our microphones. And it's always nice to have persons, those with knowledge, and they tend to give those in the field some things to think about, because they'll say, do this, do that, not do this, not do that. And we call them the coaches because they're the experts.
Exactly.
Every cricket venue have them.
Yes, they know their cricket, and it's amazing the intelligence that is out there as far as cricket is concerned. Cannot dismiss them at all, because they're the ones who've been flocking the cricket grounds. They watch their cricket live, they watch it on television, they listen on radio as well, and they follow their players, and they have a good knowledge of what to expect out in the middle, and never afraid, like you said, John, to vent their feelings when they look at things, shouting advice from all corners.
Yes, that immediately reminds me of Norman back home at Providence. Norman is always in that orange stand right next to the players' dressing room, and always in their ears.
So Williams, once again to Tajanarine, he's coming forward, plays with soft hands, down towards short cover, and once again there is no run. The over has been completed, so Oren Williams complete the over started by Dorval Green. Williams none for 30 from his 7 overs. Chandapal on 78, Imlak has 26, 183 for 1.
Yeah, in fact it's Alwyn Williams, so Oren not getting the opportunity with the ball, but he's also an option for the Jamaica Scorpions because he can bowl a little bit, and he batted at number 4 when the Jamaica Scorpions were batting, got a forced ball decision, but he can also be an option because as it is now, Green off the field, Nicholson Gordon 13 overs, still looking for his first wicket, Merchant, Minley, Williams, and the bowlers that are used, and so far nobody has been successful except for Gordon.
There's a drive by Imlak, good flowing cover drive. It's going close towards the boundary. It will get there now, and that's gone for 4 good-looking runs. Patrick Harty, the substitute, chased all the way down to the boundary. In the end, couldn't prevent it. Was a good-looking drive by Tevin Imlak. He now moves to 30, 187 for 1.
Yeah, not trying to hit too hard, but found the gap and placed it in that gap, and the outfield did the rest. The ball was just outside the off stump again from Merchant to the right-handed batsman.
This time, rocking on the back foot, getting deep in the crease and defending as well. Back up the track, there is no run. So Imlak too is growing in confidence. Had one massive hit that smashed onto the white side screen. And coming forward, killing whatever little spin, if any at all, that Merchant is having. Just pulling back the length, and Imlak won't allow the delivery to come to him off the pitch, stretching long forward and reaching it. Back he goes and cuts down towards backward point. There is no run, there is protection out there. Harty substituting for Dorval Green. Was a little bit of injury, has gone in. No doubt they're going to take some precautions, have a look at it. Tight in defense once again. Bat and pad close together, stretching out. And this time he's taking it off the pitch and defending. Imlak, wicketkeeper batsman in this Guyana team, and that's because Bramble has been injured. He has kept the wicket. This is a quicker delivery, and Imlach is defending. So Merchant, 18 overs, none for 33. Chanderpaul on 78. Imlach has 30, 187 for the loss of 4, and they continue to build this partnership.
Imlach has another start. He had 53 in the first innings in the last game against the Barbados Pride at the Queen's Park Oval. And he batted well with Chanderpaul. And the two again are at the crease. They got 94 for the second wicket on that occasion. And now they're in a very good partnership again. They're batting time and also getting the runs. So they're making the bowlers work very hard for any wicket that they'll get. And by doing that, you tend to make not only the fielders and the bowlers physically tired, but you're making them tired, mentally tired, because they're trying everything. They're thinking what else to do, and so far unsuccessful.
Yes, here's a drive down towards Merchant at wide mid-on. There is no run, and generally the Jamaican Scorpion team, with the exception of Marquino Minley, even Derval Green, not consistent enough. Generally the bowling has looked a little bit on the thin side, Jamaica. A good delivery here by Alwyn Williams, short of a good length, and little Tejnarayan Chanderpaul rocking on the back foot and defending. There is no run, and he can bat and bat till the cows come home. This has been a very good performance by him so far. He's gotten to 78, and the level of his batsmanship has been excellent. Good for the circumstances. Their first target is to ensure they save that follow on, and they will. And this is played away down towards short backward point, and they'll get the single. Deliberate shot. I will take the score to 188 for the loss of 1.
And Chanderpaul, since after round 2, went back home, and there were 2 practice matches. One rained out, badly affected by rain just the first day, had some action. Then the next one, 3 days of play, last day rained out, but in that time he got 163, and the axe was hanging over his head, and from all indications he was not supposed to feature in the last game. Got into the final 11, made it count. So he was in good form and good confidence, and he said after that magnificent game at the Queen's Park Oval in the last round, he said it's good to have time at the middle to get back confidence and form.
Yes, and that's how you do it. Imlach, tight in defense played up on the offside of the pitch. There is no run. Was he out when he made that 163 back home in Guyana, John? No. So he was not out there. And in 2 other innings, Barbados Pride did not dismiss him, was left not out on 140, and then not out in the second innings as well. And he continues to bat here. So he is on a very, very good run. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, yet to be dismissed. And Imlach is cutting at 1. That was a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump. Didn't make any contact, and it goes wide to the gloves of the keeper.
He actually played over that ball, so it came between bat and his body on the way to the keeper. And some scores just before, because my stint is up here as well. So Trinidad and Tobago, they've just lost their 3rd wicket in their second innings, and I understand Bravo was just bowled for 4. That's Darren Bravo. So second failure in the match for him.
And this one is undriven through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. The return comes in, and Tejnarayan Chanderpaul deciding to send back Imlach. So they just get the single. Yes, John, you were talking?
Yes, Chase getting the wicket of Bravo. And in the other game, the Leeward Islands batting a second time, 63 for the loss of 2. The first innings, 333. And then they bowled out Windward Islands Volcanoes, 173. So they're piling on the advantage there. And that game is being played at the Queen's Park Oval. Right, just say good afternoon once again to the guys at the Bank of Baroda, with branches at Avenue Republic in Georgetown and Monrepo on the east coast of Demerara. And the Independence Party to celebrate Guyana's 56th independence will go down tonight at Legends Resto and Lounge International Drive in Orlando, Florida.
Son John Ramsing may be heading to Florida this evening. You never know. Air travel has been made very, very easy as he leaves his seat. And he's going to be replaced by Sean Devers. Merchant will start another over from the northern end. and he comes in and bowls to Imlak. Back goes Imlak in the air, down through backward point, and away to the boundary for 4. Well, we'll have to have a look and see whether it hit the ground and then went in the air, but it looks as though Patrick Harty didn't know that the ball was coming his way with the dive he put in. We shall see. We look on the replay. It is delivery short, it was caught, it was in the air, and Harty didn't pick it up. He picked it up late actually, and the ball sped away for 4. Imlak moves to 35, 193 for 1. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Inderjeet. Yes, recently in the last couple of overs, Imlak seems to be losing his concentration. The shot he played from this end was a loose cut, and now he's hit the ball uppishly. Could have been caught if the fielder Harty was more alert.
Well, he should have been alert there. That catch, he should have been coming forward. He waited, the ball was in the air, and when he saw it, it was going away from him. Not good enough, Patrick Harty.
Yes, the lead reduced to 200 runs now, but that's not the immediate target for the Harpy Eagles. Turned into the onside, and Chandrapal and Imlak continue to bat well. The partnership now is 8-1. Yes, 8-1 the partnership.
And the Harpy Eagles batting beginning to click here as the tournament comes down towards its final stages. There's 2 days, there are 2 days remaining in this one, and then another 3-day break, and then you have the final rounds. And this is good to see. You have a good cricket pitch, more so suiting the batsman. You want to make full use of it. So far, so good. Jamaica, 393, 2 centuries and a half century in that one. And now the Harpy Eagles, what a fine response so far.
Yeah, 112 for the first wicket, and now it's 81 for this pair. Great going by the Harpy Eagles batters. Yeah, so Marchant, who's had a long spell in his 19th over, none for 37. He's been frugal, but he's not been penetrative. Here he comes and bowls, and that's back of a length, and Imlak is easy as a Thursday afternoon, playing it back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So the over comes to an end with Chandrapal on 79. He's faced 210 balls, so another long innings. With him is Imlak, who's on 35, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, after 62 overs, replying to the 393 all-out made by the Scorpions, they're 193 for 1.
Yes, and that's because Chandrapal is not out on 79 and Imlak not out on 35. Hemraj, the lone batsman to go back, caught Thomas off Gordon for 78. There's still Leon Johnson to come, Akshaya Prasad, Dimitri Cameron.
And Vishal Singh, that's not the batting order.
Yeah, cannot
for sure.
be.
Yeah.
Gorakesh Moti with Kimo Paul, Veerasamy Pamal, Vishal Singh and Kevin Sinclair. Surely that's going to be rotated. Cannot be the batting lineup.
Yeah, so still some good batsmen to come, 2 with test experience, Johnson and Singh. So it looks good from a Ghana perspective. This is a good batting pitch. The ground is small, the outfield is fast, so you wouldn't want anything better. Here is a ball that's pitched up and driven out towards the onside as Blackwood comes into the attack. He's bowling from the southern end, bowling to the left-handed Chandrapal. Blackwood in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal turns it into the onside. We'll get an easy single as it goes behind square, and Mindley runs from the short mid-wicket to his left to do the fielding. So,
and I think the Scorpions here have their work cut out late on this second afternoon, because John Campbell will love to see Derval Green running from the bottom end, but because of his injury, he has to now switch to Jermaine Blackwood.
Blackwood, who bowled a couple of overs for the West Indies in the past. Merely our part-time off-spinner, if you can call him that. Bowls from the southern end, going past umpire Butler, bowls to Imlak. Imlak is playing it into the onside, and there's no run. But Imlak is offering good support to Chandrapal, who's batted brilliantly again.
Yes, certainly. He's on 80, and it's going to be very difficult to get him out at this time. But it only takes one delivery to get you out. But certainly a fine knock from him so far.
Backing away is Imlak, right-hander, playing that almost off of his stumps, square of the offside and down towards backward point, and he can't score. But Imlak maybe suggesting that he's losing his concentration toward the end of the day. He's looking to play too many shots. His forward played out towards the onside defensively. So Blackwood's first over comes to an end. At the end of it, Chandrapal is on 80 from 212 balls, Imlak 35 from 80 balls, and after 63 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles 194 for 1. Remember, the Jamaican Scorpions, who won the toss, made 393 in their first innings.
Yes, Sean, and as we come to the closing stages on the second afternoon, the last thing the Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to happen to them is to lose a wicket. And herein lies, they should keep the conversation going between the two of them, Imlak and Tejnarayan Chandrapal. You don't want to be too extravagant at this stage. You don't want to make shots. All you want to do is to ensure that you preserve your wicket. You're not going to block and block, play every ball on its merit, but you want to preserve that wicket.
Well, after Scorpions, who won the toss overnight, they were 282 for 6, and they were eventually all out today for 393. And at lunch, Guyana had 9 without loss, with Chandrapal on 8 and Hemraj on 1. Here is Palmer into the attack now. So they're using makeshift bowlers, maybe to tempt the batsman to play an injudicious shot. They say, "You're drowned in honey." Here's a ball that's played into the onside by Chandrapal, but he wouldn't be one to be drowned in honey at all. And he's the lead now, whittled down to 199. So they're going quite well, but that's still a lot of runs. To Chandrapal is back and slaps that away out towards the extra cover boundary, and that's another 4. And this is the part that I'm impressed with Chandrapal. Usually he would close shop, bat for tomorrow, but he's looking to get as close as possible to his 100. He's now on 84, 191 for 1.
So that was a long hop, and he got on top of it and slapped it through extra cover to the left of John Campbell, the skipper there, and got the boundary. Was good placement because there's a field on the cover boundary as well.
198 for 1, in fact. So Palmer, innoxious off-spin bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is forward, taken on the pad, and there is no run. So he's got bravely the man at forward short leg, and he's got a slip. He's got a backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. Palmer round the wicket, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal plays it out towards cover and doesn't get a single. So on the onside, there's a man right back for the sweep on the backward square boundary. It is the forward short leg. It is a mid-wicket, and there's the conventional mid-on inside where the 30-yard circle will be in a one-day game. In fading light here at Diego Martin Sports Complex. Beautiful day. This is punched away, square of the wicket. That's going to go for another boundary. So innoxious bowling taken apart by Chandrapal, who brings up the 200 with another boundary. He's gone to 88. Imlak on 35 and 201 now for 5.
That was perfectly placed. A short delivery, just give himself a little bit of a room. There was the fielder down at backward point, almost bordering at square cover, beating him to the left, and had enough on it as it sped away down towards the boundary for 4. Another fine shot by Tejnarayan Chandrapal, who continues to impress and who looks good as well.
So 200 for 1 coming up in the 64th over. So the 65th over will be bowled now by Blackwood as he continues to bowl, and that's on the line of the leg stump, turned away by Imlak. out towards the backward square position. There's no run. So Blackwood, who got 114 in this game, batted really well, bowls to Imlak. Imlak pushes it into the onside, and at this stage of the afternoon, it's good to see the batsmen running quick singles.
Yes, exactly. The single was there for the taking, and give credit to Imlak as he played the shot. He played it with soft hands, knowing that once he got it in the right direction to the left of Nicholson, down at extra cover, the single was on, and Tej Narain Chanderpaul responded. This is excellent cricket.
Well, they've got 243 to avoid the follow-on, and they've got 203 for one. Well placed to do that, but then they've got another 190 runs. Would they have the time to win this match outright?
Sean, you never know. There's still 2 full days to come. And we've seen teams crumble in their second innings. And since we have 2 days, let's wait and see by half day tomorrow what's happening.
Yes, so by half day tomorrow would be maybe just after the first session. 1
Session
hour
and a
into
half.
the first session. And that would be a ball that's on the line of the off stump. And Chanderpaul again goes closer and closer to his 100. He's gone now to 89. 204 for one. This is excellent batting by the young Tiger.
Yes, certainly good batting, and that's commendable to see. He's in good form and he's making use of it.
So he's got 2 centuries at this level, eyeing a third. He's 11 runs away from a third first-class century. He's a non-striker's end, and he watches as Imlak may be looking to come down the track and then check the advance. He's wooden to the pitch and then stabbed it out into the onside. So nice testing delivery to end the over from Blackwood. At the end of it, 89 to Chanderpaul. Imlak is on 36. Guyana, after 65 overs there, 204 for one.
Yes, not a bad over from Jermaine Blackwood. He had the mid-on in, he had the mid-off in, and especially with that last delivery, just giving it a little bit more loop, and you could have seen him like winding up. But then he decided discretion is better. He just decided to defend it, and no harm done.
Jamaica Scorpions, only success so far. Chanderpaul Hemraj was caught behind by Thomas off the bowling of Gordon for 78, 87 balls, 15 fours and 1 6, and he fell at 102 for one. So good opening partnership, a century opening partnership, and Chanderpaul has already shared in 100 partnership and a half century, which is closing into another 100 partnership. He shared in 4 50 partnerships in the first match, and then 100 with Moti.
Yes, and he was in the field from since ball number 1, came back and opened the batting, and might very well be there until the end of the second day as well, like he did against the Barbados Pride at Queen's Park Oval. So he's fit as a fiddle and is a strong young man.
And has immense powers of concentration also, because you can be fit and you can still get out because of lack of concentration, because I'm sure Imlak is fit and he is suffering a little bit from lack of concentration towards the end of this innings, and not a single. Chanderpaul now goes into the 90s. Can he get his 100 before close of play?
I will just check and see how many overs are remain today. He should not be in any hurry whatsoever to get that 100 today. If he gets it, it's going to be good for him, but should not be in any hurry whatsoever.
So there are 3 overs left after this, approximately. So he's got time, but as you said, he wouldn't need to get his 100 because it's a 4-day game. He can come back tomorrow, be fresh. But the only thing tomorrow, he'll have to start over again.
Yes, and he wouldn't find that difficult to start over again with this form that he is in.
Especially since he's an opening batsman. He's accustomed to starting the innings. And this is pushed away out towards the backward point position. Imlak gets his 37th run and brings Chanderpaul, who's on 90, back into strike. 206 for one.
Yes, good going by the Harpy Eagles so far. And these two will want to be right on to the end as Palmer.
Palmer none for 10 in his second over. Bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul flicks it away, goes for the first run very, very quickly, presses for the second, and it's easily on. And this is superb to see Chandra Paul, not only the running between the wickets, his attitude. He's looking to get runs even if it's the dying stages of the second day.
Yes, and I want to believe as the over comes to an end, 208 for 1, Chandra Paul on 92, Imlak on 37, that if he gets a bad ball, he's definitely going to put it away to the boundary. He's on 92. So you never know, 3 overs remaining, he can very well get the century this afternoon. Not something that he's going to force himself to do. If it doesn't come, he's not going to...
The opportunity
Yes.
presents itself, then he'll take it.
Yes, I don't think he's going to block a bad ball at all. He's in terrific form.
Good afternoon to everybody, and especially in Guyana. I hope you have a wonderful celebrations for Independence Day. This is a ball that's short as Blackwood continues and bowls to Imlak, plays it out square into the offside, and he is kept on 37. The partnership now will tell you in a minute or so how many runs as these two put together. This is a lovely shot out towards the extra cover position. So the partnership now 97 from 212 balls. Excellent partnership, closing in on another century partnership.
Yes, and well done to both these, Tej Narayan Chandapal and Tevin Imlak, who came in to join him after the fall of Hemraj's wicket. Since then, it has been the show between these two.
Well, Hemraj dominated the first 100 partnership, 112. He got 78. But Chandra Paul has scored the bulk of the runs in this 97-run partnership as he strokes us out down towards mid-off and gets no run.
Yes, and if I were Blackwood, I would have just been tossing the ball up a little in the closing stages here and see what Tej is going to do with the short cover in, the mid-off and the mid-on in. Oh, that's a superb shot, undriven, tossed up, and the young man from Unity stroking this one back past the ball on the onside of the pitch for a fantastic boundary.
Yeah, well, even if they had a long on and a long off, I don't think they would have gotten across. That ball sped across the boundary. It's a fast outfield. It was like a bullet from a gun. And he goes now to 96, one shot away from 100.
And we did say, Sean, once a bad ball presents itself, that Tej Narayan Chandapal is going to go after it. And he did in fine fashion, not in the air, but all along the ground. So there is no danger there. He knows that he's a 96.
Yes, a forward short leg still in place, so the solitary slip. Chandra Paul is back and doesn't play a shot. Might have tried to cut that or dabbed it down, but it was wide. And he didn't take the chance. He's so responsible.
Yes, he's not going to take that chance.
The adjective that best describes him, responsible. Perfect temperament. Ball on the line of the off stump, and he played it out towards the mid-on position to bring the overturn end. At the end of it, he's on 96, Imlak on 38, Guyana 213 for 1. The partnership now 101. So they've had 200 partnerships. Imlak and Hemraj, how would you judge the innings of Hemraj? It was a delightful innings, entertaining, but he should have gone on.
Well, yes, he should have gone on, having those couple of chances gone a begging to him. And in the very over, he had smashed 2 boundaries. Why on earth he wanted to play that shot? It was an entertaining innings. There's no doubt about that. We saw some excellent stroke play by Hemraj. Remember one shot you described, a la Gordon Greenwich. His pull shot was good. His cover drive was to perfection. It's a pity that he didn't go on, but was a good innings.
Yes, he certainly had some problems outside the line of the off stump, the ball moving away from the edge. But in the context of this Guyana innings, that was a very good innings because of the time he took, or the time he took to play those shots and get those runs. He got them at a very quick rate. Here's a ball that's on the line of the off stump, and Imlak is brought forward as Palmer bowls his third delivery in his third over. So the light fades here in the tongue of Diego Martin. This is a ball on the line of the leg stump. And an appeal more in conviction, more in enthusiasm than conviction is turned down by umpire Tuckett.
Yes, and the umpire is absolutely right in turning down that one. He was stretching long forward, and it was outside the line of the leg stump as well, as you can see that.
Yes, that would have missed 3 stumps.
Yes, and going further down as well. But nothing wrong to appeal. You never know. Sometimes some umpires might have a little bit of weakness, and you work on the emotions.
Back and across, this one turns back in towards the right hand. He plays it quietly into the offside. Well, there's the umpire Tuckett and umpire Butnell. They've both played international cricket, and I'm sure that they won't have a weakness, even if in the dying stages of the day they're tired, they're hoping to go off, and over is completed, and the players now will go off. So Chandrapal is left not out on 96, Imlak is not out on 38, 213 for 1 Guyana. They need to get 394. That's just to pass the Scorpions. And at lunch they were 9 for 1 with Chandrapal on 8, Hemraj on 1, and they've only lost the wicket of Hemraj. He was caught behind off Gordon for 78, 87 balls, 15 fours and a 6. That was 112 for 1. And since then, these two have added 100 partnership, and they are well in tune with this situation. So they're batting very well.
Certainly. So Tejanarayan Chandrapal not out on 96, Imlak not out on 38. The lone man going back to the pavilion is Hemraj. Caught Thomas of Gordon for 78. 213 for the loss of 1 from 68 overs. Green so far 9.1 overs, none for 41. Gordon 13 overs, 1 for 56. Merchant 19 overs, none for 37. Mindley 13 overs, none for 27 as well. Williams 8 overs, none for 32. Blackwood 3 overs, none for 8. And Palmer 3 overs, none for 12. So 68 overs in the Harpies innings total, 213 for the loss of 1. We do wish that you join us tomorrow for more coverage from Diego Martin Sporting Complex. On behalf of the entire commentary team, Sean Devers, John Ramsing, Michael, our technical man, Visham, our scorer, and also our cameraman, Shakil. This is Inderjeet saying goodbye for now.